Chapter 21. Sophie stared at his stats for a while, but in the end, he didn't make a decision. It was better to take one step at a time. After all, it wasn't time yet. However, because he had leveled up once, he had to use the 10 skill points immediately. After all, in a dangerous environment, every bit of extra strength counted. Of course, it seemed like it was a good idea to use it to learn swordsmanship or to learn fighting skills. If it was an ordinary person here, they would definitely choose to do so. However, Sophie hesitated for a while and thought of something else. Thus, he let the data fade from his retina and raised his head to look at the others. He found that these young militiamen were still immersed in the excitement from before. He was slightly startled, and then his face showed a serious expression. This wasn't a good sign. He motioned for Roman to help him up a little, and then raised his voice and asked, "I say, do you think you're safe?" His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone present stop. Suddenly, it became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Sophie's influence was still there, and these young militiamen hadn't forgotten who had led them to victory. Speaking of which, wasn't this young man's alarmist words now becoming reality? Only then did they suddenly realize that now was indeed not the time to celebrate. It was a strange feeling to be on someone's chopping block and still dance with joy. Thus, everyone stopped at the same time and looked at him. Sophie was very weak, but he had a temperament that could lead them to victory. Everyone thought so. Even Freya sighed softly. This was supposed to be her responsibility, but she couldn't control her emotions like her teammates and forgot her responsibility as a captain. Thinking of this, the girl with a long ponytail couldn't help but show a look of self-blame. Bandage your wounds, clean up the battlefield. Think about what you learned during training. You don't need me to remind you, right? Sophie also sighed. These hotheads were really more inexperienced than novices. Fortunately, their physical fitness was much better than ordinary NPCs. Of course, that was only compared to NPCs. Compared to players, they were nothing. Hero template was hero template. Thinking about the initial stats and growth. Forget it, it was better not to think about it. Sophie couldn't help rubbing her forehead. Under his reminder, the young militia of Wuxia started to move. Indeed, the injured needed to be stopped and cleaned, and the swords and armors of the skeletons could be recovered. Especially the chainmail, it was much better than their leather armor. Others extinguished the bonfire under Sophie's instructions. Roland did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lighting a bonfire behind the enemy, he really did not know what these guys were thinking. Freya wanted to see if there was anything she could do to help. After all, Sophie was not familiar with them. However, the girl with a long ponytail soon discovered that there was no need for that. No matter how she looked at it, the young man named Brando was much more considerate than her. She couldn't help but fiddle with her long ponytail. She had some doubts in her heart. They were both militia. How could Braggs and Wuxia be so different? Freya had never thought that the people in the city could be stronger than them, but now in front of Sophie, she couldn't help but feel discouraged. How could it be like this? In comparison, the Roman lady did not have so many worries. She had already happily gone with the others to organize the spoils of war. It seemed like this future merchant girl was interested in this. Sophie noticed that the little rascal called Petit Finus ran to the unconscious Johnson. He raised his head and asked everyone, "What about Johnson?" This question startled everyone. For a moment, a strange silence spread among the people. Indeed, they were all from the same village and were familiar with each other. They could be said to be good friends. Johnson was the most cowardly among them, but they did not expect him to do such a thing. Although they were forced to do so, this betrayal still hurt them. It was like a crack in the pure world, and the distrust between people was born like this. Even Freya did not know how to deal with this lack of trust between people. She wanted to protect every one of her companions, but Johnson not only hurt others, but also deeply hurt himself. Even if the ponytailed girl wanted to speak up, she was not confident that she could convince the others. Once she spoke, the harmonious relationship between friends would no longer exist. Everyone had the same thought. After all, they were just simple young people. Weakness and uprightness existed at the same time. They hesitated and subconsciously looked at the only outsider present. Sophie. Our protagonist could not help but sigh. "Miss Freya?" He asked Freya. "I don't know." "Then bandage him. We don't even know if it can stop the bleeding. He might die before sunrise." Sophie sighed. He was curious why he could be so calm. Wasn't it the first time he saw a dead person? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was Sophie's order, and they only needed to carry it out. This was a form of escape, but sometimes people rely on escape. On the other side, Sophie waved at Freya, gesturing for her to come over. The ponytailed girl was slightly startled and looked at her strangely. "You know first aid, right, Miss Freya?" Sophie asked. "Just call me Freya," Freya nodded. "I learned a little from Captain Marden." "Captain Marden? F***ck, so that old guy even teaches first aid." Sophie almost choked on her own saliva. In the game, the first NPC to teach first aid in the Grimoires region was Dr. Borg from Fortress Reden. That guy would give you a quest to collect 50 bundles of flax. It was so infuriating that many people skipped over to Bragg's, where they only needed to pay 10 silver coins to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Although the market price of 50 bundles of flax was not much different from 10 silver coins, the process was much more troublesome. This was a secret that had yet to be discovered. Sophie was excited, but before he could rejoice, he suddenly remembered that he could not go back. What was there to think about? He was immediately disappointed and could not help but become dispirited. "Can you tell me more?" Freya took a deep breath and could not help but grit her teeth. She looked at him. Damn it, didn't this guy say that her skills were bad? Fortunately, the girl was not a vengeful person. She thought for a moment and asked, "What do you want to know?" "Techniques and key points." The ponytailed girl did not answer immediately, but came to his side to check on the girl who had fainted. Previously, Roman had excitedly run off to sort out the spoils of war, leaving her here. Fortunately, she was just agitated. She looked back at the young man who did not look too good and hesitated. "Let me take a look at your injuries." "No need, I know my own injuries." "You." "Okay, what did you learn?" Sophie avoided the topic. "It's mainly bandaging and bleeding stopping techniques, as well as cleaning wounds." Sophie's heart skipped a beat. It was like a telepathic connection. It was not a voice, nor was it a text, but he clearly felt a message. "Freya wants to teach you battlefield first aid. It requires 8 EXP to upgrade to level 0. Do you want to learn?" He let out a long sigh. This is it. It was exactly the same as in the game. Of course he had to learn. He did not expect it to be battlefield first aid. This was really a pleasant surprise. Battlefield first aid mainly focused on stopping bleeding and preventing wound infection. It ignored environmental factors and increased the success rate by quite a lot, which was what Sophie urgently needed. He remembered that in the game, only the priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire knew battlefield first aid, and players from the theology faction were the easiest to learn this skill. As for other players, they had to farm reputation. But it was a big discovery that Marden knew this. As he thought about it, he agreed to the request in his heart. But immediately another message came in. "I didn't find a suitable profession for battlefield first aid. Which profession would you like to place it under?" This was not important, but Sophie still placed it under the profession of militia. Although battlefield first aid was a non-profession skill for both militia and civilians, which meant that it would require double the EXP to level up. Militia as a profession could level up, but civilians as a basic identity could not. It was important to know that the level of the skill could not exceed the profession itself. Freya carefully explained the main points of the bandaging technique, but the heroic girl quickly found that the young man lying on the ground was staring at her blankly, as if he did not respond to her words at all. She was stunned for a moment, and immediately felt a surge of anger rising from the bottom of her heart. This guy, is he looking for an excuse to take advantage of me? The girl clenched her fists, so angry that her long ponytail trembled. This bastard. How can you be like this? How can you face the Roman? That girl clearly has her heart set on you. Freya tried her best to control herself and waved her hand in front of Sophie's face, but there was no response. If it wasn't for the fact that he was injured, she would have kicked him. But at that moment, Sophie's eyes moved, and clarity returned to his eyes. He sorted out his skills and felt a little satisfied. With first aid, at least he had a guarantee of endurance in the upcoming battle. A party's recovery ability was an important criterion for a party's survival. Experienced players in the game would not overlook this, and Sophie was no exception. This was the reason why he gave up on sword fighting and chose first aid. But when he raised his head, he saw Freya looking at him with dissatisfaction. "What's wrong?" He could not help but be stunned. Are you listening? The girl gritted her teeth and asked. Of course, I've already learned it, Sophie answered matter-of-factly. You? Freya almost choked on her words. I haven't even finished, and you already know it? She looked at him with a gaze of serious distrust. Of course. Freya choked. Just as she was about to retort, someone shouted, Boss, we can't stop Jonathan's bleeding. Come and take a look. The ponytailed girl turned around instinctively and saw Sophie behind her saying, Just in time. Do you want me to give it a try? You. Freya's face was filled with serious suspicion. Help me over. Don't try to be brave. Then I'll ask Miss Roman to help you? Dream on. I won't let her get close to you again. You shameless bastard. Freya gritted her teeth, but she still went over to help Sophie up. What shameless? Sophie was stunned. Why did she suddenly have another title? You know it yourself. Huh. P.S. It's a new week, so the results are very important to this book. Everyone who has votes, please vote here. Thank you. Also, please continue to look for good comments. I'll compile the good ones and put them in related posts. Chapter 22. The light in the temporary hall flickered between bright and dark. The candlelight had been deliberately reduced, and the dim light left deep marks on the texture of the wood. The remote corner was quiet, and the air was filled with an eerie atmosphere. Everyone present wasn't used to the bright firelight, but as long as the pale-faced middle-aged man with an eye patch didn't open his mouth, the rest of the people didn't dare to act rashly. If Sophie was here, she might be able to recognize this person, because his appearance had not changed much after more than 10 years. This was the deputy of the Black Lord in Sursta, the vampire baron, One-Eyed Tarkus. He was a member of the Manline family, the 14th generation vampire, and also the younger generation. But compared to his experience in the Madara army, he was far more experienced than the young in Sursta. But it did not matter. This was just the beginning of their cooperation. Tarkus looked at the skeleton soldiers taking out stacks of information from the library. He paused for a moment, turned his head and asked the lich beside him, Tell me, what did Rothko leave you here to report? Honorable General Tarkus, my master found a scout in the manor. The lich lowered his head and replied with a dry voice. So? He glanced at it, and his gaze returned to the tactical map spread out. He escaped. There were a few disdainful sneers around. The vampire general raised his head, and the soft voices immediately subsided. He paused for a moment and then said, I know, Rothko did a good job. But I hope it will be better, so that he will not be distracted by these trivial matters. I want to see him arrive at the Belder Forest before noon. The lich nodded respectfully and left. But as soon as it left, there was a discordant voice in the meeting room. This time, the one who spoke was a tall skeleton. Its whole body was covered in an old brass armor. Dark yellow flames flickered in its eye sockets, revealing a kind of anger. Lord Tarkus, maybe the humans have discovered our intentions, that scout. It opened its mouth, but suddenly no sound came out from its leaky jaw. This was because it saw Tarkus staring at it with its remaining eye. This gaze made it subconsciously shut up. A burst of low laughter came from the surroundings, and the sarcasm in it made the flames in its eyes flicker in annoyance. Cabias. Here. The tall skeleton immediately replied with its chest puffed out. You go and take down this place. Tarkus pointed at a village on the map. Before sunrise, he pointed at the roof again. I want to see the results. Yes, Lord Tarkus. Wuxia, Ebden. Here. They answered in unison. All of you, attack Verbin and seal off the River of Daggers. Yes, Lord Tarkus. Jinx. Here. I'll give you 2 squads. Search and clear this area. Yes. Tarkus raised his head and coldly swept his gaze over everyone. You are all nobles of the darkness. We want to see you execute my every order gracefully and swiftly meticulously. Fortress Reeden is our next target. He took the lead and stood up. He placed his pale hand on his left shoulder and chanted, Madara will be victorious. All the undead stood up and replied in a low voice, Madara will be victorious. Tarkus lowered his head and looked at the map again. He first saw the red pine forest in the south of Buchi, then moved up to Green Village, Belder Forest, and then Fortress Reeden. Human scouts? He smiled coldly. At the same time, The full moon shone on top of the pine forest. There were no wolves howling in the mountains of Yusong, but there was a wind in the black pine forest. The cold wind was like smoke that passed through the branches of the trees. It was so cold that people could not help but feel a chill down their spine. The youths of Buchi had never spent the night outside. The fog in the forest made them a little suspicious, as if every shadow was a terrifying monster. But a voice calmed them down. Press down on this spot. Yes, that's right. Water. Give me a bandage. Press it down. It was finally done. Sophie wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh. He saw a light green +2 appear on the youth's body. Only then did he feel relieved. After his first aid skill reached beginner, level 0, the healing effect of the bandage naturally increased. There was no difference between this and the game, but every part that matched Sophie's memories made him feel more at ease. How to clean the wound, prevent infection, stop bleeding, bandage, and what details to pay attention to. He guided Maki and Noberto to complete all of this. Of course, he did not have the stamina to do it himself. His body was weak, but only slightly better than the unconscious Jonas. When Noberto completed the last step under his instructions, Sophie looked up and realized that everyone was staring at her with their mouths agape. Professional. This was the only comment they had in their hearts. Petit Finus even turned his head and said to Freya in a serious tone, "Big sister, compared to your skills, it seems that your skills are inferior." As for Freya, she stood on the side of the crowd with a calm face. Sure enough, he was just looking for an excuse to get close to her. Shameless. She could not help but conclude in her heart. She looked at the Roman with some concern, only to see him counting the spoils on the ground with a smug look on his face. This damned girl. However, only Sophie himself knew that all his knowledge came from the skill battlefield first aid. It was only when he recalled the skill in the list that all the knowledge appeared in his mind. And in the young man's memory, most of the beginner first aid knowledge came from the first 3 sections of the book, Jerson's Holy Cross, which mainly talked about bandaging skills. Sophie happened to know Jerson in the game, the current high priest of Brags. The content of the book was as if he had seen it himself, as if he had studied it hundreds of times. The feeling of being at ease was like learning first aid skills with a plugin. Unfortunately, there was a price to pay for using a plugin. On the other hand, Sophie quickly understood that in fact, there were a total of 10 members in Buchi's 3rd militia team. Including Freya, there was Maki, Irene, Ike, and Petit Finus, who he was familiar with. Then there was Noberto and Vlad, who did not like to talk much. The 2 brothers' families were mountain people who migrated from the Bora region. They inherited the quiet nature of the locals and loved to do more than talk. Then there was Jonas, but the latter was unconscious and the chances of waking up were not high. Then there was the dreamy merchant girl, and the girl who was with her. Sophie later found out that the girl was the town's baker's daughter, but she was shy and introverted, unlike the other 2 ladies who were generous. The girl was called Bertha. She had a gentle personality, but at least she was a good girl with a kind heart. These were all the people Sophie had to deal with. They seemed to be very outstanding young people, but Sophie knew that they were a bunch of newbies who did not understand what they were going to face. Thus he thought for a while and asked, "Do you have any plans?" In the next moment, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and it was replaced by silence. "Let's go to Fortress Reeden." After a while, Irene suggested. "That's right, Captain Marden and the rest will definitely go there." Ike agreed. As expected, Sophie shook his head. He raised his head to look at the youths, and saw that they were silent, uneasy, and at a loss for what to do tomorrow. Even though Freya seemed to be in a better state, her grip on her sword was so tight that her knuckles turned white, betraying her true feelings. Only Roman answered naturally, "I'll go with Brando." Sophie was both annoyed and amused at the same time. However, the merchant girl's straightforwardness left a good impression. The young man paused and said, "All right, I agree with you on one point. The most important thing for us now is to leave this place." "That means there's something you don't agree with, right?" Freya asked. Sophie nodded. "Does anyone have a map?" Everyone looked at each other. Who would have such a thing? Although they were militia, most of the time, they were under the command of the local guards. To put it bluntly, they were just a reserve team. Sophie also realized his slip of the tongue. In Erewhon, without the permission of the Holy Cathedral, he would be treated as a spy if he carried a map. He always thought of himself as a traveler, and forgot that he was already a member of this world. And here, there were no more players. The guards seemed to have won. Mackie stammered from the back of the crowd. Sophie shook his head and thought to himself, "Isn't that nonsense?" He sighed and turned to the merchant girl. "Roman, give me a sword." "All right, Brando." Sophie took the sword and drew 2 lines on the soft ground. "This is the Wuxia River, and this is the Yusong River." He used the tip of the sword to point a few times between the 2 rivers. "This is Buchi, this is Green Village, and this is Wei Bin." He only used a few simple strokes to draw a rough outline, but it opened the eyes of the young people once again. After all, in this era, there were not many people who understood the world as well as he did. "Isn't that the 3 towns?" Bertha couldn't help but cover her mouth. "That's amazing, so this is what we look like here." Ike looked at Sophie with admiration. "So Buchi is here?" "Brando, how did you know?" Everyone asked at once. After all, they were young people, and they couldn't suppress their curiosity. Sophie shook his head. What a joke, he didn't even recognize the 3 towns novice village. Then he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Of course, he couldn't answer like that, so he purposely asked, "Haven't you learned about tactical maps?" "Tactical maps? What's that?" Everyone was at a loss. Mother Marcia above. Could it be that even the militia of Brugloss had to learn this? Everyone couldn't help but admire him blindly. But our main character laughed in his heart. Even the lower-ranking officers in the regular army wouldn't know about it, so it would be strange if the militia learned it. Of course, he wouldn't expose himself in front of everyone, but he pointed at the intersection of the 2 rivers. "This is Fortress Reden." "Ah, this is Fortress Reden?" the Roman asked curiously. "What's wrong?" Sophie could clearly hear the stifled laughter around him, and he couldn't help but raise his head to ask. "It's like this, Brother Brando. When the Roman was young, she was very envious of the merchants in Fortress Reden, and wanted to be a merchant every day. Once she ran out and said that she wanted to do a big business in Fortress Reden, but in the end, Petit Finus not only betrayed the country, but also kept them guessing. The people around couldn't help but laugh. "In the end?" Sophie asked. "Haha, she got lost in the forest halfway, and it was Uncle Seal who found her." Petit Finus laughed. No such thing." Roman's eyebrows were raised. Sophie looked at the future merchant lady, and couldn't help but think that she didn't learn her lesson. "All right, let's get back to the topic. Why do you want to go to Fortress Reden?" He calmed himself down and continued to ask. "There's an army there. Captain Maiden and the others will definitely go there. My uncle too." Everyone started to talk at once, but they all had the same idea. They all had their own family, and although they were separated, they might go to Fortress Reden, so why not go there? Sophie couldn't refute this answer, but it was normal. Who would leave their family behind? But he also knew that those who escaped from Buchi would most likely be caught by Madara's army. And if they went to Fortress Reden now, they would only be walking into a trap. Sophie was very clear that they had to advance parallel to Death God, Cabias, and avoid it by entering Belder Forest. They had to cross the River of Daggers before Ebden and Weezer could surround them. From there, they would enter the Hunting Deer Forest, and pass by Insursta's main force to Anzek, where they would inform the local garrison about the Gusta tribe's plan. This was the only way for them to survive, and Erwin wouldn't lose as badly as he did in history. But how should he say it? Forget it, let's just follow the old rules and take one step at a time. He rubbed his heavy forehead and changed his words. "All right, we can go to Fortress Reden first, and decide what to do next based on the situation." He raised his head and saw Freya's worried expression. The girl obviously didn't believe him. "Mr. Brando? It's nothing, just a guess. Maybe the situation will change." He smiled at the girl. But even though he said that, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Reality was cruel, and it wasn't up to him to make a choice. Of course, if there was a chance, he would definitely try again. "Otaku, you're so naive." He couldn't help but laugh at himself. P.S. My grades never went up, sigh. Chapter 23. Both sides spent the night in a state of urgency. Tarkus was waiting for the attack plan to unfold bit by bit, while Brando was worried that he would not be able to grasp the time. Madara's army and Buchi's 11 youths were walking side by side in the silent darkness, their fates alienated yet closely linked. but the sun would eventually rise day after day. The first ray of light seemed to have just passed through the hair, but the morning passed in a flash. Half of the day was peaceful, and they did not even encounter the most common brown bear in this area. But after summer, the brown bear in the wild also became a gentle animal. It was noon. Hearing the sound of the bushes in front of him, Brando could not help but squint his eyes. The sunlight shone through the new green leaves, showing a beautiful fragmented gold between the gaps. He followed the sound and looked up from the simple stretcher, like a mirror, a shining reflection reflected in his eyes. It was a lake. Like an emerald gem embedded in the mountains and forests, the ripples created a pool of sparkling light. "Look, it's a lake!" Petit Finus shouted in surprise. Freya immediately rewarded him with a knock on the head, making the youth cry out in pain. It was not a good time to travel, and now it was better for everyone to be cautious, because no one knew if they would encounter Madara's army nearby. Although the night was peaceful, Brando said that it was because this area had no strategic value. As for what the strategic value was, the girl did not know. The young man from Bragg's always seemed to know more than everyone else. Although she was somewhat unwilling, she could only admit it. She did not know if every youth in the city was as good as him. Under the subtle influence, Freya's perception had completed a transition from one extreme to another. She could not help but be a little jealous. If she also came from Bragg's militia training camp, she would have learned better than that shameless guy. It was really unfair. But only God knew, there was no such thing as Bragg's militia training camp. Sophie, no, it should be Brando. His militia training was done in Drager. Of course, he would never expose this trick at this time. He needed to maintain some prestige so that these young people would believe that a team without a leader would not be able to get out of this predicament. Freya might be able to take up this position in the future, but not now. Thinking up to this point, Brando couldn't help but glance at the other party. The girl with the long ponytail was considering her surroundings. She hesitated for a moment before she relaxed her grip on her sword and let out a sigh. "Let's rest here," Freya ordered after confirming that there was no danger. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "We're going to die. I bet that when we reach Fortress Reden, I'll just lie down and sleep. We'll see when we get there." "Irene, shut your mouth." At the edge of the forest, the sound of young people talking could be heard. Although they deliberately kept their voices low, their words were still filled with a sense of happiness. Everyone was too tired. The night wasn't too long, but it was torture for his tense nerves. Normal people would not be able to imagine the pressure of life and death. The group of people walked through the forest under the dim starlight. They were surrounded by darkness where they could not even see their own fingers. Only the nocturnal sounds of insects flapping their wings could be heard, and the screeching of owls could be heard from afar. In the darkness, the rustling sound seemed to pass through one shrub after another. Coincidentally, silence surrounded everyone, as if a silent ghost had seized everyone's heart. The gloomy and cold atmosphere could not help but make people's nerves tense. Behind the dense foliage was always an unknown. Have you ever heard of the mountain monsters described in bedtime stories? At sunrise, the cold dew slowly dissipated. The young people looked like they were fished out of the water. Their faces were pale, and their wet hair stuck to their foreheads. Even Brando was not an exception. He used to sleep in his own bed, away from all the conflicts. He did not lie on a stretcher, listening to all the strange sounds around him. Especially in the unknown darkness, there would be grass that reached your waist brushing past your face. You did not know what kind of insects were crawling around your neck. It was creepy. Marcia above, when he thought about how he would probably have to live like this for more than a week, he was a little crazy. He now missed his past life very much. Even if it was a little useless, he still wanted to return to a stable life. Otakus were always full of confidence when making a promise, but the passion came and went quickly. But when he saw the tired and worried expression on Freya's face, his heart calmed down. Because he was trusted. He suddenly realized that he had to abandon the identity of Sophie and try to accept a new life. He could not help but touch his chest. The one who died was not Brando, but Sophie. It was not that he accepted this world, but this world accepted him. Brando's stretcher was placed by the lake. Not far away, he could see the colorful pebbles. He first checked Jonathan's condition. The latter miraculously survived, but his physical condition was not good. "How is he?" Mackie could not help but ask. "It's hard to say. Sophie, no, he should be called Brando now. He shook his head. Mackie was silent and stared at the lake in a daze. This lake was called Lake Che. They came here, which meant that they were close enough to the Green Village. But among all the people present, only Brando knew the correct direction. The young man looked in one direction. In that direction, there were a few faint traces of gray smoke in the sky. It seemed that Cabias had already attacked the village. Its fate was not far from Butchie's. Madara's army attacked quickly, just like he remembered in the game. In fact, Brando still remembered this lake. He raised his head and looked at the other side of the lake. In that direction, the trees were lush, and under the dark mountains, he could no longer see the familiar figures of the past. He remembered that he had leveled up in this area for a long time, with brown bears and foxes. Thinking of the days when he sold leather to make money in the game, Brando could not help but smile. He removed his hand from Jonathan's forehead and said to Mackie, "Do me a favor." "What is it?" "Help me take off the bandage." Brando wanted to change the bandage, but before that, he wanted to let the Roman distribute the roll of sausages he took from his house. He wanted everyone to have a taste of the black sausages from the Grinoires region. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. These young people did not even think of preparing food before they escaped from Butchie. Even Freya, who looked so calm and steady, did not think of this possibility. That was why they only had one roll of sausages left. "Why don't you tell me what you saw on the day you left Butchie, and learn more about the enemy?" "Ouch. Mackie. Be gentler." His eyebrows twitched as he gasped in pain. Freya saw this scene and could not help but sigh. "Let me do it, move aside, Mackie." The young man was stunned, and the girl with the long ponytail had already walked in front of him. "Is it okay to distribute the food like this?" She lowered her head and carefully removed the bandage for Brando. She hesitated for a moment before asking in a small voice, "What problem?" "This guy, he knows what I'm talking about." Freya could not help but grit her teeth, but what made Brando laugh was that even so, this kind girl did not dare to do anything with her hands. "You know what I'm talking about. We can't go to Fortress Reden, right?" Freya's voice was even lower, almost inaudible. Brando could not help but look at this girl again. Of course he felt that her light brown ponytail suited her temperament very well. He thought for a moment and asked, "Your aunt and uncle should be in the group, right?" Freya lowered her head, and her hand that was removing the bandage stopped for a moment. "I'm sorry," Brando sighed. "If there's a chance, I'll try my best. But I can't guarantee anything. I can't take on such a big responsibility." "Thank you." An almost undetectable answer. "Big sister Freya, big brother Brando, what are you whispering about?" Petit Finus's untimely voice sounded at this time. He was sitting under a beech tree, curiously looking at the two of them. If big sister Freya was someone he had always admired, then Brando was this young man's new idol. His words successfully attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes turned to him at the same time. Freya's face suddenly turned red. Only then did she realize that she was too close to that guy. She quickly took a step back and explained, "No, nothing, we're just discussing." Unfortunately, this innocent girl did not understand that it was better if she did not explain, but her explanation made it seem like she was trying to cover something up. Especially her flushed face. When had the captain ever been so shy? Roman rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up from the ground. She seemed to have just figured out what had happened. Even though Freya was afraid that she would misunderstand and kept trying to signal her with her eyes, she did not expect the merchant girl to smile nonchalantly as if she was thinking wrongly. "It's all right, Freya." "Roman, you." The ponytailed girl did not say anything, and instead her face turned red. She glared at Roman, almost wanting to strangle this girl to death. Brando noticed that there was a worried look in the crowd. It was the young man named Naberto. He was slightly startled. Could it be that he was interested in Freya? But he could not lack courage. He could not help but shake his head. "That's enough," he interrupted. "I'm discussing the food distribution with your captain." When Brando opened his mouth, it was as if he had a natural prestige, making everyone stop and involuntarily turn their attention to him. "But Roman, what is the meaning of your sparkling eyes?" He thought to himself, "Are you looking at a pile of treasures?" The young man shook his head and continued, "With this amount of food, even if we save some, it's not enough for us to eat. Besides, we still need to maintain our strength to deal with the enemies we may encounter." "But,"
Freya had just said half a word when she saw Brando shake his head at her.
The green village is not far away. Why don't we go there to find food?
The undead do not need food and shelter, and those things originally belonged to us humans, so we naturally have the right to take them back.
He answered. The green village? Was it not attacked by Madara? Ike sat on the ground and asked. The wound on his leg was bandaged by Brando, and it was almost healed today. The healing effect provided by the bandage was a potential recovery value, which referred to the effect that would slowly occur during the next time the bandage was changed. In the game, it took 6 minutes for the bandage to take effect, but in this world, the recovery period was extended to 1 day. Therefore, the wound would slowly heal over the course of a day until the next bandage change. Of course there are enemies, but we will move in small groups, so we may not necessarily clash with the enemy. Brando answered. He had already thought of this arrangement for the escape route, and now he had a card up his sleeve. Small groups, does that mean we'll sneak in? Petit Finus was immediately interested. Yes, I'll pick a few people to go with me.
Brando nodded, his eyes looking at everyone. Ike and Vlad are injured, Mackie and Noberto stay and take care of them. Roman, you stay and take care of Bertha. As for the others, Irene and Freya, you two come with me.
No. No. Freya and Petit Finus objected together. Irene and I can go, but Brando, you have to stay. The ponytailed girl took a deep breath. Did this guy know how serious his injury was? I want to go too. The brat was the first to jump up. Brando looked at the two of them and sighed. All right, I'll answer your questions one by one. As he spoke, he bit the bandage in his mouth, then wrapped it around his body a few times and tightened it. A light green +2 appeared on his body. He took a deep breath and felt his strength gradually returning to his body. Although he was still very weak, especially since the corrosive poison was still eating away at his life force, at least he could move on his own.
He looked up and asked, Miss Freya, why do you want me to stay?
Injury? It's good that you know.
The ponytailed girl turned her head away.
Brando smiled slightly. That might not be the case. P.S. Screaming at the top of my lungs for recommendations, I feel like my score has been deducted. I don't know if I'm seeing things. Chapter 24. Not going to Green Village? That's impossible. Brando knew something that would have a huge impact on his future plans. Therefore, whether it was to stock up on food or to verify his hypothesis, he had to go to the village that might have been occupied by Madara. Therefore, he thought for a moment, and calmly asked, If I don't go, do you know how to start? Infiltrating and searching is not something that can be taken for granted. It requires careful planning and investigation beforehand.
Infiltrating and searching were the strengths of those who had invested a lot of training in the shadows, such as the Nightingale and the Hunter. As a warrior, Brando didn't know much about them, but after all, he had formed a team with them and gone on a mission. With this kind of memory, he was much better than these militia.
Freya shook her head. It was not that she didn't understand, but Brando's injuries were too serious. You can tell us what to do, and leave the rest to us. Brando wasn't surprised by Freya's rejection. He knew that he had to choose the persuasion method that he was good at. For example, the wisdom of a veteran warrior, Roman. Yes.
Give me your sword.
He opened his hand to the side. Here. Brando.
The Roman held the sword with both hands and confidently handed it to him.
Thank you. Brando took the sword, took a deep breath, and tried to adjust his condition to the best.
He was in a weakened state with less than 40% of his HP, and the decaying poison made him unable to use the other 20% of his strength.
In other words, he could only use 0.6 ounces at most.
It was about the same as a 14-year-old boy. There is not much time. To prove that I have the ability to participate in this expedition, we might as well use an ancient and traditional method to decide. He pulled out the sword, the way warriors talk. Our protagonist looked around and found that everyone looked as if they had misheard him. Martha above, in this batch of Butchie militia, Freya deserved to be called the #1 swordswoman. Even Irene was defeated by her. Brother, do you really know how bad your condition is right now? The same question popped up in their minds. Brando, don't joke around. Freya said somewhat angrily. She was quite confident in her swordsmanship. If Brando could defeat her in this state, did he think that he was a veteran who had experienced the November War? Brando didn't say a word. He only made a pleased gesture with his sword.
The ponytailed girl was so angry that she almost blacked out. She thought that there should be a limit to being reckless, but it seemed that the reality was not as she thought. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind to use reality to teach Brando a lesson. Freya straightened her sword and slashed vertically without thinking. Her basic skills were outstanding.
Her sword was very steady and brought about a thin blade wind.
Brando blocked with his sword, but the huge force from the sword almost dislocated his wrist.
But he immediately flattened his sword and slashed down at the edge of Freya's sword.
The young man's strength wasn't great, but it gave Freya a fright. Because she hadn't entered the attack range yet, the opponent's sword was almost touching her handguard. Even though she was unwilling, the ponytailed girl could only return without any success. In fact, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Brando's move was very famous among the warriors' swordsmanship. It came from Cruz's battle formation swordsmanship. In the game, it was called Brando's reverse cut. This was a high-level combat swordsmanship. Even though Brando could only rely on this body's original swordsmanship to display it, it was more than enough to deal with an amateur swordswoman like Freya. Brando remembered that he learned this move from a mercenary after traveling thousands of miles. The price was 2 barrels of Madara's bone wine. Now it seemed that the 2 barrels of bone wine were worth it. Freya retreated. In order to deal with Brando's following attack, she gripped her sword with both hands and clenched her teeth, pushing the opponent's sword to the side. Her reaction was fast, but not smart enough.
Because Brando had already retreated a step, when she reacted, the long sword in his hand was already pointed at her chest.
Freya clenched her teeth and used the hilt of her sword to knock away Brando's sword. Then she chased after him with her sword. But to Brando, this sword was already out of order. It was purely because he didn't want to admit defeat. He lightly knocked, and the opponent fell to the ground because she lost her balance. Dust flew everywhere.
"Looks like I've convinced you." Brando withdrew his sword and replied indifferently.
Freya raised her head, her face full of disbelief.
Not only her, the 9 people of Butchie's militia, other than the Roman who still took it for granted, were all dumbfounded.
Was that still the militia's swordsmanship? Compared to those veterans in the regular army, wasn't it? How could it be? It's not strange. I'm Braggs's #1 swordsmanship in the 33rd batch of militia. Brando casually replied. And then you, Petit Finus, let us solve your problem. Petit Finus looked terrified and quickly shook his head. I'd better not go, you guys go. This kid. Brando couldn't help but shake his head. After agreeing with the others on the time and place to meet up, Brando, Freya, and Irene quickly set off. Time was tight, forcing them to race against time. The Green Village was about east of Lake Che, so it wasn't too far away.
Especially when the 3 of them went deeper into the forest, through the dense canopy, they could see a few gray pillars of smoke in the east.
The sky was getting darker and darker, and it didn't look like a good sign. According to Brando's memories and suggestions, they approached the area that Madara might occupy from the north of the village, and the facts proved that his guess was correct. The undead army had just swept through the area, leaving behind a scorched land. Looking at the burning village below, Freya's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. It seemed that Madara's army was indeed in front of them, so it would be impossible for them to reach Fortress Reeden in time. She couldn't help but look at Brando, wondering what this young man was thinking. But Brando was hiding in the bushes, looking at the skeleton soldiers passing by and carefully counting the trees in front of him. He counted to the 12th tree and memorized the appearance of the tree. Green Village, south of the forest, the 12th beech tree. He remembered clearly that there was a key buried under the tree. In the game, it was an independent quest that led to a tomb in the village. He remembered who had discovered the quest. It was a priest, wasn't it? But it didn't matter because he knew that it was the tomb of a Templar knight. If everything went according to the game's development, there should be some good stuff inside. But his goal was the sword in the tomb, the Thorn of Light. It was a treasured sword infused with the power of light. At his current level, wielding it was equivalent to wielding a mini undead slaughterer. Of course, he could only imagine how powerful the legendary divine weapon would be. After confirming this, Brando turned around and pointed outside the forest. Do you see that? See what?
Irene and Freya were stunned.
The number of skeletons patrolling, 2 times, 4 times. Looks like there are 2 teams of Madara in the village. 22 to 24 skeleton soldiers and 2 necromancers,
our protagonist replied in an experienced manner. That's a lot. Irene was shocked.
Fortunately, that's not the main point. The main point is that they control the cemetery and the square. The necromancers will definitely use spirit summoning there. They will have an endless supply of reinforcements. That's what we have to be careful about. Brando continued. This is blasphemy against the dead. Freya clenched her fists in anger. Indeed, but they have the right to do so.
He sighed, then pointed at the forest not far away and said, Do you see that over there?
That ranch? You can use the fences and the shadows of the bushes to sneak in. There should be a cellar under the barn. It shouldn't be hard to find, and it shouldn't have been burned down. You can hide there and wait until it's dark before we come out. The girl nodded subconsciously, but suddenly realized something was wrong. How do you know?
I've been here for a while.
Brando answered casually. He wasn't lying. It was just that he wasn't in this world. And then, what are we going to do?
Irene asked.
Wait for me there. I'll come to you at night. Those monsters should be focused on summoning the skeletons. They won't bother you for the time being. If you do attract attention, you have to pay attention to your breathing and heartbeat. The undead can see your life force. Brando reminded them bit by bit. Wait, you're not with us? Freya caught on to this detail. I have my own things to do.
You dash. She was about to say something when she saw the young man patting his sword.
His meaning was, don't forget that I've already convinced you. But how could that be the same thing?
Freya opened her mouth to refute, but Irene pulled her back and signaled her to be careful of the patrolling skeletons in Madara.
Do you trust me? Brando asked softly. Freya shook her head, but hesitated and nodded. That's good. Now is the time. Hurry up and go. Don't worry, I'll come back safe and sound. He answered seriously. Freya looked at him and wanted to say something, but stopped herself. But in the end, she was pulled away by Irene. Brando watched them pass through a colorful forest and hide in the bushes below. Then they followed a fence and passed through the long meadow. Finally, they successfully sneaked into the ranch. He heaved a sigh of relief. Brando turned back and looked at the short forest below. A sense of nervousness suddenly shrouded his heart. This would be his first adventure alone in this world. Maybe it looked the same as before, but there was no failure here. There was only death. Speaking of which, he was more willing to work with Freya and the others. But how could he explain the key? He couldn't say that he buried it in the past. This kind of clumsy lie wouldn't even fool Irene, let alone the meticulous Freya. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to work alone. There's no difference, old man. Just treat it as cutting it down and training it again. He rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but encourage himself. P.S. It's almost 12. Can I watch it today? Chapter 25. When the two figures of Freya had completely disappeared, Brando calmed down.
Unlike sneaking into the pasture from the other direction, where he could use the colorful forest as cover, from here to the undergrowth below, he had to be in the line of sight of a whole group of skeleton soldiers.
Taking risks was necessary, but unnecessary risks were also unnecessary.
He decided to wait for the sky to turn dark before starting his operation.
Although the undead could see life energy directly, their search range was limited at night. But Brando was not idle. He was observing the patrolling pattern of the skeletons below. Soon, he found a gap in their patrolling. Around the time when the two scattered squads crossed each other, he could get a gap of 10 seconds. He looked at the terrain. From here to the undergrowth below, there was a distance of 20 meters. He had 2 OZ agility, but in the weakened state, he could not use it at full strength. To complete a 40-meter round trip and dig out the key buried under the tree in 10 seconds, this seemed to be an impossible challenge. He decided to find another way. The sky quickly darkened. It's time to move, he said to himself in his heart. His whole person blended into the dark environment, but in fact, he was so nervous that his heart was pounding. This was a game with his life. What game's death penalty could be more exciting than this? He held his breath and stared below, silently counting 14. It was exactly the time it took for the 2 pairs of skeletons to cross each other. Then he first threw the sword in his hand in that direction. This was the first step. 20 meters away, The sword fell on the soft leaves and made a soft sound. Brando waited for a long time in fear. When the first patrol passed by for the second time, he confirmed that everything was normal and sighed in relief. Next was the main point of the plan. Brando counted for the second time. When the two squads of skeletons crossed each other for the third time, he took a deep breath and rushed out. At that time, his mind was almost blank. He could not think, nor could he care about anything. There was only one goal, and that was speed up. 3 seconds. Brando arrived and let out a long sigh. He squatted down, dug up the fallen leaves, grabbed his sword and began to dig. But the efficiency was very slow, far beyond his expectations. He dug while counting in his heart. 1, 2, 3. 6 seconds. He gave himself an extra second, then threw away his sword and started running back. The scenery around him seemed to be moving as fast as lightning. He dived into the bushes and stopped, feeling as if his heart had stopped beating. The skeleton soldiers passed by him for the fourth time, but they did not discover his existence. Brando took a deep breath. He felt that this stimulation made his limbs go soft, but the accelerated secretion of adrenaline made him deeply excited. Then he shrank back and continued to wait for the second round. Brando was much calmer in his second attack, but this time, he returned without any success. The third time, he only dug for 2 seconds because he could clearly feel his stamina dropping. Then, for the fourth time, he finally came into contact with a cold, square-shaped object under the soil. Brando had never seen such a thing before, but at this moment, his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. That was it. Brando had a certain feeling in his heart. For a moment, he could not help but want to dig this thing out, but he knew that there was not enough time. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, put down his sword, and ran back. The fifth time, Brando had completely calmed down. He ran under the tree, picked up the sword and began to pry open the square stone slab. It immediately loosened, but at this moment, Brando's ears twitched. Wait, the sound was not right. The skeleton soldiers below changed their patrol route. Impossible. Our hero felt a chill in his heart. He did not know if God was playing a malicious joke on him. Madara's skeleton soldiers lacked basic intelligence. They would not change their patrol route unless there was a lich's intention. But the lich would not change its original intention for no reason. Unless there was an external invasion. Brando's past experience in the game became very clear at this moment. He could not help but look in the direction of the ranch. Could it be that Freya and Irene had been exposed? But looking down from the hillside, the direction was calm. The young man immediately dismissed this idea. The footsteps of the skeleton soldiers behind him were getting closer. The monsters should have seen him. Brando felt his blood freeze. What should he do? There were 6 skeletons below, and any one of them could kill him. Use the Ring of the Wind Empress? No. Not to mention that the sound would attract trouble. With the size of the wind bullet, it was already good enough to hit 3 skeletons. What about the rest? Brando felt his scalp tingling more and more. He kept reminding himself to stay calm and think about what he usually did in the game. Yes, make use of the advantages. Every attribute point and skill in a player's hand could be used to survive in a desperate situation. As long as he used his imagination. He immediately thought of a possibility. But this crazy idea also scared him. This is not a game. Brando, can you afford to pay that price? He could not help but ask himself. But the skeleton soldiers were getting closer and closer. He had to make a choice. He took a deep breath and immediately stabbed his sword into his lower abdomen. The tearing pain came from his abdomen. The strong feeling was 10,000 times more intense than in the game. Brando groaned and almost knelt down. He felt like he was going crazy. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but at the same time, the skeleton soldier's footsteps also stopped. Success, the unyielding skill was effective. It deceived those unintelligent skeletons. Brando did not dare to be negligent. He resisted the waves of dizziness and pulled out his sword. Although he had deliberately avoided the vital parts, blood still splashed out. The young man did not dare to look. He was almost breathing hard as he used his sword to pry out the square slate. Then he turned around and slid down the hillside. He had 5 minutes to save himself. His life was hanging by a thread. The unyielding skill ignited the soul fire to support him all the way to the village. But when Brando fumbled into the village, he was shocked. Between the ruins of the buildings, there were snow-white skeletons everywhere. Those new skeletons were the Lich's masterpiece. Under the influence of the summoning spirit, they crawled out of the graveyard or tore open flesh to crawl out. Under the gradually darkening sky, these white skeletons brought a huge sense of oppression. Fortunately, Brando was experienced and knowledgeable. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. He calmed down and counted the number of skeletons. There were more than 50 of them. This was not a small number. This meant that Madara's invasion strength was increasing with their pace. But the only thing that made him feel at ease was that Brando knew that these thin skeletons were not on the same level as their kind that had been refined by darkness. They were even slightly weaker than an ordinary adult man. Brando looked as he moved forward. His goal was the small temple in the village. It should be in the north, if his memory was not messed up. Among the many disadvantages brought by death, there was always one advantage. That was, the undead wandering on the street regarded him as one of their kind. Even if Brando bumped into these headless guys, the latter would at most adjust their balance and continue to move forward. This was a huge piece of good news. With this advantage, it only took him 3 minutes to find the temple of Kaladas. But it seemed that the undead of Madara did not have much respect for the god of pottery in the game. They had already collapsed one of the walls of the temple. This provided a lot of convenience for Brando. He directly went along the wall and went in. It was pitch black inside. Brando remembered that the temple had been rebuilt, but after exploring it for a while, he found that the interior was not too different. He quickly found the path to the meditation room with his memory. To his surprise, there was a wandering skeleton in the meditation room. Brando jumped in fright when he saw it in the dark. Fortunately, his nerves were strong enough to withstand it. But he quickly calmed down and tried to take a deep breath to comfort himself that this was just a puppet without any intelligence. But his breathing was getting harder and harder, and his vision was starting to blur. He had about a minute left. Brando recalled that the entrance to the secret passage should be behind the podium. He groped there and found the square depression. At that moment, he really felt like Martha was on top of him. He was almost trembling as he pressed the slate into the depression, afraid that God would play a malicious joke on him again. Fortunately, it did not. In the dark silence, there was a soft click, then a second click, then a muffled rumbling sound came from the ground, and finally, with a crash, he felt a breeze behind him. Brando looked back and saw the tomb passage that led down. There was light inside, and the walls of the passage were inlaid with purple shimmering crystals. These things were not valuable, but the light was too dim, so they were not widely used. He shook his head, and the dizziness almost knocked him out. There was no such thing in the game. The player would not feel any discomfort for the first 5 minutes of the unyielding skill in the amber sword. But when the time was up, even if you were as strong as a bull, you would still fall down immediately. Brando was almost relying on his own will to hold on, and the desire to live urged him to grit his teeth and move forward. As he walked, he recalled the history of the tomb. The Templar knight who was buried here was a famous NPC called Gerald or something. He was born here and participated in Erewhon's War of Independence. He lived a righteous life, and after his death, he was buried in his hometown according to his wishes. It was said that this place used to be a forest, but later on, a shrine was built here. The people of the Holy Cathedral of Fire modified the tomb of the Templar Knight so that he could rest in peace in the kingdom of God. The sword that Brando was looking for was called the Thorn of Light, and it was also the weapon that the knight used when he was alive. The young man did not intend to disturb the peace of the dead, but presumably, the knight did not want the undead to wreak havoc in his hometown. The youth started to gasp for breath. He used all his strength to support himself against the wall of the tomb for 20 to 30 meters, and the end of his vision gradually became brighter. This kind of gentle white light that lasted for a long time must be the effect of a high-grade glimmer gem. I'm close to my goal. But before he had time to breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly fell from the ceiling. 2 steel claws clasped his shoulders and lifted him up abruptly. Brando felt a huge force seeping into his limbs, as though there were 2 iron chains on his body, preventing him from moving. He immediately realized that this was an absolute difference in strength, and this strength was at least 4 OZ ranks higher than him. He was shocked, and his experience in the game immediately made him realize what this thing was. A gargoyle. In the past, the guy who completed the quest did not mention that there was a gargoyle in the tomb.
A gargoyle was the masterpiece of a Buga wizard, and it was a level 23 monster. Compared to it, a low-level lich was like a gentle baby. Before Brando could finish his thought, he felt himself being lifted up into the air, and it was a feeling of being in the clouds. He felt himself flying for a long distance, and then his back hit the cold wall of the tomb. All the bones in his body groaned, as if they were broken one by one.
But our protagonist did not have the time to worry about this.
He got up and shook his head, and saw that the gargoyle was chasing after him like a ghost.
Was there still a chance? P.S. Really, it's not that I don't want to explode. I'm just a few 100 points away. Chapter 26.
The ferocious gargoyle was almost 2 meters tall when it stood up, and its demonic wings were more than 5 meters long even when it was half retracted. It almost occupied the entire space when it flew over, and a violent gust of wind swept across Brendel's face. Brendel's breath stopped, and he immediately found that there was no room for him to dodge. He immediately raised his right hand and shouted with all his might, "OSS!"
A buzzing sound.
In the narrow space, the air expanded forward and let out a sharp whistle. Bang, 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 bang. 4 sounds were heard, and the shimmering crystals embedded in the wall of the tomb exploded. The whirlpool of wind hit the winged beast head-on, and the blade-like airflow hit the monster's iron surface. However, the gargoyle also bent half of its body and flew back like a kite with a broken string. In the distance, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and smoke and dust flew in the corridor.
Brando coughed in the smoke, grabbed his sword and rushed forward.
His experience in the game told him that the gargoyle had 60 HP, and it was not something that could be easily killed by a wind bullet.
Sure enough, he found the heavily injured gargoyle behind the smoke and dust.
Half of its wing was completely shattered, and fresh blue liquid flowed out from it, forming a bright line on the ground.
The monster opened its mouth and screamed at Brando, and its other claw was hanging down weakly. It seemed that it was injured. Kill it while it's injured. Brando did not think, and took a step forward. He raised his sword with both hands and used all his strength to slash at the monster. The first slash hit the monster's chest, and it was caught off guard and forced to take a step back. The second slash followed the first, but the gargoyle reacted and spread its wings to surround him. The long sword drew a bright line of sparks on the steel-like wings. After using all his strength, Brando could only feel that the wounds on his body were about to burst open. However, he was not discouraged. The previous attack was to force the gargoyle into a defensive state. This was an opportunity, and Brando wanted to use this opportunity to go around the monster. But the gargoyle screamed and flapped its wings, and the power of 4OZ was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Brando lost his grip on the long sword, and the Roman sword flew out of his hand and hit the wall of the tomb, creating a few sparks, and fell to the other end of the corridor. He was thrown to the other side of the wall. He groaned, and his body felt like it was about to fall apart. The only thing that kept him awake was his mind. Brando suddenly realized that because of the monster's unexpected action, he was very close to Gerald's tomb. This thought was like a tranquilizer, and it cleared his mind, allowing him to know what he should do. He shouted and regained his strength. Enduring the intense pain that felt like he was going to be torn apart, he struggled to get up and ran in that direction. Gargoyles were mechanical creatures, usually in tomb guards, so there must be something that could command them. That was right. The gargoyle talisman its chance, its. The light in front of him was getting brighter, and the gentle white light was so warm that it could seep into his soul and calm him down. But Brando's heart was still pounding. He only had a few seconds to live, and success or failure depended on this one move. But he immediately heard the sound of a heavy object behind him. The young man's heart tightened, and his battle experience urged him to jump forward, but he was still a second too late. Brendel felt something tighten around his ankle while he was still in the air. The icy gargoyle actually stretched out its long claws and grabbed onto his foot, dragging him back to the ground. Brando fell heavily to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was not that he had not experienced a worse situation than this in the game, but he had never been as anxious as he was now. Failure meant death. What should he do? The unyielding talent still had 10 seconds left. Should he take a gamble? This thought was like a ray of light that shone into his heart. He gritted his teeth and turned over, as if he was blessed with good fortune. He raised his right hand and aimed at the gargoyle with the ring on his index finger. 8 seconds. There was a trace of fear in the gargoyle's green eyes. It screamed and flew back, subconsciously releasing its claws from Brando.
The wizard craftsmen of Buga were undoubtedly the smartest group of people in the world.
The war creatures they created were powerful and cunning, but Brando took advantage of this at this moment. Wisdom was like a double-edged sword, or an apple hanging on a tree that tempted people to fall. But once a creature had wisdom, it would know how to think, fear and protect itself. Just like now. Brando gasped for breath, he closed his eyes, and he could not help but tremble. But our protagonist knew that he could not relax. He did not have much time left. 6 seconds. The young man almost used his willpower to support himself to turn over again. He crawled towards the tomb that was filled with a sacred atmosphere, and the first thing he saw was the sword on the sarcophagus, Thorn of Light. But he did not care about this now. He was looking for something else. 3 seconds. His eyes locked on the left side of the tomb, the second floor, the second compartment. He tore open the cobwebs and put his hand inside. A group of worms crawled out, and he took out the bottle. It was a custom-made bottle number 12 from the Holy Cathedral, with a flame symbol on it. Brando turned over and could not help but put the bottle on his chest. He took deep breaths, as if he wanted to use all his strength to feel this remaining blessing. There was still a moment left. The thumping of his heart reminded him. Brando almost trembled as he pulled out the cork of the bottle, and then he raised his head and poured the swaying liquid into his mouth. At first, a bitter taste filled his taste buds, but the taste was so pure that our protagonist could not help but praise the gods. Holy water number 7, 16 ounces. In the year of the new moonflower, the white-robed priest Tamara ordered the production of this type of holy water to cope with the increasing consumption on the front line. It was a substitute for holy water number 5. It could restore 25 HP, but it was only effective for non-fatal injuries. Brando remembered that this was the most common item in the game. The holy water immediately took effect. The first thing that healed was the abrasions on his limbs, which were almost healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it was the sword wound. The itchy effect lasted for a few minutes before it stopped. Brendel tried to take a deep breath, and immediately found that the feeling of difficulty in breathing had completely disappeared. He opened his eyes and found that the gargoyle outside did not chase after him. Of course, this was not because it was afraid of the Ring of the Wind Empress. Brando guessed that it must be because the monster could not enter the tomb at all. With his experience in the game, he knew that many tombs of night had a corresponding sacred enchantment, which did not allow evil creatures to desecrate. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat up to check his injuries. The only remaining wound was the one that Brando suffered at the beginning. Because it was a fatal wound in his heart, the effect of the holy water number 7 was very limited. But it was enough. Brando stood up from the ground. He could not help but want to shout in excitement. This was the best state he had ever been in since he came to this world. There was no pain, the weakened state was gone, and he could use his body's strength as he wished. The young man could not help but let out a long sigh, his heart surging for a long time. Martha above, even in such a difficult situation, he still managed to pull through. Even he could not believe it. What kind of pride and glory was this? He clenched his fists, and it took him a lot of effort to calm himself down. Because he still remembered Freya and Irene, now was the time to carry out the next plan. Of course, before that, he turned his head and his gaze fell on the shining sword on the stone coffin. It was the Thorn of Light. Leaf-shaped swords were not common in the human world, because this was an elven sword. Brando looked up along the silver-braided gauntlet, and indeed saw 2 rows of fine elven words on the sword. The sword is born from the light, and all enemies are terrified. He had never seen this sword before, but he knew its name. Legend had it that the Thorn of Light was a level 19 ancient longsword. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it could also increase the strength, willpower, and vitality of the wielder by 1 ounce. What did it mean to increase strength and vitality by 1 ounce at a lower level? This meant that if Brando used it, his strength and vitality would be doubled. The most important thing was that someone had seen the Thorn of Light in the game, and it had the ability to detect the undead that many people dreamed of. As long as an undead approached the sword, it would emit a bright light, which was the origin of its name. Brando looked at the sword and sighed. In the game, the elves made a total of 17 similar swords, but most of them were destroyed by the Dark Lords of Madara at the end of the First Era. In the end, there were only 3 left. This was one of them. He reached out and grabbed the hilt,
and a surge of energy immediately entered his body. He felt that he had become stronger, and his arms were lighter.
But before Brando could fully appreciate the changes, a feeling appeared in his mind.
"Young man, you want to inherit my path?"
Ha!
Brando's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately realized what it was.
The certificate of profession. This was the certificate of profession. The certificate of profession was not rare in the game, but it was what he needed the most at the moment.
But Brando did not expect that the certificate of profession provided by the Knight of the Holy Church, Gerald, was a mercenary and not a knight of the church.
What was going on? Discovered the certificate of profession mercenary. Requires 2 EXP to upgrade to level 1. Do you wish to take this job?
Of course, even if he was not a knight, a mercenary was not bad either.
At least it was better than being a militia, right?
Take this job. A line of words lit up in his vision.
Mercenary, charge, minus. Charge, a surprise attack on the enemy. Speed increased by 10 times. Cooldown. 1 minute. Cannot be used while in a weakened state.
Brando could recite the effect of this skill even with his eyes closed.
He was too familiar with it, because this was the initial skill of the warrior class. Is this fate? Brando clenched his fist. He looked around the tomb.
He was not interested in the belongings of the deceased. What he wanted was the holy water used to ward off evil spirits.
This thing was too precious. It could save a life at a critical moment.
But in the end, the young man's gaze stopped on a small ebony gargoyle.
It was a statue. It was this thing. Brando was shocked. This was the gargoyle talisman, the key to controlling the gargoyle. He immediately picked up the talisman. If he could control a gargoyle, then it would be a pleasant surprise. It could even be the biggest reward of this trip. But at this time, the tomb shook violently, and the ceiling was filled with mud and sand. Brando turned his head and heard an explosion from a distance.
It was from the direction of the ranch.
He was shocked. Did something happen to Freya and Irene? This was the only possibility that Brando could think of. He couldn't wait to grab 2 bottles of less effective holy water number 9. He wrapped them in his blood-stained clothes and rushed out of the tomb.
However, in his haste, he did not notice that a piece of paper had fallen from the holy water that he had casually swept away.
Brando ran into the gargoyle as soon as he rushed out. But this time, he had the gargoyle talisman, so the monster didn't dare to act rashly. It could only stand aside obediently as a statue. It was a pity that the talisman required a password to activate, otherwise he could have brought the gargoyle and killed his way out.
Even though there were 2 necromancers in the Green Village, there was no place for them in front of a level 23 gargoyle.
There was no other reason. The mechanical gargoyle couldn't be affected by the decay spell. The young man quickly ran out of the tomb, but before he could take a breath, a strong wind suddenly came from the darkness. P.S. Thank you for your support. It's finally on the front page. Here's the second update at 6 p.m. Since I'm so awesome, do you dare to support me more? Fate parted before my eyes into 2 straight lines that were not related to each other. One of them led to the burning palaces and cities. The kingdom was overturned. The land bore the burden of suffering. The living beings suffered in the fire, and they would never see the light of day again. The other leads to the top of the ancient kings. God personally crowns me in the clouds. I wear the laurel crown and bathe in the mountains. My eyes see through the fog of history. My night expands my territory for me. My sword cuts through the thorns and leads my people to victory. I take this scepter and hold the power of the world in my hands. I look down on all living things and change the course of history. I am Brando, the King of Wound. This is my legend. Which one do you prefer, this one or the current one? Chapter 27. Brando tilted his head and let the skeleton pass by him. He had almost forgotten about the skeleton in the meditation room, but he was no longer the same person as before. He placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. The sword flashed, and a layer of white light appeared on the thorn of light. Half of the skeleton's body flew into the air. Brando looked at the skeleton that was gradually turning into ashes. The thorn of light was indeed a sword that was born in light. It even had a purifying effect. A golden light shot into his chest. A weapon with a purifying effect would deal double the damage to the undead. No wonder he felt no resistance when his sword cut through the skeleton, It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. A divine weapon. Brando only had one evaluation of the sword. Even if it was not a divine weapon, it was not far from it in this environment. But he was more worried about Freya and Irene's safety. He immediately pushed away the crumbling skeleton and ran out. His 2-ounce agility was fully utilized at this moment, and he was not inferior to the world's top athletes in his previous world. In fact, he might even surpass them in terms of balanced explosive power. With the support of the Thorn of Light and the Ring of the Wind Empress, his strength, vitality and agility all broke through too. If Brando appeared on Earth now, there would only be one explanation in the eyes of a normal person. Superman, except for the fact that he could not fly. Brando went back the way he came from, and the twisting path in the darkness was no longer an obstacle to him. He leaped out from the collapsed walls of the temple, and the strong breath of life on his body immediately attracted the attention of the wandering undead nearby. 2 skeletons on his left and right made cracking sounds as they wobbled towards him. But what awaited them were 2 silver swords. Brando kept the 2 EXP in his inventory, and immediately looked towards the direction of the farm. His pupils immediately shrank. There was an obvious fire in that direction, and the fire almost dyed half the night sky red. In his vision, hundreds of skeletons were slowly surrounding that direction. He knew that these low-level undead would not act on their own. This meant that the lich behind them had noticed something. Freya, Irene. Brando's heart sank, but just as he was about to rush over, he heard a sharp and sinister voice behind him. There's a human over there. Kill him. Brando turned his head and discovered a lich commanding 6 skeleton soldiers in a row to slowly approach him from one end of the street. The lich raised the bone staff in his hand. But Brendel was faster than it. He activated his charge skill and closed in on it like a blur. Stop him. The necromancer was startled and screamed hysterically. The skeleton soldier at the front raised its sword, but it was met with the cold face of the young man. A sentence suddenly flashed through Brando's mind. That sentence was so clear that it seemed to contain all the feelings of the original owner of this body. Bastards of Madara, it's your turn to suffer. He did not care about techniques and directly used the elven sword to exchange blows. A metallic sound pierced through the eardrums. The steel sword in the skeleton soldier's hand bent backwards under the immense force and then broke with a clang. Brando charged forward. The skeleton soldier was split into 4 parts along with the sword. At this moment, there was no longer any obstruction between him and the lich. The repulsive undead opened its leaky lower jaw sluggishly. There was only astonishment on its withered face. This sword is for Brando. He opened his mouth and the sword pierced through the lich's left rib and came out from the 3rd rib on its back. The Thorn of Light was glowing. Brando stared at the lich's burning green eyes and said. He swung the sword from front to back. The soul fire in the lich's eyes flickered for a moment and then dimmed. With a clang, the arm that was holding the bone staff flew far away and was burned to ashes by the purifying fire. 3 golden lights rose from the night sky and merged into the young man's chest. He turned around and saw 2 skeleton soldiers flanking him from the left and right. Brando raised his sword and the first skeleton's arm immediately flew up. With another twist of the sword, the skeleton's head rolled down. He took advantage of the situation and pushed the rib that had already been purified towards its companion. The skeleton soldier immediately raised its sword to block the attack, but before it could raise its sword, a bright flash of a sword had already sliced it in half. Whoosh! Madara's lowest-ranked undead soldier's metal rings scattered all over the ground like a flower petals from the heavens. 2 spots of golden light flashed and disappeared. Brando immediately called out to his status panel. Rows of ghostly data immediately appeared in his vision. He selected one of them and said in his heart, Profession and EXP. A series of dark green data appeared. XP, 11, Commoner Level 1, Militia Level 2, 6 out of 10, Mercenary Level 1, 0 out of 10. He used his sword to block the skeleton soldier's attack and said in his heart, 11 EXP, Level Up Mercenary. The data immediately changed. XP, 0, Commoner Level 1, Militia Level 2, 6/10, Mercenary Level 2, 1 out of 130. Brando raised his sword and used his strength to push the skeleton soldier back. Then he glanced at his own attributes. Strength and constitution had increased by 0.2 ounces. Dexterity and wisdom had also increased by 0.1 ounce. But the key point was still the 25 EXP. This point alone was enough to make the militia class lose its value. He took a deep breath. Well, now he had 2. 3-ounce strength 2. 1-ounce dexterity 2. 2-ounce physique 8. 0 ounces absolute strength. It had exceeded the player's initial attributes and had begun to move towards level 1 strength. At this moment, Brando's heart suddenly calmed down. He looked at the 3 skeleton soldiers in front of him as if he was looking at air. Yes, he was back.
Finally, 10 minutes was enough for the smoke to dissipate. At the end of the street, the sound of horse hooves came from afar.
2 horses. On the long street, 2 young riders rode side by side. They stopped their horses and looked around. They were surprised to see the remains of skeletons on the ground. They were speechless for a moment. Zeta, did you see that? There's only one person. Is it Fortress Reden's guards?
There's a necromancer over there.
Martha is on top. Zeta, can you fight against 4 of them? No, I can't. This is an old soldier.
The skinny young man on the horse looked around silently. A look of disbelief gradually appeared on his face. Ryan, there are 6 skeleton soldiers here.
The surroundings became quiet. 7. 7. We have to tell this to the vice captain. What do you think this is? A regular soldier? Or a traveling knight?
The young man called Ryan turned around and stared at his companion.
I can't guess, Ryan, but I agree with your opinion.
When Brando arrived at the ranch, it was already in a sea of fire.
The burning buildings formed a bright background. Not far away, there were occasional sounds of buildings collapsing. However, he did not see the undead army chasing after Freya and Irene as he expected. On the contrary, he saw many newly awakened skeletons fleeing in panic in the raging sea of fire. The bright flames were the natural enemy of these low-level undead. Their weak soul fire trembled under the strong light and was almost purified into ashes. This was not blue fire. In the game, Madara's army only used cold soul fire. Brando immediately realized that this fire was not set by the undead. Could it be Freya and Irene? He shook his head. He did not think that the 2 of them would be so decisive.
He turned his head sharply in one direction and saw a group of skeleton soldiers chasing in a certain direction. He squinted his eyes and saw a layer of flickering black light on the skeletons.
Was there a necromancer nearby?
Brando immediately unsheathed his sword and the thorn of light glowed with a dim light.
As he walked in that direction, a few reckless low-level skeletons brushed past him. Soon, our hero gained 7 experience points again.
But before the young man could get close, a loud noise suddenly came from the corner in front of him. Countless bone fragments and metal rings scattered in all directions, accompanied by 2 or 3 skeletons that were thrown high into the air and fell into the sea of fire not far away.
Brando was shocked. This was level 1 strength, 3 ounces, 20 ounces. He immediately realized. Who was behind the sea of fire? Humans? The regular army of Fortress Reden? But they did not appear here in the game. He instinctively got into a defensive position.
When he looked up, he saw a group of knights rushing out from the sea of fire.
It was like a flood, instantly sweeping out from the sea of fire. The leader of the riders immediately turned to him and raised his sword. The riders behind him pulled their reins at the same time. The whole group stopped in unison. Who are you? The knight coldly asked. It sounded like a young man. But the other party was immediately startled. Brando could not see the other party's expression because of the light, but he could feel that the person knew him. No, it was more accurate to say that he knew the original Brando. Then he heard the whispers of the knights behind him. I bet it's a militia. I know him. But you guessed right, it's really just a militia. Brando frowned slightly. When his eyes gradually adjusted to the strong light, he finally saw the attire of these people. Thick blue coat, dragon scale breastplate, shining white iron helmet and a knight's sword. There was also a silver badge with a black pine leaf insignia. Butchie's guards. Brando, why are you here?
The leader of the knights asked in a condescending tone.
I have the same question. Brando recalled this person's name from his memory. Breton, who was also a citizen of Bragg City like him. Because of his outstanding performance in the militia training, he was selected to join the guards and was sent to Butchie's border for training. Of course, this was only on the surface. Because no matter how outstanding Breton was,
He would not be able to surpass Brando, who was the #1 swordsman in the same batch. But since the father of a local officer spoke up, the rest of the story naturally became smoother. He knew about the grudges between the two, but it was not grudges. At most, they looked down on each other. Sure enough, Breton immediately opened his mouth. Militia, as the vice-captain of the Butchie Guards, I want you to report to me immediately.
Why are you here?
The group of knights immediately snickered. They knew that Breton was only trying to find trouble for his fellow countrymen.
As for the report, it was just an excuse. Brando raised his head. Author's note, as promised, I'll do my best.
Thanks to D-Blade, Blood Cicada, Lionhead, SJWGYYB0, Green Knight Lions, Langarisa, Luntek, Juan 12387, Pirate Vanguard, Book Friend 08090309143337 Marshal Saint Dragon, Mu Rough Ing, Slothful Side, Meow Meow, Necromancer Apprentice for their generous rewards. Some of them are old friends that have supported me since Canaan, and some are new friends that I've met in Amber.
I'd like to thank you for your support. Chapter 28.
The raging flames continued to burn, and the golden-red flames formed a gradually darkening line at the edge of each person's face.
Brando raised his head and looked at the young vice-captain seriously.
He saw the same serious expression on the other party's face. The other party pursed his lips and stared at him without saying a word, as if he wanted to use a stern gaze to force him to submit. But no matter if it was Sophie or Brando, neither of them would fall for this trick.
I am a militia from Anquise.
May I ask Captain Breton, since when did Butchie's guards have the authority to issue orders to their allies from other jurisdictions?
May I ask where is your order of appointment, my lord?
The moment he opened his mouth, the knight behind Breton was stunned. Brando had fought for Erewhon for 21 years in the game, so he was much more familiar with this country's laws and regulations than these brats. The young vice-captain thought for a moment, and replied stubbornly, special times require special treatment.
Brando knew that the other party could not bring himself to admit defeat, but he did not want to bicker with them. If not for Breton taking the initiative to cause trouble, he would have been too lazy to care about this childish dispute. I am looking for Freya and Irene. Have you seen them?
He raised his head and asked.
This was the question that Brando was most concerned about.
The surrounding fire seemed to be lit by the young guards, but he could not help but maliciously think that Erewhon's future goddess of war would not be burned to death like this, right?
Breton, you have committed a great sin. Of course, this was just a thought.
But Breton felt that Brendel's nonchalant tone was arrogant, but he really could not think of anything to be proud of from a person who had fallen from grace, and who was not doing well in the world. He suppressed the disgust in his heart, and opened his mouth. Freya?
The 3rd Militia Squadron? What is she doing with you?
Brando could tell that this guy had a good impression of Freya, but his unfriendly tone made him feel uncomfortable. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has a temper.
Captain Breton, it is my freedom to choose who I want to be with. As for what I'm doing here, I'm afraid I'm the same as you.
Don't think I don't know what kind of situation you're in right now. He couldn't help but retort.
Brat, what kind of attitude is this?
A young man behind Breton shouted angrily, You're just a mere militia. The one in front of you is an officer of the garrison.
Why aren't you straightening your posture?
Brando was startled by the scolding, but he raised his head and looked at the other party carefully. As if following his gaze, the row of riders in front of him turned solemn, as if they were trying to intimidate him. He looked at the 15 young men who stood upright on their horses like knives. They were uniformly dressed in dark blue military uniforms. Their armor was neat and shiny, showing the demeanor of an elite force.
These youths have the right to be arrogant. They are the best youths from the villages and towns in the Grinoires region.
After going through strict training and selection, the rest of them are at least close to first-tier strength. According to the rules of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, a person with an average strength between 3 ounces and 20 ounces could be considered as having level 1 strength. This level 1 strength system included all the white-rank swordsmen, sorcerer apprentices, and elementalists, beginner elementalists, in the entire continent, as well as the knight squires of the Holy Church and the low-ranked clergy. The Holy Cathedral of Fire used the amber stone to test the purity of each person's strength. Brando had seen this kind of tool in the game before, but it was used by NPCs in that game. The players had direct data,
so there was no need to test it. He had read some information in the game before.
He knew that in the whole of Wonde, the number of people who had level 1 strength exceeded 60% of the total population. This was because the average lifespan here was more than 160 years. However, if the range was narrowed down to the age group of 17 to 19 years old, the same proportion would drop to 20% or even lower. In Erewhon, apart from the church, sorcerer academies, and knight squads, most of the 20% of people served in the garrison. Which was why he was looking at these people now. Indeed, in the face of a mixed group of militia, these young people could be arrogant. However, militia was militia, and Brando was Brando. As a person who grew up in a free world, he was indeed an anomaly in this world, and he would never think of being inferior to others. This was the deep-rooted understanding of modern people. God is the greatest and I am the second.
Thus, he coldly stared at this guy, secretly estimating his strength.
Although his opponents were not ordinary, Brando believed that he was not inferior to them in terms of stats after obtaining the Thorn of Light and the Ring of the Wind Empress.
Moreover, he also had the level 130 Veteran Warriors experience cheat, so he could guarantee that these guys would be defeated one after another. Of course, they could swarm him, but Brando guessed that Breton could not afford to lose face. However, what surprised him was that the young vice-captain actually raised his hand to stop his team members, and asked with a heavy expression, "How do you know what we are here for?" "What else do you know? Who told you?"
Brando thought to himself, of course I know. Why would Butchie's guards appear here? And what is their goal? The young man did not know every detail, but as long as he thought about the general direction of history, he would be able to guess most of it.
He knew that they were not here to retaliate, but there had to be a motive, right?
As long as he sorted out his thoughts and thought about how Butchie's guards were trying to break through Fortress Reden's encirclement, wouldn't everything make sense?
This was the same as the game's history.
In the game, it should be on this day that Madara's undead army completed their blockade of the Belder Forest. This afternoon or early afternoon, Butchie's guards and the escaping villagers were attacked by the undead army.
That was the closest they were to Fortress Reden in history.
They almost succeeded, but Cabius's skeleton army arrived and destroyed all their efforts.
At this moment, Fortress Reden did not even realize that there was an invasion coming from the east. But this was not a coincidence, and it was not because luck was not on Butchie's side. It was because they were facing the terrifying and efficient left wing of Insursta's dragon army from the First War of the Black Rose. No matter how much they brought along their families, the weak, women and children, the Butchie guards could not match the speed of this famous undead army. Furthermore, they were being chased down by Rothko's necromancer army. These 2 points made their failure a tragedy.
Brando looked at the young riders, their faces were covered in dust, and he guessed that this was the first time Marden was defeated. This veteran of the November War needed food and medicine to pacify the people so that he could break through the encirclement again. But the other side would not expect him to suffer a second and third failure so quickly. Marden still had a day and a half before One-Eyed Tarkus's main army arrived, and the tragedy would repeat itself. Perhaps he would be lucky enough to escape with his life, but he would lose all the glory of being a soldier. Brando shook his head and did not have the mood to argue anymore. But he was not a person who would repay evil with good, and he replied with disdain, "Do you still need to ask? You came here with such fanfare. Isn't it written all over your face?" "You!" The young man behind Breton's back had veins popping out on his forehead. If not for Breton stopping him, he would have pulled out his sword and dueled with Brando. "You guessed right, but since you are not willing to take up the responsibility of a militia, please step aside." The young captain opened his mouth. "Please do not block our path." "Wait." Brando could not help but feel a little angry.
Is this guy trying to provoke me?
He stood in the middle of the road and asked in a low voice, "Are the villagers with you?"
"It has nothing to do with you. How many people are injured?" Brando asked.
Breton's face stiffened. "It has nothing to do with you."
"Of course it has something to do with me. Among them are my friends' relatives, Freya, Petit Finus, Irene, and Mackie. Their families are among them. Freya and the others are fighting to protect Butchie. But what are you fighting for?"
Brando asked. "Listen carefully, I am not arguing with you, I just want to know an answer." His powerful words silenced all the young guards, and the whispers that they had been whispering to each other all this time disappeared.
"Step aside, Brando," Breton said with a dark face. Brando's heart sank, and a bad premonition arose.
He shook his head. Take me to see Captain Martin. I will look for Freya and the others. I will lead you out of this predicament, but before that you have to tell me, did something happen to the family of someone in the third squad?
Breton's face sank, and it was as dark as a storm cloud. You! The young captain almost squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. After he finished speaking, he turned around and waved to his team members, indicating for them to move in another direction. He did not want to say anything more to Brando, and he even regretted what he said before. Whenever he thought of the battle in the afternoon, he could not help but feel that it was the biggest nightmare of his life. He even suspected that this nightmare would haunt him for the rest of his life. Brando stood at the side, watching the group of knight leave silently. Various guesses flashed through his mind, but they all turned into one possibility. He could not help but shout, "Breton!" The young vice-captain stopped on his horse. "Is it Freya?" Breton's body stiffened, but he hesitated for a moment and nodded. "What happened?" "When you find Freya, help me pass on a message to her." "What?" Breton sighed. "If you find her, apologize to her on my behalf. Tell her that Aunt and Uncle Sil were unfortunate in the battle this afternoon." Just as he was about to say this, he suddenly heard a soft clang behind him. Everyone was startled. The knight turned around and saw Freya with a pale face, her sword falling to the ground. She had a look of disbelief on her face. The young man called Irene followed behind the future Valkyrie with a helpless look on his face. "Freya!" Brendel was taken aback. He had already guessed what Breton was going to say with his mouth full of nonsense. "How is that possible, Aunt wouldn't?" Freya suddenly started sobbing. Her pale face was filled with tears. Everyone had a weak spot in their heart. When Brendel saw the strong Freya squatting down and crying pitifully like an injured animal, he felt as though the softest part of his heart was struck. His throat felt dry, and he wanted to say something to comfort her, but he could not find the words to do so. He looked at her silently, but suddenly realized something. Could it be that after going through the baptism of such a cruel war, that simple, and kind-hearted country girl finally walked the path of becoming a Valkyrie? Then history was going back on track. Note, regarding professions and experience in the Amber Sword, the characters can take up any profession they want, just like in the real world. He can be a cook today, a tailor tomorrow, a warrior, or even a scout. But a person's time is limited. His experience in battles, adventures, and production is always limited. If a person can't focus on one profession, every time he takes up another profession, he will receive an experience penalty due to distraction. From the first profession, excluding commoners, onwards, the experience requirement for each profession will be doubled. Also, if there is no special explanation, the setting of the Wound World and the Amber Sword game are always the same. P.S. Strange, I can't see the reward list, and the front desk doesn't show it fully. I can only thank everyone who supported me by donating. I feel like my collection is quite small. Readers, please help me promote more. Thank you. Next is my daily life. Please support me and let the Amber Sword continue to rise in the new books list. Chapter 29. The vast land was sleeping in the darkness, and there was no sound. The silence seemed to be mourning for the souls that had passed away on this land. The stars were hanging upside down, and shooting stars crossed half of the purplish-red sky, as if symbolizing the names that had shone in the long river of history. Breton stood silently in the cold night wind, and one order after another came from his mouth. The guards galloped through the ruins of the green village, exterminating the remaining enemies. All the undead had to be purified. Everything. The young captain felt that this was the only way to make himself feel better. He looked at the time, and he still had half an hour. Zeto looked at this scene from afar, and he shook the glass flask in his hand, and touched the young man beside him. Are you called Irene?" Irene was slightly startled. "My name is Zeto, do you want some?" He raised the flat flask, pure clear lake fire wine. "Ryan and I found it in a wine cellar. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can still drink it after this war." He paused for a moment. I used to have a dream. I wanted to be the best scout. But now I'm regretting it." Irene felt that this person was very strange, but she was a little interested in why he regretted it. A person wouldn't regret for no reason, right? "Why?" she asked. "My biggest goal was to discover the enemy, because discovering the enemy was my value. But now what I want to do most is to hide the villagers. At least they won't be killed.
But you know, I can't do anything. It's not your fault.
I'm a soldier.
Zeto took a sip of the wine. When I saw that girl crying, I wished I could die on the battlefield like Corfinto.
But I'm still alive, and I can't escape.
The young man was silent, and for some reason, he subconsciously thought of Brando. He had an illusion that the young man who led them out of trouble could also lead them out of the shadows this time. Perhaps his premonition was true, and all the difficulties would be solved.
Hopefully, he thought. Brando and Freya sat together.
To be honest, Brando felt that he was not good at comforting people. He felt that it would have been better if someone else was here, but that damned Breton actually left with a sour face. Irene also stayed far away and refused to come over.
Hey, isn't that your captain?
Fortunately, Freya quickly adjusted her emotions, but she kept staring in a certain direction.
Her usually bright eyes were now filled with loneliness.
Brando recognized that kind of desolation. He had seen the same kind of gaze on the Valkyrie, a gaze that flowed with quiet sadness, as if it would never disappear. However, he suddenly felt that it was a pity. Compared to her, he preferred the innocent, soft-hearted, and somewhat persistent Freya, the Freya who could get angry over small things.
But how was he supposed to open his mouth?
He hesitated for a long time, but when the words reached his mouth, they seemed pale and powerless. He had prepared several lines, but none of them were suitable.
Just as he was having a headache, the girl spoke first.
"Mr. Brando," she called out.
Tell me, why is there a war?"
Ah. He really did not seriously think about this question. In the game, the large guilds would go to war because of the distribution of benefits, reputation, and even face.
Countries would fight for benefits, sovereignty, and territory.
The flames of war would spread across the land at any time. In the past, he might have answered that it was because humans were creatures that were always controlled by their desires.
They yearned to conquer and plunder, and thus were always fighting against each other.
But after experiencing everything today, especially Freya's weak cry, it was forever imprinted in his heart, and could not be erased.
He suddenly realized that this answer was laughable, because no one could surpass their own race. Humans were both weak and strong. War will happen, and we can only choose to accept it.
We were born in a very bad era, and we cannot choose our era.
But we can try to change it. Brando answered.
As he said that, he suddenly felt a sense of relief because of his own words.
Perhaps we can't change anything, but at least we've fought together with many others to achieve it. Such memories are already precious enough. He recalled the days when he fought for Erwin in the game.
Many friends, many like-minded companions, many vows. Even though they all left in the end, at least he had countless memories, and never once regretted his loss. Those were memories that belonged to Erwin.
He couldn't forget them for a very long time.
The girl fell silent.
Freya. You must love them very much.
Yes, the girl answered. After my father passed away, Auntie Sil had always taken care of me. They were proud of me. But I'm the same. I love them more than anything.
But I'm very curious. Why did the heavens choose you?
Brando asked.
Freya,
if one day you become the protector of this land, have you ever thought about it? How is that possible, Mr. Brando? Are you secretly laughing at me? The girl was a bit angry, but her voice became softer. I want to be a good leader, but my strength is only so much, so little.
I only want to fulfill my responsibility. I can't do it if it's too far away.
No, not only did you do it, you did it very well.
Freya, you will be Erwin's last hero, and also the one that people will miss the most.
Humble, serious, strong, kind, the heavens gave you ordinary talents, but also gave you the best qualities and unique experiences.
Brando turned the black sandalwood gargoyle statue over and over in his hand, staring into the distance and sighed.
Freya, I don't know how far you'll go in the future, but I want you to remember one thing.
Do you know the word companions?
No matter how far you go, there will always be many people to accompany you. You will never be alone. Freya was startled, and suddenly her eyes were filled with sorrow. She thought of the Roman, Petit Finus, Irene and Mackie, and everyone in the 3rd Militia Unit. Of course, there was also Aunt Sil. She wiped the corner of her eyes and looked up at the sky. The night was divided into two by a red curtain. The green village was burning, and the raging flames in the darkness seemed to indicate a greater catastrophe.
"Thank you," she replied softly. "Shameless Brando." Our hero choked.
But when he turned around, Freya's eyes were bright, like the stars in the night sky. At that moment, Brando suddenly felt that his existence was valuable.
At least history was different now, wasn't it?
Breton quickly got what he wanted: food and medicine. Although the green village was almost completely destroyed, it was not difficult to find these things. The undead did not need food or medicine, and these things were just casually piled up there. Moreover, they had Brando with them. Even though Bucci, Verbin, and Green Village were all under the jurisdiction of the Bucci garrison, the youths who were familiar with the garrison could not compare to Brendel. Brando easily found the secret cellars of the two squires' manors with his memories. Other than food and medicine, there were also other materials, such as pig iron, copper, and even gold and silver. But they could not bring the extra things, so they could only seal the cellars as they were. Perhaps they could still be used in the future. Of course, it was not Brando's habit to return empty-handed, especially as a player. The owners of these manors died in the war, and they did not have any descendants. Brando knew that these manors were later burned down by the undead of Madara. Those secret cellars later became the hottest thing for players, and as long as they found one, they could make a small fortune. This was why he was so familiar with the location of these cellars. Players were always creatures that did not wake up early if there was no profit. But he could not bring the big things, but he definitely could not let go of the magic equipment. Under everyone's surprised gaze, he opened a few secret compartments. Most of them were gold, silver and jewels, but our protagonist did not care about those things. In the game, these were all wealth, but on the battlefield, they were worthless except for being a burden. The young vice-captain's face darkened, and he looked at him suspiciously. When did this guy learn to be a burglar? But with his personality, he would not degrade himself, right? At this time, Brando took out a set of female half-body armor. This was a set of retro armor. The bright surface was decorated with complicated brass ornaments, and the black and gold patterns showed that it was a work of art in the style of the year of the Return of Glory. But before everyone could look away from this beautiful armor, Brando took out another set of armor from nowhere. Then he waved to Freya. "Freya, come here." Our future Valkyrie was slightly startled. "Try on this set of armor." "Wait," Breton could not help but sneer. "Brando, you can't be thinking of letting Freya wear that set of armor, right? Not all armors are meant to be used in actual combat. Do you understand?" Brando was too lazy to pay attention to him. He took the armor and was about to put it on Freya. But the girl blushed, swayed her ponytail and took the armor and said, I'll do it myself."
He was stunned. In the game, he did not pay much attention to this.
He and his female knight and warrior companions helped each other put on their armor, but he forgot that this was reality.
"What are you thinking?"
Breton saw Freya run to the pile of wood and could not help but ask.
"What?" "That is a work of art. It's too heavy. You can't be thinking of letting Freya wear it in battle, right? Besides, have you militia learned how to fight in armor?" "Too heavy?" This was the first time Brando heard of this. He could not help but look back at the young vice-captain, wondering if his brain had been flooded with water.
He did not explain further and waved for Freya to come over, then helped her put on the armor.
Then he asked, "How does it feel?" "It's a bit heavy. It's not very flexible." The youths behind Breton snickered. How could such an obvious piece of armor not be heavy? Of course, most of these snickers were kind, but there were also some who were mocking him.
Brando ignored them and said to the armor, "Taz."
This word was an ancient word, meaning wind. The armor was instantly covered by a layer of green light, and with a whoosh, it floated up from Freya's body and tightly protected her body. The girl was slightly startled and shouted in surprise, "This?" Brando turned back. "The Wind Empress armor is infused with the wind element, and someone actually said that it's too heavy." Presumably, the elven craftsman who designed this armor would not rest in peace even if he died, right? Breton's face was as gloomy as water, while the young knight behind him was speechless. Chapter 30. As Breton brought the food and medicine back to Brando's acquaintance, the veteran Marden, or rather,
the current Wuxia garrison Captain Marden's base in the Belder Forest, the return of the 3rd Militia Unit caused a commotion in the valley. Mackie, Ike, Irene, Bertha, Petit Finus, and the Noberto brothers were all the eldest sons or daughters of their respective families in the village. Their families originally thought that they had perished in the battle that night, and had even prepared themselves to accept this reality. But now, they had returned alive and well. The refugees were in an uproar, although not all of them were Wuxia residents. Some of them might have come from the Green Village or Verbin, but the enthusiastic atmosphere still affected everyone. After all, this was the first good news they had received in 2 days. A good omen could indicate that the coming days would be smooth sailing. Furthermore, with the food and medicine that came with it, the hungry and cold could eat warm meals, and the injured could be cared for. Everyone felt that hope was not far away, and even forgot about the embarrassing and tragic situation in the afternoon. Humans always yearned for a better life, and even if it was only a little better than now, they would still be satisfied. Some people said that humans were insatiable, and they were indeed insatiable, but they were also the easiest to satisfy. Marden ordered a bonfire to be lit. This veteran of the November War was brave and stubborn, and would definitely not submit to a few skeletons from Madara. He did not mind that Cabias and Rothko had discovered them, and according to his words, they could come at them as they pleased. Erwin was not a coward. With so many people who had not undergone military training, it was impossible to hide, so he might as well be generous. On the other hand, the suddenly lonely Freya was suddenly treated like a hero. At first, Brando was worried that she would be reminded of the past, but he quickly discovered that it was unnecessary. Freya, it's all thanks to you guys. Freya, don't be sad, you still have us. Everyone in the village will support you, you're a strong and good girl, everyone knows that. Freya, are you hurt? Come, let Auntie Akasha take a look, why are you so careless? A plump middle-aged woman parted the crowd. Although she had the rough and loud voice of a country bumpkin, she could not hide the concern on her face. She parted the fringe in front of Freya's forehead and wiped her face. She took a step back and looked at the girl carefully. Auntie Akasha, I'm fine. Really? If you have anything to say, don't keep it to yourself. Really, thank you everyone. Freya looked at everyone around her. A layer of fog inadvertently blocked her vision. In fact, these people had not had a good time in the past 2 days. Every one of them was frightened, and their eyes were bloodshot. But right now, they were showing the most sincere kinship between people. Brendel watched this scene from afar and felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. The warm bonfire, the connection between people, and the aroma of food in the air seemed to dispel the darkness and coldness of the mountain. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to make people sigh with emotion. What a wonderful scene. The relationship between people should be so simple. Brando leaned against a white craggy rock and looked up at the stars in the sky. One by one, they were like diamonds sprinkled on a dark purple curtain. Why don't you go over? He saw Roman sitting at a higher place, her hands holding her bag on her leather skirt, a pair of round leather shoes swinging back and forth in the air. They don't like me. Why? Auntie and I are strange people in their eyes, and no ordinary girl wants to be a merchant. So it's normal that they don't like them. You know that too. Brando said in his heart, but he suddenly realized that he had no impression of Roman's auntie, because that woman was always out. Here one day, there the next. She would only come back occasionally and bring some strange things that Roman liked. Perhaps it was because of her independent upbringing that this future merchant lady had such a unique personality. Can you tell me about your parents? I don't think you've told me about them before. I've never seen them, for as long as I can remember, my auntie has been by my side. Auntie said, little Roman, when you grow up, you have to repay auntie. Romaine giggled, reflecting the moonlight. Her eyes were bright and clear. Brando was stunned. After listening to her, he calmed down. So that's why you want to be a merchant? Yes. What a strange way of thinking. It's okay. The two of them chatted for a while before Brando saw Freya come over. That young girl appeared to be pure, simple, and approachable in front of everyone. But once she changed back to being the captain of Wuxia's 3rd Militia Unit, she had a faint sense of responsibility like a future Valkyrie. She promised to bring Brando to meet Captain Marden of Wuxia's garrison, although she didn't know what this young man wanted to do. But just like Irene, she had a blind trust in him, believing that as long as it was this young man, He would definitely have a way to get everyone out of this predicament.
Freya didn't want to rely on anyone, she was just curious.
And Brando's plan was like this. Now that he had coincidentally met up with Butchie's garrison and the refugees, and he also knew what kind of failure Captain Martin would encounter, then standing at this point in history, of course he had to do something.
Indeed, Brando's first thought was to protect himself, but a person couldn't live alone in this world. If he did that, how would he face the Roman, how would he face Mackie and Petit Finus, how would he face Freya?
What's more, the future Valkyrie's helpless cries had deeply moved him.
Who would have so many misgivings in one life? Moreover, he had lived 2 lives. He just wanted to have no regrets. After thinking through this point, Brando felt that the road in front of him had opened up. The Roman naturally wouldn't leave his side.
The 3 of them passed through the valley, passing through groups of 2s and 3s, and finally found the old man beside a campfire at the end of the valley.
Coincidentally, or perhaps as expected, Breton was also there. But Brando didn't care about this guy. Instead, his gaze fell on the veteran of the November War. Martin. According to the time in the game, Brando suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen this old man for almost 30 years. The time ratio was 8:1. In the game, Martin's later years were extremely unsatisfactory, but he still died of old age. His only fortune was that he didn't personally witness Erwin's defeat, and also gained the friendship of many players. This NPC had an extremely high prestige among the players, because he taught many skills such as stealth, scouting, and swordsmanship. Most importantly, he also taught the first advanced warrior skill, Battle Cry of Courage. The old man didn't look much different from Brando's memory, he didn't even look that old, but the determination on his face was even stronger. Brando had interacted with this veteran for a period of time, so he knew his temperament.
He knew that this was an extremely determined and fearless soldier with a fiery temper.
Therefore, any euphemism wouldn't work in front of him, so he might as well be straightforward and directly state his intentions. Maybe he could win some goodwill. But when he opened his mouth, he still felt a little apprehensive. Who knew if the character of this world was the same as the character in the game? Although he thought that it should be the same, he felt that it was a little inconceivable. After listening to his statement, Martin's eyebrows moved. Of course, it was a frown. But as expected, the first to raise an objection was the young vice-captain of the guards.
Breton. You mean that we will fail? What's the reason? Brando's gaze stopped on Martin, and he heard the old man say, Young man, I am very grateful that you want to join us and do your best for the kingdom. But you don't seem to have much hope for the upcoming battle. I would also like to hear. Brando didn't panic. He was most worried that this hot-tempered old man wouldn't give him a chance to speak. As long as he opened his mouth, as someone who was familiar with the development of history, he was confident that he could convince the old man. Actually, I only have one question.
Do you know how many undead soldiers of Madara are blocking your path?
The few young men from the garrison force who were sitting there were all silent. Martin also didn't speak, but Breton answered after he saw Martin's eyes. From the battle in the afternoon, it should be the same undead army that started to bite us.
Later on, another undead army joined in, and I took note of their flags. There should be at least 2 different commanders. Unfortunately, I don't know the specific organization of Madara. Our protagonist looked at this guy in surprise. He couldn't tell that this guy actually had some real ability. Unlike his previous life's experience, Breton only needed to observe the chaotic battlefield for a bit to come to this conclusion. It was quite amazing. But this didn't make Brando think highly of him, because unfortunately, Brando happened to be the one who knew more than him. You don't know much about Madara, it's not strange for you to come to the wrong conclusion, he said with assurance. This is a country that has never been truly unified. Before the era of runes and swords, a group of exiled dark magi came here and became the first lord of this area. And for a long time, this place was a paradise for bandits and undead wanderers.
Why are you saying all this?
Listen to him, Breton. Don't be impatient.
Humph.
Brando smiled. He knew that he could attract Martin's attention.
An old soldier was an old soldier. No matter how bad his temper was, he could always grasp some crucial information.
But at the same time, it is an extremely aggressive country. Those lords who live in the darkness are constantly fighting each other, and at any time, they would plunder from the north, south, or any direction. Erwin, Cruz, Oser, and even the Banlin area have suffered greatly. Years of war have allowed the lords of the darkness to have battle-hardened troops. Although their organization is extremely chaotic, their fighting strength is not to be underestimated. Therefore, when you see two different units with different designations, their scale may also be vastly different. So, can you describe to me the details of your battles? Maybe I can provide you with some information.
Brando! Breton finally couldn't help but stand up. He angrily rebuked. You're lying. How could you know about Madara's situation? As far as I know, he wanted to say something, but was stopped by the young man's stern gaze.
Breton was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe that he was shocked speechless by Brendel's gaze. The Brando of the past wasn't so strong. He was just a young boy with some talent.
Listen, Breton. I'm not here to argue with you.
Brando replied word by word. I don't expect you to understand what kind of critical situation this is, but I just want you to know that you have to be responsible for your actions. Breton was speechless, and then he exploded in anger. Tell him what we encountered, Breton.
Martin opened his mouth, and the old soldier's brows were deeply furrowed.
Note Act 18, Taz in Elven language. P.S. The last few chapters have been very good. I don't know if everyone has the same feeling as me. Also, I would like to thank my readers for their support in recommending my books. I appreciate it. Chapter 31. Breton sat down and shot a glance at Brando. In his heart, he was certain that this guy was lying. He and Brando were part of the same batch of militia in Ankees. Although they had not met during their time in Brags, they had a rough understanding of each other's experiences.
As the son of a miller, even if his grandfather was a knight in the November War, and his mother had a bit of noble blood, what extraordinary experiences could he have had?
Afterwards, he was transferred to the garrison, and it was said that this kid was going to take over his father's position. But for some reason, he actually came to Wuxia and stayed there for a year. It was obvious that this year did not allow him to gain much knowledge, but if this kid wanted to lie, he would have to consider whether he could fool Martin. Breton turned his head to look at his captain. Although his old captain had a bad temper and was stubborn, he was very astute. He could easily expose a lie with a few words. After all, soldiers who could survive the November War from beginning to end were not simple people. After Breton sat down, another young guard felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he added on to Breton's previous words.
What he said was the details of the encounter during the day until the afternoon.
The people around him nodded in agreement or added a few words. In the group, only Breton and the old captain remained silent.
Brando knew that Martin had a bad temper, and almost scolded him when he opened his mouth.
But at the crucial moment, he was able to calm down.
This was the quality of a veteran, but his silver-gray eyebrows occasionally moved slightly, showing the anxiety in his heart.
As for Breton, he had made up his mind to watch from the sidelines. After hearing their description, Brando knew who they had encountered. The army that had followed them from Wuxia should be the necromancer, Rothko. In the game, Rothko was an extremely talented necromancer. This nickname was given to him by the players. His innate skill was necromancy.
Undead that were summoned were easier to turn into necromancers.
Thus, his army had a special characteristic. They replenished their troops quickly. Although they did not have strong offensive capabilities, they were patient and cunning. They were good at using cannon fodder to wear down the enemy and polish their morale. At this time, Rothko should still be an apprentice necromancer. Brando guessed that his position in Targus' attack order would not be higher than the position of a squadron leader.
In fact, his guess was not far from the truth, but he would never have thought that he had already met the other party from afar, on the night they escaped from Wuxia.
As for the other unit, there was no need for him to guess. In history, the unit that razed the Green Village to the ground was Cabia's. This skeleton wasn't famous in Madara's history, but he was a veteran. At this time, he should have been one of Targus' generals. This meant that Rothko's squadron should have more than 200 soldiers, and there should be at least 20 liches. As Cabia's main force, it should have at least a fifth of Tarkus's left-wing forces. Such a large force would not only consist of skeletons, but also black samurai and pale knight. Fortunately, the undead army had to seal off several paths in the forest, so their forces couldn't be concentrated in one place. Today, the refugees should have encountered half of Rothko's company and one of Cabia's company. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily.
Of course, it was impossible for Brando to go into such detail, or else the source of the information would be problematic. The previous information could be attributed to legends, anecdotes, or even stories, but it was impossible for him to know the enemy's forces so clearly. Being a prophet was also a skill. He decided to go back to the previous topic. He paused and said, I don't know if you have heard of Ants, but it is the headquarters of the necromancers. In fact, Madara is divided into 3 factions. One is the vampires, and the other is the necromancers. I won't explain these 2 factions, but you should have heard of their legends. The remaining faction is also a faction that holds considerable power. We call them the Dark Lords. When they were alive, they were robbers, bandits, Knight of the Templar who committed crimes, nobles who were expelled from the human world, or undead wanderers. They believe in the Dark Codex, and are the traditional rulers of Madara. It's novel, but it's just a story, a god replied. No, you imagine that when one person unifies these 3 factions, Madara will rise from the darkness. Coincidentally, they have a prophecy about this. But you said before that this country has never been truly unified. In the past, yes, but this opportunity is now in front of us. But what does that have to do with us? Of course. Have you heard of the legend of the Mercury Staff? Brando suddenly changed the subject. The Mercury Staff in the prophecy, the one that is said to unify the dark world if someone obtains it? One of the guards asked. Brando nodded. Its full name is Loki's Mercury Staff. Let me tell you who Loki was. He was a genius necromancer, and in his time, he almost completed the great task of unifying Madara. But it was all in vain, and then the whereabouts of the staff became a mystery, leaving only a legend that when someone obtains it, they will become the king of the dark world again. But since this spring, someone has seen the Mercury Staff appear in Once's place. Wait, Breton's expression changed. The rumor from a few months ago is true? A few months ago? Ah, I remember now. It seems that a merchant brought news from there, saying that someone with a strange staff opened some kind of door. The Door of Sighs, Brando added. That's Loki's treasury, where his throne is. The old guard captain frowned deeply. Boy, although I don't understand the intrigue between those big shots, you're saying that there's a big change in Madara? That's wonderful. At least this means that Madara came prepared this time. Although I don't know what their goal is, at least it won't be a small-scale plunder and invasion, right? It sounds ridiculous, but it's not impossible. He placed his calloused hand on his knee, which was very close to his sword. Breton, do you know this young man? Breton was stunned. He knew that if he voiced his suspicions, although the captain wouldn't immediately stab him with his sword, he would at least capture him and make it impossible for him to explain. He couldn't help but glare at Brando, not hiding the ridicule in his eyes. But after thinking about it, he didn't choose to do so. I know him, and I also think that he's lying. But my rationality tells me that this person has no reason to deceive us. What if he's already been bribed by Madara? Martin asked again. It's not that I haven't considered it, but considering his experience with Freya and the others, if Madara's commander can plan so far ahead, then I don't think I lost unjustly. Very good, Breton. Martin patted his vice-captain's shoulder. Ha! It wasn't just Martin. Even Brando couldn't help but glance at this young vice-captain. It seemed like this guy wasn't completely useless. Of course, he wouldn't be able to change his impression of him, and he was too narrow-minded, so he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. He used his god's eye view to judge Breton. Of course, if Breton knew what Brando was thinking right now, he would definitely regret his words of fairness. But even if Breton denied or slandered him, it wouldn't matter. Brando had his own ways to convince Martin. As someone who could foresee the future, he was already standing on a higher level. It was just that it would take a lot of effort to convince him, and he might even leave behind something that could be used against him. All right, let's get back to the main topic. Martin opened his mouth. Kid, so you think that Madara's target is Fortress Reden? In the Grimoires region, Erwin can only rely on Fortress Vermeer. And Fortress Reden protects the flank of this defensive line, so Madara's target can only be Fortress Reden. Brando nodded. Martin couldn't help but rub his nose and scold. Since Madara has already made up his mind, then the ones that caught us before shouldn't be small fries, right? Damn it, why do we have to bear a bunch of bad luck? I don't know the specifics, Brando said in his heart. But from your description, The ones that followed us before should be an undead army led by a necromancer. And the ones that came after them should be the Dark Lord's army. The necromancer's army uses liches as their base unit, so it's very easy to distinguish. From your description, it should be half a squadron. The Dark Lord's army is more chaotic, but from the soldiers that the Green Village reserved, there should be at least 2 squadrons.
That's about right. Maudin nodded. What he didn't know was that Brando had already reduced the number by half. But even so, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Against such a large undead army, how could they succeed with only 30 guards and a group of weak women and children? The old captain also sighed. All right, Brando. Since you're here to tell us this, can I assume that you already have an idea in mind?
I don't mind telling you that if the situation is as you said, I don't have the confidence to bring these people out.
Freya let out a low gasp when she heard this. But Brando nodded. I have an idea. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Even Breton, who didn't trust him, couldn't help but be shocked. Brendel sucked in a breath of air nervously. In the end, he had just gained some confidence, and this kind of attention still made him feel a little pressured. He suddenly realized that every word he was about to say could affect the life and death of many people. Should he be more cautious?
He couldn't help but remind himself to calm down and not to forget anything.
Everyone can go north and cross the River of Daggers. He answered. River of Daggers? That place, why? Brendel hesitated for a moment.
How can I explain why the White Knight, Ebden and Corpse Ghoul Waydon were 2 days late in coming to surround this place?
P.S. Sorry, it's even later. The next chapter might be a little late too. Chapter 32. Brando's mind raced. It would be great if he had some sort of scouting ability. For example, Eagle Eye, Omen, Dead Man's Vision, or Detection. But when he thought of scouting, he suddenly thought of a possibility. That's right, it's that. He couldn't help but clench his fists and loosen them to calm himself down. Because the River of Daggers is practically undefended, and there's only a squad of undead stationed there. Why wouldn't I break through in that direction? Everyone's first reaction was almost the same. What, is that true? How is that possible? How do you know?
Brando raised his hand to silence everyone. Of course I know.
Breton, do you remember the half-broken statue you found in the Green Village? That's the one that looks like a demon, heavy and heavy. Breton suddenly came to a realization. Zeta and Ryan had found the item under the collapsed Kaladas shrine. They had heard that they had discovered traces of a knight nearby, so they had searched the area and found the item. Brando took out an ebony statue from his pocket. That's called a gargoyle, I'm sure you've heard of it. It's one of Buga's basic combat units, and the wizards control it through this thing. He placed it on his open palm so that everyone could see it clearly.
Most of the young guards had participated in the operation in the Green Village, and they immediately recognized that this little thing was exactly the same as the statue.
Wait, you're saying you can control that thing? Someone asked. But can it move?
It has wings, can it fly?
The scout called Zeta stared at Brando from the back and asked. Of course it can fly, and it's not any slower than a wyvern. You know our wyvern knight, right? Their position in Buga is similar to that of a wyvern knight, and they're the best scouts on the battlefield. I use it to open up a path to avoid large groups of undead.
Yesterday morning, I noticed that Madara's army in the north was in trouble.
They had at least 3 squadrons stranded in Verbin, and they couldn't seal off the north bank of the river in time.
Furthermore, due to the problems with their coordination, I believe that the 2 undead armies in front of us are still unaware of the mistake made by their comrades in the north.
Unfortunately, when I was investigating further, the gargoyle was discovered by the troops stationed there. It was attacked and damaged. When I ordered it to return, it crashed in Green Village. After Brando said that, Freya suddenly reacted. So that's how it is. Brando, at that time, you said that you had personal matters to attend to. No wonder you could always lead us to avoid danger. No wonder you insisted on going to the Green Village even though you were seriously injured. You wanted to fix that thing. Why didn't you tell us?
Just as Brando was about to explain, the future Valkyrie lowered her head.
I'm sorry, Brando. I was wrong too. At that time, I was still angry with you, but I didn't know that you were thinking for everyone. Ha!
Brando felt that he was a genius, to be able to come up with such a story in a hurry. However, to be able to make Freya connect the dots from the beginning to the end, it was hard to say whether he was too smart or Freya was too stupid.
Seeing her apologetic expression, Brando suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, after hearing Freya's words, the people who originally believed 80% of it were now completely convinced. Freya was the best militia in this batch, and Martin had a good impression of her. Furthermore, she was from Wuxia, so she couldn't possibly lie to them, right? Even Breton couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and ask, "Can that thing move again?" "It's hard to say, but I'll try my best. I've already re-established a connection with it, and all that's left is for it to slowly recover." Brando spoke without thinking. He thought that if it could move, he wouldn't be here talking nonsense with her. Not to mention the Lich, even Rothko himself would have a hard time dealing with a level 23 gargoyle. Breton wasn't satisfied with this answer. "You're really hopelessly stupid, to be able to control a gargoyle in the sky and still be discovered by others. If only we had a scout in the sky right now, things would be much better." "So someone's ability is to shirk responsibility. Is it because you won't fight without me?" Brando taunted. "Humph. All right, stop arguing, we still have to fight our own battles. However, kid, we believe that what you said is true, but Madara's advance party is still in front of us, eyeing us covetously. Do you really think that we can escape with a few hundred people?"
Martin muttered to himself and asked.
"That's your responsibility, Captain Martin." Well said. This veteran of the November War couldn't help but look deeply at Brando. He felt that it was a little strange, as if this kid knew what he was thinking. Every time he opened his mouth, he would say something that tickled him. It was like when you wanted to perform in an opera, someone would immediately set up the stage for you. He couldn't help but think that if this kid changed his profession and became the Emperor's jester, he would definitely have a bright future. However, only the heavens knew that Brando knew his character like the back of his hand. Thinking of this, Martin had already stood up and ordered in a deep voice, "I order the Wuxia garrison to gather here, and prepare to break out of the encirclement." The surroundings became solemn, and then the guards stood up with a swoosh. Martin then turned his head and said, "Zeta, go tell the villagers to gather their men. Now it's time for the men of Erewhon to protect their homes and loved ones."
Zeta was stunned and turned his head.
"Captain? What are you looking at? Are you afraid of death in the end? Let me tell you. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." "Young lads of the Wuxia garrison, before dawn, we will launch an attack on Madara's vanguard. I predict that none of you will survive, but it doesn't matter, because the villagers of Wuxia will bring our bravery out, and tell everyone in the outside world that we are not afraid of death, and have already fulfilled our responsibilities." In Brando's eyes, this veteran of the November War swept his gaze across everyone's face, his expression solemn. "My former commanding officer always told me that dying to protect others without losing honor is the fate of a soldier. Now, I'm giving this sentence to all of you, and I hope that you will remember this honor. So, go do what you have to do. Breton, I want you to lead the rest of the villagers to break out of the encirclement at the River of Daggers. I only have one request, do you understand?" "I understand."
Breton's eyes flashed with a trace of light, but he still lowered his head and answered.
"Very good."
Martin nodded. "Kid and Freya, the two of you.
I want you to immediately join the Wuxia garrison as militia. Do you have any objections?" Freya immediately shook her head. But Brando nodded in front of everyone. "I have an objection." Martin paused for a moment. "Speak," he could not help but look at Brendel. "But if you're a coward who's afraid of death, then you can get the hell out of here. Wuxia's guards will never accept cowards." There was a burst of low laughter, but surprisingly, Breton did not say a word. Brando turned his head to look at that guy, and was somewhat surprised. But his gaze fell on the Roman, and he remembered the merchant girl's words. "I've never seen them before, for as long as I can remember, it was my aunt who was by my side. She said, 'Little Roman, when you grow up, you have to repay her.' So you want to be a merchant?" "Yes." "What a strange idea." "It's fine." Brando smiled in his heart and raised his head. "Captain Martin, your decision from Wuxia's point of view is not a problem. But have you forgotten a problem?" "What problem?" Martin was stunned again, and he was even more curious about this kid. "The 3 towns of Wuxia are the buffer zone of Fortress Reden, and the garrison of Wuxia has always been the sentinel of Fortress Reden. If we choose to leave, then what will happen to Fortress Reden without any warning? If you say that we're doing our duty, then I don't think so. Brando spoke frankly, but the expressions of the others gradually changed. He was right. If that was the case, then they really did not do their duty. If Madara was lucky enough to break through Fortress Reden's defense line, then the defense system of Fort Vermeer, Fortress Reden would be in danger. And the whole Grimoires region would be under the attack of the undead army. Thinking that one day, Madara's army would arrive at Bragg's, the youths could not help but be speechless. But what could they do? We've already done our best. Under the circumstances, we can only do so much. It's not that we gave up on Fortress Reden, it's that Fortress Reden gave up on us.
Marden stared at Brando, and he knew that if this young man was willing to say it, then he must have a solution.
Yes, I know of a way to break through to Fortress Reden. Although the chances are slim, it's better than nothing.
Brando spoke as if he had squeezed out all the air in his chest, and he let out a deep breath. He turned back to look at the Roman, and the future merchant girl lowered her head, thinking about something, and grabbed her bag anxiously.
Which one? The Zevel Mountain Path. Marden could not help but take a deep breath. Although he searched his memory, he still subconsciously avoided this place. He wanted to remind Brando, and ask him if he knew the dangers of this place. The mountain path was in the south of the Belder Forest, passing through the Pine River Valley, and was close to the border between Erewhon and the Barbarian Forest. Once they crossed the valley, they would reach the edge of civilization, and there would be no end to it. Ever since the year of the Howling, L350, no one who entered the valley had ever come out alive. There was a rumor that there was a dragon in the valley. He felt that attacking Madara would at least give him a chance of survival, but sending his men there would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. He thought for a while, and still could not get rid of this deep-rooted thought. That's a dead end, young man. The old soldier could not help but shake his head. Being responsible doesn't require you to do it. You only need to do it before. Brando replied. But I can't send my young men there to die. That would be irresponsible to them. A warrior should die with honor like a warrior. It's fine, Brando replied. I'll go. There was dead silence. What? Say that again? Marden was dumbfounded. I'll go. Why? The responsibility of the Buchi garrison has nothing to do with you. Young man, if you want to be brave, you might as well join us. The old soldier could not help but ask. No, I'm not trying to be brave. Brando turned to look at Roman and smiled. I have a reason why I must go. As for the other reasons, they are just incidental. So, little Roman, are you willing to go with me? Brando? Roman was stunned. He raised his head, and his face was full of surprise. P.S. Thank you for your support. Amber's collection is not enough. If you think it's good, please help to promote it. Thank you. V-. That's all for today. I have to go home at noon. Chapter 33. The decision to split into 3 was quickly approved, and the only thing left was to move out. Marden personally led the guards to attack Madara's undead army, while Breton took the opportunity to lead the remaining villagers of Buchi to cross the River of Daggers. At the same time, Brando and the Roman crossed the Vizier Mountain path to Fortress Reden. The time was 3 hours later. When the announcement was made, most of the young guards silently turned around and left. They didn't say much, and only the clanking of their equipment could be heard as they walked away. The campfire crackled as it burned, and the light from the fire cast a messy shadow on the beach that was covered with fallen leaves and pebbles. Other than the attack at dawn, everyone had to prepare for a lot of things. The night was still long, and the last few hours were more like torture for everyone. Freya had to gather the rest of the 3rd squad, while Brando asked for a backpack to store the remaining bottle of No. 5 holy water. The extra bottle was already given to Johnson, and saved the young man's life in exchange for the goodwill of the Buchi villagers and the gratitude of their relatives. Even though he said so, Brando still couldn't bear to watch someone die with his own eyes. He felt that as a modern person, he was constantly affected by the conflict in this war-torn world. Brando thought about it and felt relieved. It was the pursuit of beauty that motivated him to change the world. He casually stuffed 2 days' worth of food into his backpack. It was mainly dried meat and a type of cake made with flour, salt, and plant tubers. The world's productivity in the Amber Sword was relatively high, and you wouldn't see such abundant resources in the real Middle Ages.
In fact, only those who truly understood this world would know that this was a world with a high level of civilization, but its development seemed to be on a different path from Earth. However, when he took out the long-necked bottle containing holy water number 5, our protagonist was stunned for a moment.
He found a piece of cardboard stuck to the bottom of the bottle. It looked like it was stuck, so he easily took it off.
That thing was about the size of a poker card. It was about the length of a palm and the width of a palm.
On the back, there was a pattern that looked like a magic array. On the front, there was an oil painting of a kneeling knight wearing armor and holding a sword up high. On the top left of the card, there was an ancient number 2 written on it, and at the bottom of the card, there were 6 yellow crystals. Brando recognized the 6 crystals on this item. Their scientific name in the game was elemental attribute, and the 6 yellow crystals meant that the earth attribute was 6. But what was this? Brando was very knowledgeable, and there were very few things in the game that he did not know. However, the item in his hand gave him a difficult problem. It took him a while to remember that he might have accidentally taken it out from Gerald's tomb, but that didn't provide him with any clues. In the game, he could still search for a bunch of random knowledge. But here, Brando only knew the local knowledge, basic knowledge, and military knowledge. What did you want him to search for? He couldn't help but hold up the card and ask Romaine, who was concentrating on mending her skirt with a needle and thread. "Do you recognize this thing, little Roman?"
"No, don't call me that."
Roman raised his eyebrows. "Eh? What is this, a tarot card?" "I know tarot cards."
"Then I don't know either."
Brando looked at the card and was about to say something. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes.
He saw Breton and a few other guards leading their horses from the shadows of the forest not far away.
What are these guys trying to do? He suddenly remembered Martin's abnormal behavior when he was negotiating with him. His heart was filled with doubts. He couldn't help but put away the card and stood up to follow them. "Roman, wait for me here."
"Yes, Brando."
Although the guards were all outstanding youths, and their individual strength was far superior to the average person, it was a pity that their vigilance wasn't that good. The group of them walked all the way without noticing that someone was following them from afar. It must be known that Brando was a small team player, and if a few people wanted to go against a large guild, they would need to use stealth techniques. Thus, although he wasn't a master in this field, he was at least a veteran. It was quite easy for him to deceive these youths who had no experience in tracking. However, Brando himself didn't realize that he had already used his old tricks.
This scene was nothing in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Zeta, who was standing guard on the tree, it was inconceivable.
He recognized the youth called Brando at a glance. Their captain had personally told them that he was just an ignorant and incompetent fellow, who only had passable swordsmanship. However, the militia's swordsmanship was nothing in their eyes. The militia's number 1 swordsmen, such as Freya and Irene, could easily take on 10 people. They just didn't want to make a move. Since they had joined the guards, they naturally had their own pride. Take Breton, for example. No matter how much he tried to bully Brando, he would never ask for a duel to teach him a lesson. That was because in their eyes, that would be lowering their status. But now, Zeta saw a completely different matter. He remembered that during his scouting course, there was a scout from the Mountain Corps who imparted some combat experience to them. That scout was a knight who had received the Crimson Medal once, but compared to the youth in front of him, his skills were nothing. Brando was like a shadow in the darkness. Every time he moved, he would follow the direction of the fire in the nearby valley. If not for the fact that he happened to be in between the light source and Zeta, Zeta would have thought that he wouldn't even have the chance to discover him. Could it be that Vice Captain Breton's understanding of him was wrong? Was he actually a scout from the regular corps? Or was he a spy from Madara? Zeta suddenly felt nervous. What should he do? First of all, he couldn't make a sound, or else Vice Captain's plan would be ruined. This place was less than 30 meters away from the camp, and any movement would attract the attention of other people. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and made a hand gesture to Ryan, who was on another tree not far away, indicating him to pay attention to Brando's direction. At first, Ryan was puzzled. Why did this guy keep pointing to a place where there was no one? Did he drink too much?
But he immediately saw Brando in that direction, and his expression changed.
Damn! Is this a chameleon? What do we do? He immediately asked.
I'll go first, you cover me from the right.
Zeta replied.
Are you sure?
Yes, the opponent's swordsmanship is very good.
He's at the middle level of the unranked. The middle level of the unranked was a swordsman specialization, and was roughly equivalent to the best of the guards. Above that was the white level swordsman, which was roughly equivalent to a level 5 to 20 player. Zeta was afraid that the opponent was still hiding his strength, so he deliberately raised Breton's estimation.
Ryan nodded, indicating that he understood. Brando was also in a state of shock.
More than 20 people, more than 10 warhorses. Breton, are you trying to rebel? But he knew that it was impossible and unnecessary. After following for a while, he heard the people in front whispering to each other. Just as he was about to move closer, he suddenly felt a sense of danger.
It was too quiet, and he didn't hear the sound of the insects from the beginning. Brando was very experienced.
Although in this kind of operation, the scouting and searching was usually done by the team's nightingale, he still remembered the nightingale who worked with him the longest. She was a girl called Shadow, but it was a pity that she didn't play with him anymore. However, after fighting so many battles, he had developed an instinctive acuity. Even the slightest movement of grass in the wind would alert him.
Just like that day in the old mansion in Wuxia when he predicted Rothko's scouting. Brando immediately felt a hand trying to wrap around his neck from behind. This was a scout's technique.
Brando leaned back, one hand holding the opponent's elbow, and the other hand pressing down on the opponent's wrist.
He slid down and raised both his hands. Then, he suddenly pushed forward.
A black figure flew out and hit the tree in front of him with a muffled groan. Their strength was about the same, but he had a slight advantage. But when he saw that the black figure didn't immediately defend himself, but instead turned around and rushed towards him, his heart tightened, and he immediately understood that there was another person. With a flash of silver, Brando's thorn of light was unsheathed. He dodged to the side, and the sword in his hand was already at the neck of the person who rushed up from behind.
The faint light from the sword reflected the two people's faces. Ryan and Zeta were stunned.
They thought that Brando's swordsmanship might be stronger than their vice-captains, but it was probably limited. They had seen Breton's swordsmanship, and he was one of the best among the official members of the garrison.
But just from his swordsmanship alone, it was impossible for him to fight two people at once.
They couldn't help but feel as if they were in a dream.
Looking at the sword in the opponent's hand, what was going on?
Captain Marden is a veteran of the November War, everyone knows this.
He has already served the kingdom with his life once, and has proven his loyalty. Listen to me, everyone, we have an old saying, right?
If Madame Martha allows someone to live, then you have to cherish this luck. We cannot let a veteran who had a narrow escape from the battlefield of glory gamble his life again. That is why I came up with this plan.
Please let me lead you to fight for Wuxia.
This is not because I want to deprive anyone of their glory, but because I cannot escape. Well said, Vice Captain.
We support you. Captain Marden will understand you. Breton smiled.
When Marden ordered him to lead the villagers to break through the River of Daggers, he had already decided to refuse. But he knew the old man's temper, and he would definitely not allow him to refuse.
Thus, he decided to take a gamble. He also understood that Marden wanted to protect him.
The old captain had said more than once that he would one day stand out and become a pillar of the kingdom.
But Breton also understood that Erwin did not need a coward. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Brando. That ignorant and incompetent guy actually took the initiative to suggest passing through Zavale Mountain Pass. He couldn't help but maliciously speculate that Brando was just looking for an excuse to escape, because it didn't seem impossible. But at this moment, a soft sound in the quiet forest made everyone turn their heads. They saw Brando pointing his sword at Zeta and Ryan as they walked out from behind the bushes. At first, the atmosphere was silent, then everyone's face revealed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Zeta?
Ryan, what are you doing?
Haha, mistake.
Zeta had an awkward expression. On the other hand, Brando looked at the usually overbearing vice-captain with a face full of surprise. At this moment, the vice-captain's face was as dark as ever. How could it not be dark? If he shouted here, the vice-captain's plan would be ruined.
But Brando did not expect that this guy would be so daring. He actually wanted to replace Martin and lead these youths who were willing to follow him to launch a feint attack on Madara. What kind of spirit was this? Brando felt that it was a little funny, but he couldn't help but feel some surprise and admiration. Was this the innocence and hot-bloodedness of youths, or the pursuit of their dreams? But he saw a trace of responsibility on Breton's gloomy face. It was a sense of responsibility towards this vice-captain. "What are you trying to do?" Breton asked in a deep voice. Of course, he wanted to use a stronger tone, but he didn't want Brendel to ruin his plan. Even though it seemed almost inevitable. Brando lowered his sword. P.S. Faint, when I woke up in the morning and saw that I was in 8th place, I happily went home, but when I came back after dinner, I saw that I had fallen back to 10th place. I wanted to vomit blood. Today's favorites only increased a little. I'm sad Tianda, fellow students. Please give me your support. Please let Amber's results reach a higher level. Also, did I offend you to post the same post 3 times? Chapter 34. Brando put down his sword. It's too dark, it's not a good idea to come out at this time. He smiled and glanced at these people. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked past the 20 or so people. The young guard subconsciously opened up a path for him. Breton held his sword tightly and stared at Brando. However, he restrained himself, because he knew that once he made a move, he would not be able to cover up the commotion. The people beside him wanted to rush forward, but they were stopped by him. The atmosphere in the small forest was tense. But Brando walked to the end of the forest and stopped, saying, "Breton, so you learned how to disobey orders in the guards? And your plan is so lousy. You should know Captain Marden's temper. You actually want to force him to agree to your request? If it were me, I would sneak out with my men and leave only one person to inform him." Everyone was stunned. Breton's hand on the sword hilt twitched. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He could not help but wonder what Brendel was trying to do. "Tell me, when are you going to attack? I'll decide when to move." Before dawn. The young vice-captain thought for a while. Although he was suspicious of Brando's motives, his plan did sound tempting, and it was much more feasible than their original plan. "Then you better hide in the Fox Forest. That area should be the closest to Madara's undead army. Also, I'll pick up a piece of paper and pass it to Marden to let him know that you will attack before the Crimson Star disappears, right? Also, pay attention when dealing with the liches. Their spells will only work on people with weak willpower." "Brando, what are you trying to do? How did you find Zeta and the others? Where did you learn your swordsmanship?" Breton put down his sword and asked with a gloomy face. "Well, after this farewell, I may not see you again. You may not see me again. Be it enemies or enemies, we may not see each other again. Maybe it's just a memory. After all, we are Erewhon's people. Good luck." Brando waved his hand, indicating that it was not worth mentioning what he wanted to do. Breton was silent. Let's not talk about how Breton's decision made Marden fly into a rage. Freya had already gathered a small group of militia, but found that she had nowhere to go. The veteran from the November War had no choice but to let her form a group of militia, and they prepared to break out of the encirclement at the River of Daggers. At the same time, Jonathan and Petit Finus were sending off Brando and Roman. Petit Finus was ordered to leave the militia by Freya because he was too young. He was dissatisfied, but he was still young. Brando praised him a little and he was full of energy again, saying that he wanted to go to Fortress Reden. Of course he could not agree. If he did, he would probably be stabbed by Freya's sword. Although Brando needed a helper, Petit Finus was too young and not suitable. He patted the little rascal's head. Jonathan, who was at the side, did not dare to speak. He looked at Brando with shame. He knew that it was because of this young man that he was able to survive. Of course, he could not blame anyone else but himself for being too cowardly. "I'm sorry, Brando, thank you for saving me." "It's okay. Everyone has a moment of confusion. Jonathan, everyone is willing to bring you along because they believe that you will return to them. All right, cheer up. Don't let others look down on you." "Thank you." Brando nodded and looked at the sky. The stars were fading away, indicating the arrival of dawn. But because of the lack of light from the stars and the moon,
It would be the darkest moment of the world. But it did not matter because the dawn was already on the other side of the mountains. Withdrawing his gaze from the dark shadows of the mountains on the horizon, he and Roman lit the torches together. Although it was not wise to light a torch in the dark, the direction they were going was far away from Madara's territory. Even if there were occasional beasts, Brando thought that the biggest threat in the Belder Forest would be the wolves. At most 3 to 5 of them would be easy to deal with. Besides, beasts were afraid of fire. The two followed the dense forest all the way to the south. At the end of the torch, they could see the black pine forest that was commonly seen in the Gran region. Occasionally, there would be shadows of animals, but they would disappear in a flash. They crossed 1 or 2 mountains and looked down. The terrain gradually became rugged. What was strange was that the surrounding trees seemed to have begun to wither. Jagged rocks protruded from the ground, especially at the bottom of the valley. There were rocks everywhere. "Brando?" Roman asked. The sudden change in the environment was a little scary. "Yes, it's nothing. Follow me closely." Seeing such a scene, Brando knew that they were close to their destination. It was not that he had never been to the Zavale Mountain Road in the game. It was a very famous place, and it was very dangerous for players below level 20. But Brando knew of an exception. He could not help but recall some memories of that place. The Zavale Mountain Road was in the southern part of the Belder Forest. It passed through the Pine River Valley in a lush forest. The reason for opening this mountain road was to transport wood to the lower reaches of the Pine River. But later, as Madara's power expanded, most of the timber factories withered. As a result, the Zavale Mountain Road declined and became a path for illegal merchants to smuggle goods. Later, a golden demonic tree took root here. It extracted nutrients from the ground and caused the forest to wither. It also killed any creatures that entered carelessly. Slowly, the Zavale Mountain Road became a death zone. The level 31 golden demonic tree leader had already awakened its second level of power. Its strength was on par with an iron-rank swordsman or intermediate wizard. Even the regular army would not easily provoke such a troublesome enemy. Moreover, it did not cut off the connection between Fortress Reeden and Bucci. The kingdom's knights were too lazy to deal with it. In the game, this was a famous dungeon area. The golden demonic tree leader dominated this area for the first 3 years of the game. The NPC's way of dealing with it was to place a wooden board at the entrance. It was written in Dwarven, Elven and Cruz's common language. "Danger! Those who enter this place should give up all hope." Of course, there were still some players who wanted to challenge themselves. But those who entered alone could not even see the face of the golden demonic tree. About a year after the game started, people started to form groups to explore the area. But most of them only reached the Pine River Valley before they were forced to retreat. Even in the second half of the second year, there were still news of teams being wiped out in the local bars. It became the topic of conversation after a meal. Then, it entered the Second War of the Black Rose. The number of teams that entered the Zavale Mountain Road decreased, but they became more professional. Brando remembered that he entered the valley during that era. His experience in the game was mediocre. He was neither too aggressive nor too conservative. He remembered that his team went all the way to the Pine River Valley. From there, they could even see the endless dark forest and the shadowy mountains. But the deepest memory of that adventure was not the scenery that was so different from Bucci, but the strength of the monsters in the dungeon and the frequency of encountering them. Overall, the team was almost at their limit every day. In the end, they could not hold on any longer and had to retreat. But in less than 2 months, a guild called Muda completely solved the problem in this area. That guild was famous for a time, but later people found out that they were not that strong. They were just lucky to have found a special way to fight. Later, this way of fighting was put on the internet by some people, and it even led to a craze of soloing the golden demonic tree. Back then, in order to farm a golden demonic tree's heart, Brando was one of the beneficiaries of this video. But at that time, the average level of Bucci was 27. Brando remembered that he was also level 27 when he entered the dungeon. But this time, he only asked to pass through the Zavale Mountain Road, and not to kill the golden demonic tree boss. Moreover, he still had the Ring of the Wind Empress and the Thorn of Light that had a purifying effect against dark creatures. Otherwise, he would have been helpless. Thinking back to that time, the price of magic equipment in the game was still high even after the first year. When he entered the Zavale Mountain Road, He did not even think about equipment with strength over 10 ounces. As for the Ring of the Wind Empress and the Thorn of Light, they were like floating clouds. But in this life, because of his foresight, he actually had these two items from the start. He could not help but feel that it was unreal. If he was lucky enough to escape this calamity, thinking about the future, Brando could not help but feel a little excited. But because of this, he had to cherish the opportunity in front of him. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and turned around to ask the Roman to follow him. The future merchant lady seemed to have some talent for adventuring. She stretched out her hands and jumped left and right on the jagged rocks in the valley. She was actually very agile. Dawn had finally arrived, and the stars had disappeared. The surroundings had sunk into darkness and deathly stillness. Only the torches were left burning, and the flickering light reflected the deep ravines and shadows on the stacked rocks. From afar, they looked like two sparks in the forest. Brando remembered that there was a place to take shelter from the wind. It was too dangerous to enter the Zavale Mountain Road at this time. He decided that it would be safer to travel during the day. After all, this place was almost out of the range of Madara's undead army. The earliest Madara army to arrive at Fortress Reden was the Kabia's tribe, and it was on the morning of the third day. This meant that he still had a whole day to plan his plan. There was plenty of time. He looked up and vaguely saw a road sign in front of him. P.S. Today is the birthday of Decadent, the author of The Demon Hunter of Rebirth. Tomorrow is the day he will receive guests. This seems to be a good omen. Students who have monthly tickets, remember to support Decadent tomorrow. Treat it as his belated birthday present. Recommendation tickets? Of course, leave them to me. Book the tickets for tomorrow and prepare to be on the new book list. I feel like the results are a little bad. Some people have already predicted that this book will be a flop. Please support me and break this myth. Chapter 35. After entering the valley, the further in they went, the more desolate the environment became. There was almost no vegetation on the surface, and the uninhabited mountain path passed through sharp rocks. Only withered grass and brambles grew from the cracks in the rock walls. In the distant darkness, there seemed to be some withered tree branches. The cold wind in the mountains was like black smoke as it passed through the branches, making creaking sounds. Brando knew that this was because the nutrients in the soil had been absorbed by the golden demonic tree. He held the torch to illuminate the surrounding rock walls. Occasionally, there would be a few white skeletons in the shadows. They looked like animals that had accidentally entered the forbidden area and became the golden demonic tree's food. The Roman held the torch and followed closely behind. She covered her bag with one hand and looked around nervously and curiously. This was the first time she had been so far away from home. It was as if the dream of a merchant was about to come true. The dangers, excitement, and the unknown wealth and treasures on the trade route had always supported merchants and adventurers to prosper on this continent. Besides, following Brando gave her a sense of security. The two flames passed through the valley one after the other. Brando placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. In the game, once they passed through this area, they would enter the territory of a type of monster, the Rotten Beast. The golden demonic tree was a terrifying monster. Or rather, it was a type of golden tree. Its original form was probably an elven holy tree, but after the tree herder implanted the blood of God, it awakened into a golden demonic tree. Tree herders were one of the major cults in the game. In this war-torn world, where the flames of civilization could not reach, darkness thrived. Not only did the undead exist, but there were also cults living in the soil. In the game, villains like the tree herders acted mysteriously. They left their traces everywhere, like a thread that ran through the entire game. They let people know that they had a certain purpose, but no one knew what it was. Brando was no exception. The golden demonic tree had two abilities. The first was to animate plants. It could turn the shrubs on the land it controlled into monsters in human form, called rotten beasts. The rotten beasts were like the tentacles and spies of the golden demonic tree. They were everywhere in the valley. A single rotten beast was level 7 in the game. Its combat power was about the same as the garrison members that Brando had seen before, but its intelligence was low. The stronger rotten beasts were above level 13 and had awakened level 1 powers. They were also troublesome opponents for Brando. The second ability was the enchanted fruit. When the golden demonic tree's fruits fell to the ground, they would split open and give birth to a furry barbarian-like creature. They would grow up to 2 meters tall within a day. These were the golden demonic tree's children and elite guards. Their levels ranged from level 20 to 22. Brando's only trump card against them was the Ring of the Wind Empress. After decades of accumulation, the number of demons and rotten beasts in the canyon had reached a considerable number. If not for Brando's confidence, it would have been impossible for him and the Roman to safely pass through the canyon. Of course, the golden demonic tree itself was not weak. After all, it was a Tier 2 monster. However, the young man did not intend to provoke it. He knew where it was, so naturally, he would not go near it. Along the way, only the rustling of their footsteps could be heard. In the silence, it was somewhat frightening. But Brendel felt a sense of familiarity. In the past, he had also brought a large number of ropes, torches, oil lamps, hooks, and rations to find the golden demonic tree. He had followed the same route thousands of times to find trouble with the golden demonic tree. The golden demonic tree would drop 20 ounces to 30-ounce strength equipment. At that time, the drops were the best. At that time, any player with a bit of skill would choose to do so. Especially the rumored heart of the golden demonic tree, which recovered 1 HP per minute. In the early days of the game, it was a godly item. But now, the only difference was that he had the future merchant lady behind him. Brando suddenly felt like he was taking a girl on an adventure in the forest with him. Wasn't the adventure of two people quite romantic? Brando! The Roman suddenly whispered. Brando turned his head and noticed that the other party's gaze was on his hand. He was slightly startled as he noticed that the thorn of light in his hand was emitting a white light from its scabbard. There were undead nearby. He was shocked, but immediately reacted. Even if Madara didn't control this area, they would still send a small team to monitor it and ensure that no undead escaped. It was just a small team. Brando relaxed a little. A few low-level undead were not enough for him to deal with, but he had to be careful not to alert the rotten beasts in the canyon. He pulled out his sword and pointed the thorn of light in a direction. The light on the blade was clearly brighter, and Brando immediately knew that the small team of undead was in this direction. He gestured for the Roman to move further away, then extinguished the torch and moved step by step in that direction. There was indeed a small team of undead in the canyon, but these skeletons were currently in a bit of trouble. Leading them was the Lich Kabuka. Its performance in Butchi not only allowed the human scout to escape, but also led to the death of one of its comrades. Rothko sent it here to punish it for its disappointing performance, and also to remind it not to be too eager to appear too smart in front of its boss or master. Kabuka obviously understood, but the more important thing was how to block the attacks of the 3 monsters in front of it. Initially, it and its skeleton soldiers had killed a creature in the canyon that was covered in thorns and looked like a human-shaped shrub that stood up. Now, its own kind seemed to have come looking for them. There were 3 of them. These monsters were shrouded in a pile of withered branches, and under their heads, there were 2 lumps of fire staring at these undead creatures. There were a few scattered skeletons around them. The battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. What are these roots and grass? The green flames in Kabuka's eye sockets flickered. Seeing that the other party was about to attack again, it could only brace itself and change its skeleton soldiers to strong bows. It extracted the blue soul fire to ignite the arrows, and then shot out a wave of arrows. Unexpectedly, the 2 rotten beasts that came into contact with the flames let out hissing screams and turned into 2 lumps of flames on the sand. The Lich immediately let out a cackle. This thing was stronger than its skeleton soldiers, but as long as it was a plant, it would be afraid of fire. Right, why didn't it think of this before? What a blunder. Kabuka raised its bone staff, and with a bang, half of the last rotten beast's body exploded, filling the air with wood chips. Seeing the Lich below dancing with joy, Brando, who had climbed up a protruding white rock, couldn't help but laugh. This thing really didn't know what was good for it, daring to use magic here. Magic was one of the golden demonic tree's favorite nutrients. The golden demonic tree's thirst for it was like a drug. As long as there was a trace of magic in this area, the golden demonic tree would immediately discover it, and the Lich didn't even notice. It really wanted to die. However, he was also in a bit of trouble. After all, he and the Roman were here. He had to find a way to quickly get to a higher place, or else he would be buried together with these brainless undead. He turned around and pulled the Roman up.
The merchant girl saw the small group of undead below and couldn't help but blink her eyes. Her bright eyes weren't filled with fear, but curiosity. "I recognize that lich," she said softly. "Shoo." It wasn't that easy to differentiate between undead. Brando only thought that the Roman was joking. Between the skeleton soldiers and the lich, there was almost no difference in appearance other than the slight difference in soul waves. It wasn't just the low-level undead that were like this. Even the high-level undead were distinguished by their accessories or other obvious characteristics. "I really do recognize it, Brando. I saw it from afar the last time in your house," the merchant girl said solemnly. Yes. Be quiet. If we alarm them, we'll have to bear the consequences." Brando squinted his eyes. He could already see some rustling figures moving forward in the shadows. Judging from the way they moved, they should be rotten beasts. After counting to 30, he couldn't count anymore. There were too many of them, and it was too dark. However, the lich still hadn't ordered the skeleton soldiers to extinguish the soul fire on their arrows. Plants were attracted to light, so he had already concluded that the lich was just a skeleton scattered on the ground. "There seems to be a lot of things around us, Brando," the Roman said. "Yes, come with me. Lower your body and don't alarm them." The two of them continued to climb higher. Brando led the way in front, while the Roman knelt on the rock and moved forward bit by bit. Now, he was beginning to feel the benefits of bringing the merchant girl along. She didn't panic at all in such an environment, which was difficult for normal people to do. He remembered that in the game, when he teamed up with some female party members to enter some scary places, they would often encounter people shouting and wrangling. That wasn't the most embarrassing thing. The most embarrassing thing was that some men were like that too. As he thought about it, he quietly looked downwards. With the lich and its skeleton soldiers as the center, the rotten beasts had already gathered into a few torrents. Kabuka finally sensed that something was wrong. It subconsciously chanted the incantation for Curtain of Darkness. But halfway through, two dark red monsters charged out from the crevices of the rocks and tore its skeleton soldiers to shreds. "Martha above, Lord Rothko. What the hell is this? There's no need to monitor this place at all." Kabuka didn't care about its subordinates at all. There was no mercy in Madara's army. Of course, it was still allowed to protect itself, so it scuttled up the rock behind it. The lich's agility and strength weren't low, but normal people would be easily fooled by its appearance as a mage. However, Brando didn't appreciate this scene at all, because he saw the lich scuttling towards him. Damn, can't you choose a better direction? He didn't even dare to pull out the Thorn of Light. Otherwise, with a light stick in his hand in the darkness, wouldn't he immediately become a target for everyone? But he immediately saw a dark red rotten beast suddenly jump up and grab the lich's calf. It dragged it down. At this moment, the canyon was already surrounded by rotten beasts. The skeleton soldiers were probably already torn to pieces. If Kabuka hesitated for a second, it would immediately follow in its footsteps. "Get rid of it!" Brando couldn't help but yell in his heart. At the same time, he felt Roman grabbing his shoulder tightly from behind. She seemed to be as nervous as him. Anyone could see that if the lich got any closer, the rotten beasts would discover them as well. However, the young lady's breath was like a fragrant orchid, which made Brando a little restless. He turned around and saw Romaine staring blankly in another direction. Brando subconsciously followed her gaze and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Author's note. Clang clang, a new week has arrived, please support me. Tomorrow is the release of Little Decadence Land of Rebirth, Demon Hunter. Legend has it that every monthly vote will give him an extra chapter? Chapter 36. Brando followed her gaze and almost threw out the Thorn of Light along with its scabbard. What kind of situation was this? Between the jagged rocks at the bottom of the canyon, there was a group of shrub-like monsters shuttling back and forth. They followed the lich Kabuka as it climbed up the rocks, looking like a black tide. On the other side, a slender figure was trying its best to climb up the jagged mountain path. She was carrying a huge bag with a sword hanging from it. Her long ponytail moved up and down with the girls leap up and down the cliff. Freya. Brando rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. But even if he had seen wrongly, the Roman wouldn't. The merchant girl had a nervous expression. That was Freya. But wasn't she supposed to be following Marden to the River of Daggers? Why was she here? Brando didn't believe that she would abandon her third militia squad. It's Freya, Brando. I saw it. Don't make a fuss. I'll think of a way. Brando, Freya will be caught. We have to help her, right? The merchant girl turned around and asked eagerly. No. Roman. I don't need your help. I'll think of a way. Unfortunately, he didn't even dare to freak out. The situation was very delicate, but the key to changing the situation wasn't in his hands. It was whether or not Lady Martha was in a good mood today. But unfortunately, it didn't look good. On the other side, danger was everywhere. Brando turned around and saw that the lich had unhesitatingly removed its leg bone, allowing the rotten beast that had grabbed it to slide back into the crowd of monsters. Then, it flipped over and used its bony hands to support its body as it climbed up the rocks. Its 1.7-ounce strength was enough to support a skeleton that was not too heavy to climb up the jagged rocks as if it was flying. However, when Kabuka tried to climb up, it was stunned for a moment. Kabuka raised its head. The green flames in its eye sockets reflected the shocked and angry face of the young human on the rock. At first, it felt that the ripple of life was somewhat familiar, but it didn't matter to an undead, because it had already raised its bone staff and waved it at Brando. Human scum, it thought. At this time, Brando couldn't care less. He pulled out his sword, and the thorn of light emitted a dazzling radiance in the darkness. He stabbed it into Kabuka's skull. With a light cracking sound, a golden flame shot out from the wound on the lich's forehead, spreading in all directions. Ka! Kabuka's voice was stuck in its throat. Brando's sword was so fast that it couldn't even react before it felt its eternal life coming to an end. It had thought that it would become a great necromancer. It used all its strength to fall back, but the young man reached down and grabbed its skeletal hand. Kabuka was stunned for a moment, wondering why the other party wanted to save it. But it was an undead that would forever belong to the Dragon of Disaster. How could it accept the help of a lowly human? Just as Kabuka was in a dilemma, it saw the other party nimbly tear off the ring on its index finger. Damn it! Human scum. Robber. 3 experience points. This was Kabuka's last thought, and the soul fire in its eyes was extinguished. However, Brando was surprised that this lich actually had a good ring, the Ring of Cobwebs. +0. 2 perception. It had a familiar pattern. He also had one in the past, and he didn't throw it away as a memento. Perception symbolized the ability of a character to feel that they were in a different dimension. Through hearing, smell, sight, touch and taste, one could perfect their understanding of space and matter. This was a very important attribute in the game. At that time in Bragg's, there was a low-level dungeon called the Public Tomb. Because open flames couldn't be used in the dungeon, and the small team of players had to constantly avoid a preset high-level monster in the intricate underground tunnels, equipment with high perception and dexterity were very popular. This ring was given to him by a friend of Brando's. Thinking back, it was really bitter. In order to gather a set of 10-ounce perception equipment, he almost went bankrupt. In the end, he still couldn't clear the Public Tomb. At the mention of the Public Tomb, he suddenly remembered that there was a good item for warriors in that dungeon. It was the Badge of Courage, +2 military swordsmanship. He slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten about this. Back then, he didn't want to spend any money to get this badge. Brando. The Roman's voice was full of anxiety. Brando was shocked. Miss Merchant wasn't usually so anxious. Did something happen to Freya? He hurriedly threw away the skeleton in his hand and looked back. He just happened to see a rotten beast chasing after Freya, who was running on the sharp rocks. It stretched out its withered claw and hooked the girl's backpack strap, then pulled her back. Freya, be careful! The merchant girl cried out. She stood up and lifted her skirt, wanting to run down. But Brando pulled back the girl who didn't understand the situation. What a joke! How could he let her help him at this time? You stay here obediently. He threw the cobweb ring to the Roman and let her keep it safe. There was a limit to how many magical items a character could equip. In the witch's view, this was related to a person's magic source. But for Brando, a level 2 mercenary with a total of 40 ounces of equipment was already the limit. Okay, Brando, but Brando looked around and found that he didn't feel safe leaving the careless merchant girl here. Previously, when he pulled out the Thorn of Light, its brilliance illuminated the surroundings. He had already become the target of public criticism. If he left the Roman here now, she might also attract attacks. If the little Roman was injured, then even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to absolve the blame. But Freya was also in danger. He had long regarded this determined and kind-hearted girl as his most valuable companion. How could he be indifferent? This was really a dilemma. Of course, these thoughts flashed through Brando's mind in an instant. At the bottom of the valley, Freya struggled to break free from the rotten beast's claw. She struggled to run forward 2 steps, but fell down again. She had already seen the 2 of them, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her panicked eyes. Brando. Before she could finish her sentence, she was dragged back. "Draw your sword," Brando shouted. "It tangled my backpack, I can't reach it." "This idiot!" Brando decisively handed the Thorn of Light to the Roman. "This sword can restrain them. Protect yourself." "What about you, Brando?" The young man shook his head and signaled her not to worry. He turned around and ran towards Freya's direction. "Damn it. It's not the first time anyway. Lady Martha likes to joke with me, so I'll just let her do it." But just like in the game, monsters always preferred to find trouble with the weak. Before he could jump down 2 levels, a human-shaped shrub covered in thorns blocked his path. Young rotten beast. Level 7 monster. Strength 2. 2 ounces. Vitality 3 ounces. Agility 1. 2 ounces. Dark attribute. Fire weakness. Slashing weakness. Piercing immunity. The memories of the past flowed into his mind like water. Plant monsters had high vitality, but agility was often their weakness. Furthermore, the Thorn of Light was their natural nemesis. It was weak in fire and slashing, and the Thorn of Light was their natural nemesis. Unfortunately, he didn't have any on hand. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth and curse in his heart at the current situation. The only thing he could rely on now was his 1 ounce of agility. He did not intend to tangle with the opponent. But it seemed that the young rotten beast did not have the same thoughts as him. It made a rustling sound as it pounced towards him. Even though the rotten beast was in human form, it ran on all 4s. It looked like an uncivilized savage. Brando leaned to the side to avoid the opponent's claws. The thorns swept across his forehead and left a few bloody wounds. Luckily, it was not an undead, or else the decaying poison in his body would have worsened. But before he could rejoice, a line of green text appeared in his vision. Emergency warning. Paralyzing poison invasion. Damn it! I actually forgot about this. Brando almost cussed it out loud. Because he was level 20 and could basically sneak around the rotten beast's area, he actually forgot that this thing's attacks were poisonous. Even though it was the most insignificant paralyzing poison, when combined with the decaying poison in his body, it was still unbearable. But even if he cursed, he did not dare to be careless. He pressed his hands on the opponent's thorny claws and pushed. Then he targeted the dark red rotten beast beside Freya and activated charge. It was actually an adult rotten beast. He could not help but take a deep breath. The strength of an adult rotten beast of 4.7 ounces was even higher than that of a gargoyle. Its level 1 strength was not to be trifled with. But it was a little strange. Logically speaking, if an adult rotten beast was there, Freya should have been dragged away. But no matter what, Brando used the force of the young rotten beast to fly out. He then completed a turn in mid-air and activated charge. His whole body suddenly sped up and crossed over the crisscrossing sharp rocks. It was like a black shadow that constantly connected on the rocks. The distance of tens of meters was covered in an instant. Let go of the backpack, Freya. But Freya desperately held onto the backpack and shook her head. She held onto a protruding rock with one hand and was almost unable to hold on. But Brando finally arrived first. Lower your head. He growled and pulled out the long sword on Freya's back. Then, he cut off the strap of the backpack that the adult rotten beast was holding onto. The dark red humanoid shrub immediately lost its center of gravity and fell backward. It tried to grab onto something to stabilize its balance, but Brando had already kicked it in the chest, causing it to roll into a deep crevice behind. The rotten beast was very light and would not die from the fall,
but it would not be able to find a way back up in a short time.
Seeing this scene, our protagonist heaved a sigh of relief. But when he turned around, his tone became abnormally stern. "Do you want to die?" Freya looked up at him with her bright eyes. She probably did not expect him to be so angry. She pursed her lips and stubbornly turned her head away. But Brando suddenly saw that her hands were scraped and covered in blood.
He was stunned for a moment and did not have the heart to scold her anymore.
Besides, the crisis was not over yet. He sighed and pulled her up. "I have a lot of things to ask you, but let's talk about it later. The Roman is still waiting for us up there." "Okay." Unfortunately, when Brando was about to turn around, he saw 2 golden lights flash into his chest. 2 EXP. He raised his head in shock.
He saw Roman holding her skirt in one hand and the elven sword in the other.
The rotten beast from before had blocked her way.
She had carefully pierced its heart with her sword and turned it into ashes.
The merchant lady was also shocked.
She did not expect the sword in her hand to be so powerful.
"Why did you come down too?"
Brando suddenly had the urge to beat her up.
"But I thought about it seriously. Brando, I don't think I can protect myself." Brando was speechless for a moment. P.S. Tearfully begging to be recommended. Step by step, the front is still far away. Chapter 37. "You're going to scold me, aren't you, Brando?" "Nope, come over quickly. Be careful." Looking at the Roman's carefree expression, Brando could not help but feel annoyed and amused at the same time. But when he looked up, there were already 3 young rotten beasts on the rock that he and the Roman occupied. He looked around again, and the bush monsters had already surrounded them from all directions. After the undead army was wiped out, they became the only target in the canyon, especially the future merchant girl who was holding the glowing thorn of light. The magical weapon was like a candle in the dark, attracting the golden tree's servants. And it was indeed a candle in the dark. Brando could almost hear the golden demonic tree's thirst for magic screaming in his heart, but he did not dare to think about it. Time was of the essence, and they might encounter more demonic trees, so they had to leave this place before that happened.
He turned back and asked Freya, "How is it, can you still hold on?"
Freya nodded. "Then we'll go up from the other side. Take your sword and be careful,"
he said as he returned the girl's sword to her.
Even though the rotten beasts had already occupied the high ground, there was not a single bush monster in the opposite direction.
In fact, the speed of these animated plants was not fast, and their speed of climbing on the intersecting rocks was about the same as a normal person.
But they had the advantage of numbers and familiarity with the terrain. They also had high vitality, and the corresponding endurance and toughness were outstanding. Brando knew that he had to think of a way to stop these monsters. He could not help but look up at the higher ground. Freya placed her bloodied hand on the rock wall and shrank back in pain. But she gritted her teeth, tore a piece of cloth from her sleeve and wrapped it around her hand, then grabbed the sharp rock and climbed up. Brando saw this scene from behind and could not help but sigh in his heart. But he did not have much time. He took the thorn of light from the Roman and protected her as they climbed up.
When he turned back, there were already 2 young rotten beasts climbing up from below.
"Brando, come up quickly." The Roman's voice rang out. Freya's face was pale from nervousness, and she immediately laid down on the rock and extended her hand to him. But Brando did not have the mind to respond. The 2 bush monsters did not have much intelligence, and they were already half standing up and hissing threateningly at the youth. In a sense, rotten beasts were not considered intelligent life forms, and were merely puppets of the golden demonic tree. Brando's is his swords, Xianxia's, and his sword. But when he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to grab the future goddess of war's hand, they growled and pounced towards him. "To die." Brendel was enraged. He used his 2.1-ounce agility to push himself off the rock wall and flew over the back of the 2 monsters' heads. When his feet landed on the ground, his upper body was already in a standard attack stance. A horizontal slash. Freya let out an "ah" as she realized how far she was from Brando. Her talent was not outstanding, but her greatest pride was that she was more hard-working and focused on something than the average person. She was the best swordsman in Butchie's militia, but it did not mean that she was talented in swordsmanship,
because most people did not notice the sweat and tears that Freya had put in. This was also why Marden admired her and made her the leader of the militia. But her swordsmanship foundation was only solid, but Brando's was more like 1,000 hammer blows. If she had to use a word to describe it, it would be clean and tidy. With one slash, a head fell without a single mistake. The rotten beast that lost its head emitted a ring of silver flames from its wound, and then it immediately turned into a ball of fire and fell to the ground. The other rotten beast let out a mournful cry and swung its claws. In fact, the rotten beast's claws were much longer than the average person could see, but they rarely showed this before they attacked. Many people hated it because of this, but it could not fool Brando. What a joke! He had already been tricked once in the game. How could he fall into the same trap again? Thus, he was already prepared for this. At this moment, he raised his sword to block, and the rotten beast's claws hit the thorn of light, creating a ball of silver sparks. The rotten beast screamed and retreated, but even though Brando was suspicious, how could he let go of such a good opportunity to attack? He shot forward like an arrow, the elven sword in his hand already drawing a striking silver line. In fact, he had done this kind of attack thousands of times in the game, so he was very familiar with it. But his attributes and skills were far from being able to keep up, which made him feel very awkward. Especially the timing of his attack, it was worlds apart. He thought that if it was an iron swordsman, it could easily dodge his attack, but the rotten beast's infant did not have that ability. The sword pierced through the rotten beast's throat. Boiling silver flames rose from both sides of the leaf-shaped sword, and in the blink of an eye, the rotten beast was turned into a pile of ashes. 6 golden balls of light danced in the night sky, and then merged into Brando's chest. To be honest, the purification effect on the undead and dark creatures was beyond Brando's imagination, but he had never seen anything similar in the game, so there was no way to compare it. Brando, you are so powerful. Roman was stunned. Freya was even more stunned, and she was speechless. She originally believed that Brando was Bragg's militia, but now that she thought about it, this young man must have been lying to her. She was not stupid. How could a militia be so powerful? But in fact, she and Roman swordsmanship had not been initiated, so they did not understand that the true standard of a swordsman was judged by the balance of speed, strength, and skill. In fact, Brando's speed and strength were still far from being a swordsman. But in terms of skill, because of his past experience, he could use many skills that low-level swordsmen would not even think of. But this was actually meaningless, because many skills did not have the corresponding level of strength to support them, and were actually just a frame. For example, he took advantage of the rotten beast's low agility when he leaped into the air. If he was facing other people, he would definitely not use this move casually. What a joke! Before elemental activation, wouldn't he be a target in the air? But Brando was not in the mood to enjoy the surprise of the two beauties. He had already noticed that more rotten beasts were climbing up. He hurriedly gestured to Freya and Roman to continue climbing, and he subconsciously glanced at the 2 piles of ashes of the rotten beasts. It was like an instinctive glance in the game, and it was funny. He just wanted to see if there was any equipment dropped. But of course, there was no equipment. It seemed that there were some differences between the game and the rotten beasts. Didn't they drop 1 to 2 copper coins? He could not help but shake his head, turned around, and grabbed the rock wall to climb up. The agility of a rotten beast's larva was 1.2 ounces. Although the adult rotten beast's strength and vitality were far superior to monsters of the same level, its agility was even lower, only 2/3 of that of a larva. Brando had 2.1 ounce, and Freya, as a trained militia, would not be lower than 1.2 ounces. Among the 3 of them, only Roman was slightly worse, but with Brando and Freya's help, their speed was not much slower. Thus, the 3 of them climbed up the sharp rocks and gradually pulled away from the bush monsters. But the latter's endurance was invincible, and they persevered, one chasing and one escaping for a few minutes. At this moment, the advantage of the physique came into play. Other than Brendel, who was able to maintain his composure, Freya was already panting slightly. As for Roman, her small face was already as white as paper, but when Brando said that he wanted to carry her, she would not let him. Brando could not help but look back. The monsters were about a few dozen meters behind them. Fortunately, their intelligence was not enough to support them in front, or else they would have been done for. But even so, they could not continue like this, and it was only a matter of time before they were caught up.
The rotten beast larva's 3-ounce constitution was higher than Brando's. He could not help but look up at the cliff in the distance. Fortunately, it was not far away.
But at this time, Roman was out of breath as she shouted, "Brando, look over there!"
Our protagonist subconsciously turned his head and squinted his eyes.
He saw a giant rotten beast about the height of 3 people, and it walked as if it was flying, coming out from a crack in the rocks and appearing in front of them.
What the hell? This was an elite, it was the patrol leader. If he encountered such a thing in the game, Brando would probably be happy for half a day, but now he only had the urge to curse. This thing was a mutated version of the rotten beast that had shared the blood of the golden tree. Not only was its vitality and strength outstanding, but its agility of 1.7 ounces was also not inferior. Freya, Roman, go to the cliff. There are hooks in the backpack.
As long as we find a way to climb up, these low-level magic servants will not be able to catch up.
He decisively took off his backpack and threw it to Roman.
He was the only man here, so of course he had to take the responsibility of bringing up the rear.
In the game, although male and female players were equal, as a basic network etiquette, most of the time, the male character would take the initiative to bring up the rear. Therefore, Brando made a decision without thinking.
"I'll go with you," Freya said.
Brando glanced at her and saw the seriousness on this future goddess of war's face.
He knew that he could not persuade her, so he could only nod.
However, this was also because he really needed a helper.
At least Freya could fulfill this role well, and not the Roman who slacked off in the militia training and was determined to be a merchant.
Roman, go quickly. We're counting on you now. Yes, Brando. Romaine obviously understood. She hugged Brando's backpack and nodded desperately, then turned and ran in that direction.
The elite rotten beast arrived in front of them in a few leaps, and the horde of rotten beasts was still about 40 meters away.
Brando and Freya looked at each other and estimated that they had about 30 seconds to end this battle. This thing's claws are 3 meters long. Pay attention to its attack range. Let's stand apart. Also, it will shoot out the thorns on its body. The thorns are poisonous, so make sure to avoid the front. Freya nervously clenched her sword and took a deep breath. Although she did not know how Brando knew this, she knew that he would not lie to her. However, he also knew that the other party wouldn't lie to him, so he tried his best to keep calm and nodded. Brando clenched his fists and felt a little stiff. The numbing poison from before had begun to take effect. He opened the interface and saw that his dexterity had dropped by 0.1 ounce. However, he could not help but look at the elite rotten beast and sigh. In the game, the elite rotten beast would only drop money as the patrol leader. 10 silver coins. Would it not be that there were no benefits here? Thinking about it, it did not seem impossible. P.S. So few favorites, please add. So few recommendations. Please recommend. So few clicks, please click. All kinds of data are so little. Please roll and beg. Chapter 38. The giant rotten beast raised its claw, which was almost half the height of a human, and slapped down. Brando ducked to avoid it. The wind stirred up by the twigs swept past his head like a blade and hit a piece of rock. With a boom, the rock was sent flying 20 to 30 meters away. Brando watched as the rock changed direction 3 times in the air and finally got stuck in a pile of sharp rocks, raising a cloud of dust. He couldn't help but be shocked. This power was too frightening. If a person was hit like this, all the bones in their body would shatter due to the impact. The broken bones would pierce into the organs, and the organs would be crushed due to the pressure, causing a large amount of internal bleeding. To put it simply, it would be an instant kill. The elite rotten beast's 8.9 ounce strength was close to the peak of monsters below level 20.
In Brando's memory, at this level, other than berserkers and dwarven iron sentinels, there were no other classes that could compare to it in terms of strength.
However, he didn't plan to fight it head-on.
He let Freya cover him from the side, and then used his advantage of agility to roll in and cut off the tree fork's left leg with a thorn of light.
The giant bush monster was about 5 meters tall, and its claws were 3 meters long. Its attack range was very wide, but when it lowered its head, it found that it was difficult to attack Brando. Brando slashed with his sword, and the bright purification fire only left a burn mark on the monster's leg. The defense of the elite rotten beast made him break out in cold sweat. The elite rotten beast's constitution was high, and its toughness and resistance were not low, but it was definitely not this high. This meant that there was still a difference in strength between him and the monster. This was a setting in the Amber Sword, and he didn't expect it to exist here as well.
However, the sword still hurt the rotten beast so much that it raised its head and let out a long howl.
It was a buzzing sound, and the huge sound wave made the nearby weeds rustle. Brando felt a tightness in his chest, and Freya, who was not far away, coughed up blood. The effect of the roar of deterrence was not so obvious in the game.
Was it because their levels were too low?
Brando only felt that his internal organs were about to shift positions. The data on his retina showed that some of his organs had been damaged to varying degrees.
Brando!
Romaine's voice came from not far away. Brando turned around and found that she had already tied the rope and fixed the hook. He couldn't help but feel gratified. At critical moments, the Roman was still reliable. She was calm in the face of major events. She did have the potential to be a businesswoman. He looked in another direction. The rotten beast larvae were getting closer and closer. It was time to retreat. There were only a few seconds left.
"Freya!" he shouted immediately.
"I'm fine, cough cough." The ponytailed girl stubbornly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, picked up her sword, and once again assumed a defensive posture. "This is the last attack. Cover me and get me out of its attack range." Freya nodded and held her sword with both hands. She followed the training rules and yelled as she attacked from the side. The giant shrubbery monster was about to step on Brando, but at this time, it had to pay attention to the other side. With its intelligence, it was difficult to understand which side was more difficult to deal with, but from an animal's instinct, Freya looked more imposing. So it immediately spread out the branches on its body and shot countless thorns at Freya. The future goddess of war had been on guard against this move since Brando reminded her. She immediately used her hands to protect her head, chest, and other important parts. Although the thorns still hit her and sent her flying back to the side, causing her to bleed, she gritted her teeth and felt gratified. At least she had bought some time for Brando. Brando did not have time to care about Freya's injuries. Once he was out of the shrubbery monster's attack range, he immediately squatted down and raised the shiny silver ring on his right hand to aim at the monster's injured left foot.
"Oh!"
The air was stifled, and the explosive wind pressure hit the elite rotten beast's left leg with a bang. Wood splinters flew everywhere, and a small part of its body exploded. The broken wood splinters and leaves were thrown far away like flowers scattered by a goddess. No matter how high the monster's defense was, it could not withstand a 20-ounce attack. After losing its left leg, it lost its balance and fell backward. Brando immediately used charge and jumped under the monster before it fell. He knew that it was not completely dead yet. The elite rotten beast had 42 HP. Although it was not as high as the gargoyle, it was not far behind. He raised the Thorn of Light, and with a light cracking sound, the sword in his hand pierced into the monster's neck. The elite rotten beast howled in pain and wanted to resist, but Brendel twisted his sword and a bright silver flame shot out from the blade. The rotten beast finally lowered its head weakly, and its life was slowly fading away. The flame of purification lost the suppression of the monster's HP and tenacity. It instantly surged and turned into a huge burning fireball. Then, countless golden lights flew out from the huge fireball and merged into Brando's body. 17 EXP. He suddenly felt a chill in his palm and subconsciously opened his palm. He found a black smoke coming out from the shrubbery monster and gathering in his palm. The smoke gradually solidified and formed a cold black crystal. A soul crystal. Brando did not expect this to appear here. He was shocked, but then he was pleasantly surprised. The power of the soul was the purest energy in the world. It was not only used by the necromancers of Madara, but also by the wizards of other schools. In the game, the soul crystal could be converted into EXP for the character through a ritual. It could also be used to activate some items and recharge some magic equipment. For example, the Ring of the Wind Empress. This soul crystal seemed to contain at least 30 EXP. It was enough to recharge the Ring of the Wind Empress once and still have some left. How could Brando not be happy? He originally thought that he would have to use the Ring of the Wind Empress in advance because of an unexpected situation. He could only find a safe place to hide for 3 hours before continuing on.
Without the Ring of the Wind Empress, he did not dare to run around in this valley.
But no matter what, 3 hours of time had been wasted. But he did not expect that there would be a turning point. He put away his sword and looked back. He found that the nearest rotten beast had already climbed up the platform. He could not help but be shocked. At this time, he and Freya were both exhausted. They could not afford another fierce battle. It would be fine if it was just one of them, but it would be troublesome if they were entangled. On the other side, Freya, who was covered in wounds, was originally relieved when she saw Brando kill the giant bush monster. But when she saw the thorny monsters appear on the other side of the platform, she could not help but worry again. The young girl frowned and struggled to stand up. But she saw Brando striding over.
He did not give her a chance to resist and carried her in his arms, running towards the Roman.
Ah!
Put me down. This future goddess of war was now just a girl from the countryside of Wuxia.
Her face was boiling hot. She struggled for a while, but Brando did not listen to her.
She could only turn her red face to the side and quietly let him carry her.
When they reached the bottom of the cliff, the Roman had already climbed up. This future merchant girl was not a timid girl. She was decisive, but Brando did not doubt that if he and Freya could not climb up, she would climb down alone. More and more rotten beasts were climbing up. He only had a few more seconds. He tied the rope around Freya's body, then wrapped it around his own waist.
He felt the girl in his arms tensing up, but he did not care too much about it.
Fortunately, the experience was enough for him to level up and raise Mercenary Soldier to level 3. His strength was
2.5 ounces, and it was enough for him to pull 2 people up with one hand.
At that critical moment, a rotten beast jumped up and grabbed his leg. But Brando's reaction was faster. He stabbed his sword straight down and swept it back into the pile of monsters. The 3 of them climbed up the cliff and sighed in relief at the same time. Brando saw that the bush monsters below were grabbing the rope and trying to climb up. He did not hold back and cut the rope to let them fall back down. He still had a lot of rope anyway, as long as the claws were preserved. Brando knew that the cliff was a few thousand meters long. If the golden demonic tree's servants wanted to cause trouble for him, they would have to go around to another valley. He still had time, so he could not help but sit down and let out a long sigh.
Good job.
He could not help but give the Roman a thumbs up. The merchant girl's performance was too good. That Brando really picked up a treasure.
Really?
Auntie always says the same thing. Little Roman, you're the best. The merchant girl could not help but puff out her chest. She was a little proud, but her concerned gaze immediately fell on Freya. Brando knew that she was worried about her friend's injuries, so he replied, "Don't worry, it's just a superficial wound. Find a safe place to clean it up and bandage it, and it will be fine." Freya's face was still red, and she was too embarrassed to answer. But now that Brando had finally caught his breath, he looked at the future goddess of war and could not help but feel a little annoyed. He had originally wondered how this future Valkyrie had managed to survive such a tragic war. Was it because of her strength, calmness, and other precious qualities? The Freya of the past did give him such an impression. Although she was a little naive, she had a calmness that normal people did not have. Perhaps she had other reasons for coming here, but the fact that she refused to let go of the backpack made Brando unhappy. Freya was too stubborn. Perhaps it was because of her stubbornness that she had such a strong personality, but it was not a good thing on the battlefield.
Why are you here?
But since they were companions, Brando did not want to hurt her feelings. He thought for a moment and asked in a gentle tone. Freya was silent for a moment and took off a ring from her finger. "This is the guard captain's seal ring. Go to Fortress Reeden to report this. Uncle told me to bring this to you." Brando slapped his forehead. It was not that he had forgotten about this. In fact, he knew that the chances of him being valued in Fortress Reeden was not high. Freya and the other militia did not know, but how could a veteran like Marden not know? If the nobles of Fortress Reeden had valued the defense of Wuxia, it would not have led to this situation. The main reason he went to Fortress Reeden was because of his Roman aunt, but he did not expect Marden to be moved by his actions and actually send the seal ring over. This was also his negligence. If he had expected this, he would have directly rejected the offer. After all, This ring was very useful to the refugees.
You asked to come, right?
But Brando thought for a moment and felt that with the veteran's personality, he would not send Freya to her death even if the seal ring was very important. The girl tidied up her ponytail and nodded.
Why?
Brando, you are not from Bucci. What excuse do I have to escape? I am the captain of the 3rd squad, so I have to set an example.
Freya raised her head and replied.
What's in the backpack? The future Valkyrie lowered her head and hugged her backpack, but hesitated for a moment. P.S. Begging for votes weekly, looking at the collection, tears flowing. Chapter 39.
Half-body armor of the Wind Empress?
Brando opened the heavy backpack and took a look. When he saw the bronze armor neatly placed inside, he couldn't help but facepalm. No wonder the adult rotten beast could only restrain Freya.
It was because of the protection of this thing. Why didn't you wear it?
The armor is glowing.
I was afraid that the undead of Madara would see it.
I plan to wait for the day when the light is brighter.
Light.
It's the layer of cyan light that surrounds the armor, Limu said.
That's the feather of the wind, not light.
Brando saw Freya looking at him with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but sigh. This was the most basic knowledge in the game, but he didn't expect Freya to not know anything about it.
He could only pick up the armor and explain it to her.
The half-body armor of the Wind Empress was the work of Saint Orso. Just like his ring of the Wind Empress, it had the sacred Wind Empress pattern on it. However, there were different types of sacred Wind Empress pattern. For example, the ring of the Wind Empress was Delu's keepsake, and the sacred Wind Empress pattern on it was Saint Orso's national emblem. However, the one in Brando's hand was a fake, so it was also a very low-grade item.
It might have been the work of a human wizard.
Of course, although it was clumsy, a 20-ounce magic equipment wasn't something that Brando's grandfather should have. Regarding this mystery, his memory couldn't provide any help, so he could only put it aside for the time being. However, according to the game's logic, this might be a hidden mission line, but he could only find some clues when he met the cripple from Black Pepper Alley. On the other hand, the real Saint Orso's sacred Wind Empress pattern must have come from the hands of the elves.
The half-body armor of the Wind Empress was the military equipment of the Elven Guards, so it was naturally pure.
However, since the year of the return of the light, there were hundreds of sets that flowed into other countries every year, so it wasn't particularly precious. If it was Brando, it would only be a 15-ounce strength equipment in the game. The Feather of the Wind was the sacred Wind Empress pattern that was added to the half-body armor of the Wind Empress pattern. It was actually a spell, and its effect was to reduce the force that passed through it. In other words, it reduced damage. Just like the usual style of the elves, this spell was especially sensitive to plants, so it was normal for the rotten beasts to be severely restricted. What Freya did not know was that the Feather of the Wind was a buff in the game, and its light could only be seen by the enemy when it was in effect. After listening to Brando's explanation, Freya looked embarrassed. It was too embarrassing. She was like a country girl who had never seen the world.
She couldn't help but lower her head further and further. In the end, she grumbled in a low voice. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Brando thought to himself. "How would I know, my young miss?"
Of course, he subconsciously treated some things as common sense. He also thought that this might cause some misunderstandings, but after being immersed in the Amber Sword for so long, it was normal for him to find it difficult to adjust his identity as a player. When he saw Freya's flushed face and how she hugged the backpack tightly, he didn't even need to ask to know why she wouldn't throw the backpack away. So even the future goddess of war had her own feelings. He did not directly point it out, but it felt good to be trusted by someone. Brando's heart inevitably softened, and he naturally could not reprimand her. Things are dead, but people are alive. No matter how precious this thing is, you must ensure your own safety the next time you encounter such a situation, understand? He said. I'm sorry. Then what about the third team? I entrusted the team leader to Petit Finus. Petit Finus?
Yes. Uncle Martin once told me that this child might be the most promising person in Bucci to walk out of this place.
I used to take good care of him, hoping that one day he would be able to fight for our village. But I think you're right. How can a man grow up without training? You've thought it through. Does Irene agree? Brando sighed. Freya finally walked out of her world.
He previously thought that this girl was still holding on to her innocence and childishness, but after seeing her steady and bright eyes, he understood that she had grown up.
Irene and I have the same thoughts. Brando nodded. After solving the internal problems of the team, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a big problem. Although Freya was a little stubborn and shy, she was still a reliable companion in crucial moments. Especially when she did not throw away the backpack at the most critical moment. Although it made Brando angry, it also made him feel warm. At least this friendship was heavy.
He could not help but turn around, and found that the Roman was looking at the shelter from the wind with sparkling eyes across the bonfire, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. It was as if the merchant girl would never be worried about her surroundings.
Brando, how did you know about this place? If we're in this position, those terrifying monsters outside shouldn't be able to find us, right? She asked.
Freya nodded. But we can't hide here forever. Let's wait for the sky to brighten a little before we leave.
Brando also nodded. Both of them were right.
There were a few such hidden terrains in the Zavale mountain path, and they were all on one side of the cliff. Back then, who knew how many nightingales and hunters had sacrificed their lives to find this small path, which allowed them to easily avoid most of the golden demonic tree servants in the valley and get close to the boss.
But there were two difficulties.
First, they had to go all the way from the cliff to the core of the Zavale mountain path where the golden demonic tree had taken root, which was also the so-called Forbidden Orchard.
There were a few cuts that required the use of ropes. Moreover, the golden demonic tree was not stupid. There were several demonic tree patrols on the cliff, but Brando had his own ways to deal with them. The second difficulty was to secretly leave the secret passage behind the Forbidden Orchard, which required Griffin's crystal key. But that thing was hanging on the branch of the golden demonic tree. In the past, they had just killed the boss and left with it, but this time, Brando had to find another way. He had already roughly thought of the steps, and the rest was just improvising. After all, not everyone could think of a perfect plan.
Most of the plans they made in the game were just outlines, and those that only existed in novels did not exist in reality.
At this time, the trump card in his hand was especially important. This was why Brando valued the Ring of the Wind Empress so much.
Thinking of this, he could not help but take out the soul crystal and examine it under the light of the fire.
The dark soul crystal looked like obsidian, but wizards could distinguish the two by injecting power. Even ordinary people could tell the difference if they were familiar enough. But Brando knew a simple way to test it. He put the crystal close to the fire and saw that the dark crystal showed signs of vaporization. He immediately recognized that it was a soul crystal. This was because the lack of protection of the soul's power was extremely unstable in front of an open fire. This also explained why the low-level undead in Madara were so afraid of fire.
What is that?
Romaine asked curiously. Brando put the crystal on the Ring of the Wind Empress. The crystal dimmed slightly, and then became a little transparent. He thought for a moment, and only injected 10 ounces of power. This was enough, and it would be a waste to add more. But then he thought of his gargoyle statue, and the power contained in the soul crystal was the best medium to repair this amulet. But after hesitating for a moment, he gave up after putting the crystal on the ring. The gargoyle amulet had more than 300 possible control spells. He had spent half the night trying to guess half of them, and he did not have time to continue experimenting. Besides, the remaining 20 EXP was just a drop in the bucket, and it would be a waste to use it. Brando thought for a moment, and it would take at least 100 EXP to completely repair this thing. What else could this thing be used for? Or was it waiting for other uses? But for the current Brando, only used EXP was useful EXP. His power was still too weak, and he urgently needed to become stronger. Only by living on could he change. Should he use it for himself? Or use it as skill EXP? It was not enough for him to level up to the next level. Not to mention that the exchange of 10 EXP was too ugly, and he did not have any skills to train in under the current mercenaries. He could not continue to level up the militia, right? That would have to wait until he had enough EXP. Brando suddenly felt that he was in a dilemma, and he could not help but look at the sky outside. After dawn, the sky quickly became bright, and they were about to leave. The golden demonic tree's magic servants were all blind, and they instinctively followed the light. They were also sensitive to sound and magic waves, so there was no difference between traveling during the day and at night. It was just that compared to humans, it was more convenient during the day. At least they did not have to use torches, as they were too sensitive to rotten beasts. His hand continued to fumble in his pocket to see if there was anything else that could be of use, but he soon came across the card that looked like a card. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously picked it up. He did not know what it was, but it did not stop him from experimenting. The best way to appraise an item was, of course, to have a complete set of information and alchemy tools. Players did not look for NPCs that professionally.
But even in the game, the appraisal fee was not cheap, and one of the features of the Amber Sword was that even if you did not know the attributes of the item, you could still use it as long as you knew how to use it.
Therefore, many players figured out their own set of methods to appraise equipment, and Brando was no exception. He experimented with a few commonly used spells, but unfortunately, there was no reaction. He thought for a moment, and subconsciously touched the soul crystal to the piece of paper to see if there was any reaction. Generally speaking, magic items would resonate with the power of the soul, and if it was broken or could be recharged, it would even produce a higher level of reaction. But what Brando did not expect was that just as he touched the piece of paper suddenly produced a strong light, and the soul crystal in his hand faded in an instant, turning into a transparent crystal prism. Absorption reaction. Brando almost jumped up in shock. He looked at the transparent crystal prism in his hand and was speechless. A soul crystal that had lost its power of the soul was called a container. Wizards and elementalists would buy such containers at a high price to make storage items. It was similar to a scroll in this world. But that was not what Brando was concerned about. He only felt a bone-piercing chill rise up from his back. Absorption reaction was one of the few magic waves that were the strongest. This time, he was in big trouble.
He estimated that the golden demonic tree could feel the magic wave spreading from the air even if it was 10 miles away. Maybe it was not just the golden demonic tree.
With such a strong reaction, who knew what strange things nearby would be targeting him? But what Brando did not understand was, how could such a low-level magic item have an absorption reaction? That was the privilege of magic items that were at least 40 ounces and above. No matter how surprised Roman and Freya looked at him, they certainly saw the dazzling black light. Brando made a prompt decision, stood up and said, "Let's go, let's get out of here. P.S. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, Brother Blade. Continue to ask for votes." Welcome to Qidian Chinese website. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all at Qidian Originals. Chapter 40. Roman and Freya extinguished the bonfire and followed Brando out. They guessed that Brando's change might have something to do with the glaring black light from before, but they didn't even know how the black light was produced. Only the future Romaine had seen the soul crystal on Brando's hand, and she also knew that he had a very magical ring that could summon the wind to kill his enemies. That's right, he also gave her a ring. Roman especially liked the black and white spider silk patterns on the ring. In Buchi, or rather in the entire world of light, it was not common to use spider silk as decorations, but the rarer it was, the more she cherished it. She just didn't know if the ring had the same magical power. This was a side of Brando that she didn't know.
The future Romaine was full of curiosity as she looked at the back of the young man standing in the valley in the early morning.
She only felt that everything with Brando was full of mysteries and secrets.
Brando, what happened?
Compared to Roman's nonchalant attitude, Freya was more serious. This girl with a long ponytail thought that her responsibility was to share some of Brando's worries. Nothing big, but we should leave this place as soon as possible.
Brando suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said.
He pulled out the elven sword, and the barren rocks reflected a dim light. To be honest, he really didn't know how to explain the magic absorption reaction to Freya and Roman. In short, it was a spontaneous action of high-grade magic items to steal low-grade energy. But magic items below 40 ounces of strength would rarely have such a reaction. But no matter what, he couldn't explain these professional terms to Freya and Roman in such a short time. Freya looked at him worriedly, but didn't ask any more questions. Brando looked down at the valley. There was no movement below, but he still felt insecure. He could only let Freya put on the armor and let Roman prepare the hook. Freya, on the other hand, was already wearing the half-plate of the Wind Empress, and she could just put it on. But she did not have any professional training, and her speed was not a factor. Roman was nervous and a little excited. She wanted to help, but she was afraid of being scolded by Freya. Although she and Freya were close friends, the ponytailed girl was merciless when she got angry. Moreover, she knew that she would only make things worse if she helped. Brando wasn't in a hurry, but he was more worried that the strong magic ripples would cause the monsters in the valley. That would be interesting. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but raise the card in his hand in shock. He didn't expect that the most important item in the Gironda wasn't the Thorn of Light, but this card. A magic item with 40 ounces of strength and above. What kind of concept was that? He remembered that he only saw it for the first time in the 5th year of the game. In the long Chaos era, human and elven sorcerers couldn't solve the problem of how to inject the second level of power into magic items. And this problem was solved by a genius in the twilight of the moon, Chaos 471. This genius was Tumen, the Elemental Emperor. Tumen's invention of the sacred rune engraving technology completely solved the problem of instilling the second level of power into magic items. It was only until then that it was possible to create magic items with 40 ounces of strength and above. Brando didn't doubt that the mysterious pattern on the back of the card was the sacred rune. It was just that he had never seen such a complicated sacred rune. It wasn't the Wind Empress rune of the elves, nor the Fire God rune of the Cruise people. As for the Sea King rune of the Atlanta, although he wasn't familiar with it, it definitely wasn't like this. He stared at the complicated pattern and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The skills passed down by Tumen had been revolutionary for nearly 1,000 years. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the sacred runes of the modern era to have such a complicated pattern. Unless this was an ancient artifact? But just as he was wondering, the card in his hand suddenly floated up without any warning and shot a black beam of light into the gray sky. Not long after, another beam of light shot up into the sky from the southeast mountains. Resonance! Brando didn't have time to react and could only watch the scene unfold in a daze. He was about to go crazy because the magic reaction this time was even bigger. He estimated that the Madara army that was more than 10 miles away should be alarmed. The only thing that could produce a resonance reaction was a part of the set. Brando didn't expect that the card in his hand was a set, and there was a resonance set in the Zavale mountain path. And what was worse was that they were in the resonance range. Brando, what's the matter? Roman and Freya spoke at the same time. This time, even if they were fools, they knew that there was something wrong with the card in Brando's hand. I'll explain it to you later. Have you put on your armor? Brando took one last look at the valley below and asked in an urgent tone. Freya nodded. The strong magic reaction had already caused the shadows of the magic servants to appear in the valley. Brando saw a few young rotten beasts passing through the dry valley below. He didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered Roman and Freya to throw away as much weight as possible and head east along the cliff. Dry food and water were important reserves, but they couldn't be used at this time. Brando only carried the basic equipment and a few rolls of rope. Each of them kept a torch and threw away the other necessary weights. They had to race against time. Along the way, more and more rotten beasts gathered at the bottom of the valley. It was as if the entire Zavale mountain path was boiling. Brando couldn't help but shudder when he saw the situation below. It really was a monster riot. However, he was on the cliff and the first batch of monsters would take at least 10 minutes to reach their previous campsite. Even if a few rotten beasts saw them from below, their numbers were nothing to worry about. Brando was really worried that the route of the demonic tree patrol on the eastern cliff would be changed because of this sudden change. Therefore, he had to reach the center of the valley before the golden demonic tree heirs arrived. Only there would he be able to kill the first patrol team. He knew that the patrol team should have just passed by the river. Even if they turned back immediately, it would take them 2 hours to reach the center of the valley. In order to farm the heart of the golden demonic tree, he had come to this dungeon countless times. Every movement was imprinted in his memory. The only thing he was worried about was the difference between reality and the game. Fortunately, they arrived there just a little bit earlier than the rest of the group. The three of them saw a group of monsters covered in vines rushing from the east. Both sides had discovered each other at almost the same time. The demonic trees were about half the height of a human when they stood up. Their bodies were wrapped in root-like vines. They didn't have eyes, but the membrane-like organs on their limbs allowed them to capture all the details of sound. They were also divided into two types, adult and juvenile. Adult demonic trees were very agile and could run through the valley like it was flat ground. They were also good at climbing and were the biggest threat in Brando's heart. However, there was only one adult demonic tree in this group of 10, which matched his memory. Let's hurry to the top of the mountain before they do. Brando saw the demonic trees getting closer and closer and his hands were sweating. There was a huge rock at the top of the mountain.
In the game, they could use explosives to loosen it and roll it down to kill the patrolling demonic trees and block the valley.
Of course, Brando didn't have any explosives in his hands right now, and he couldn't find any at the moment. However, he had the Ring of the Wind Empress, which was much more powerful than explosives. He looked at the small platform at the top of the mountain and couldn't help but sigh. If it was in the past, he could easily rush there before the adult demonic trees. However, because of the paralysis poison, his dexterity had dropped by 0.3 energy rank. He could only rely on Freya and Roman. Although the two girls didn't understand what Brando was thinking, they still nodded their heads hard. At this critical moment, although Brando didn't say anything, they knew that the monsters in front of them weren't to be trifled with. Both sides were in a hurry. However, at this moment, he was stunned.
He saw a row of green words appear on his retina. Do you want to summon Holy Sword?
P.S. Everyone, please don't urge me to update. Especially those that cost 12,000. That's a complete waste of money. I support everyone's tipping. At @_At. Please recommend me to your collection. Chapter 41. Summon the Holy Sword? There were many treasured swords in Vaunt that were given the title of Holy Sword, such as the Wind Crown, Nordis, the Sword of the Endless Sky, the Holy Sword of the Mountains, Extremis, and the only holy sword that was obtained by a player back then, Amber. However, Brando thought that these legendary names had nothing to do with him. Was this a spell? He knew that the priests had a low-level light spell called Holy Sword, but that spell had a string of pure offensive spells that had nothing to do with summoning or summoning. In the game, magic words were very serious and couldn't be changed or matched. However, regardless of what this Holy Sword summon was, according to Brando's knowledge, any spells used by the players in the game didn't have any negative effects. The most serious consequence was that the player's mental strength would be overdrawn, but it wouldn't cause a splitting headache. At most, the player would feel a little tired.
Thus, when he thought of this, he calmed down and gave the order to summon the Holy Sword.
After all, anyone would do a business that wouldn't lose money. Moreover, he didn't have the hope that this was a last resort. Brando slowed down a little, and the demonic tree had already controlled 2 snake vines to attack him.
However, he immediately lowered his body and waved his sword upwards.
With a silver arc, the 2 rotten snake vines flew into the air and turned into ashes. Then, our protagonist's attack didn't slow down. With one hand on the ground, his whole body accelerated and entered the demonic tree's range. However, when he was about to take the next step, the screen projected on his retina changed. Warrior's Path, unlocked. Heroic Card Deck, Chapter 2, Knight, Holy Sword. As this is the first time the character has activated the Destiny card deck, the guide system is loading. Lines of ghostly words appeared and quickly disappeared. Holy Sword, the symbol of knight's devotion and sword of purity. Effect: pay 6 Earth EP from the elemental pool to summon the Holy Sword. Summoning conditions have been met. Please display the card, place your thumb on the center of the sacred rune of destiny, and use your index finger and thumb to form a magic triangle to ignite the Holy Sword.
Brando immediately found himself unable to attack due to the interference of these messy things.
His hands paused for a moment, and he was forced back by the demonic tree's vines. He cursed in his heart, but he knew that even if he wasn't disturbed, his chances of success weren't high. Brando could not help but gasp for breath. He turned back to look at Freya. The girl was struggling all the way to the bottom of the giant rock. She was not far away, but her light brown ponytail was bobbing up and down behind her back. His attention then turned to another direction. The other demon tree younglings below were still a step behind. It seemed like the future Valkyrie would be fine. However, things were not looking good for the Roman either. She could no longer crawl and was gasping for air. On the other hand, Brando had already exchanged a blow with the demonic tree. Both sides didn't gain much of an advantage, but the golden demonic tree's descendant discovered that the human in front of it wasn't as powerful as it imagined. It was only afraid of the elven treasure sword in his hand. Brando was well aware of this. He once again clenched his sword, but at this time, a prompt flashed in his vision. Display card? Brando was stunned, but he was an experienced player after all, so he immediately thought of the card in his bosom. As if he had an epiphany, he immediately took out the card. So this sacred rune was called the Sacred Rune of Fate, but why hadn't he heard of it before? Brando couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart, but he had already put his thumb on it. Heroic Card Deck, Chapter 2, Knight, Sacred Sword, successfully locked on. A dazzling black light shot out. The penetrating magic wave was like a sharp sword piercing into the brain of every creature nearby. Not only did the adult demonic tree couldn't help but howl, but even Freya and Roman stopped under the influence of the heart throbbing. One of them turned back and the other raised their head to look at Brando. They saw the card in Brando's hand disappear after a wave of black waves. Brando, the card in your hand disappeared. Romaine anxiously shouted. Her eyes were really good, from where she stood to where Brando was at least 50 meters away. But Brendel turned a deaf ear to the future merchant girl's words, because he could only stare blankly at the new information that appeared on his retina. Sacred Sword, the symbol of the knight's devotion and sword of purity. When it is on the field, pay 1 Earth EP to attack the enemy, or pay 1 Earth EP to dispel diseases, curses, and dark effects. For every 10 minutes the sacred sword is on the field, the character needs to pay 2 Earth EP and 2 Spirit to maintain it. The sacred sword's range of effect is 1,000 meters. Ha! What kind of evil witchcraft is this? Brando had never heard of a magic item that required the player to continuously pay energy to use it. Spirit didn't need to be explained, it was only related to one's willpower. But he knew about this elemental pool. In his impression, only elementalists, spellblades, and Sun Knight classes had elemental pools, because they needed to draw on elemental energy to cast spells. But there had never been a magic item that required the player's elemental pool. Didn't that mean that the player couldn't use it without an elemental pool? And the most important thing was that it required continuous consumption. This meant that if he wanted to use the soul crystals to charge the card, he would have to ensure that he had enough soul crystals in his hands. But having enough soul crystals was easier said than done. It wasn't like every monster had to drop them. Of course, although he had doubts in his mind, there was no need to doubt the power of this magic item. As expected of an item with 40 ounces of strength and above, its effects were definitely not discounted at all. Brando swung his hand from top to bottom. A sharp sword made of light suddenly appeared behind him. The sword was as tall as 2 people and as wide as 1 person. The guard was a golden cross. And a pair of wings spread out from both sides of the sword guard. From afar, it looked as if Brando had a pair of snow-white wings on his back. Romaine was stunned for a moment, taking in the scene from below. Her eyes were immediately filled with worship and excitement. Brando was so handsome. Freya was also stunned, but at least she remembered her mission. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed onto the rock and continued to climb up. The wound on her hand from last night seemed to have broken again, and the stinging pain made her frown. And Brando felt his own status. The holy sword cleared away the 2 negative statuses on him as soon as it appeared. The rotting poison and paralyzing poison disappeared instantly like snow melting away, and he could feel the power of the holy light overflowing in his body as he raised his hand. 40 ounces, level 2 strength. This was at least the standard of a cleric. In other words, after entering the state of the holy sword, Brando was no different from an official cleric in terms of dispelling. If one didn't look at his clothes and resume, at that moment, anyone would think that Brando was a cleric just by sensing his aura. It was really strange that a card summoned from the earth elemental could actually simulate the power of the light elemental so realistically. He couldn't help but wonder who made this card. But what Brando didn't know was that under his suddenly strengthened aura, the demonic tree in front of him was already a little restless. An adult golden demonic tree's offspring was only level 22, and 40 ounces of power was close to level 30. Under the threat of such a strong aura, it was difficult for a creature that wasn't very smart to control the panic in its heart. It screamed, and finally couldn't help but launch an attack. The vine-wrapped monster's body suddenly expanded, and all the vines on it flew towards Brando to stab him. Brando, be careful. Romaine warned from below. Brendel furrowed his brows.
Because he didn't have an elemental pool, he didn't know how much earth elemental he could withdraw. But generally speaking, the conversion of soul crystals to elemental pool was 1-to-1. So according to the remaining energy, there should be 20 earth elemental points in this card. Summoning the Holy Sword used 6 earth elemental points, so there should be 14 earth elemental points left. This calculation was still considered generous, so he swiped his right hand forward and paid 1 earth elemental point to use the Holy Sword's attack skill. It was like a golden blade shooting out from between his 5 fingers. Wherever the light passed, the vines were burned into ashes. This was the Holy Sword technique. Brando immediately recognized it. This was a low-level priest's attack spell, but after the power level was increased, its attack power was just as terrifying. The demonic tree howled and retreated. Brando's attack almost swept away 1/3 of its vines. The demonic tree relied on the golden demonic tree to provide magic sustenance, and it was these vines that needed many years to slowly grow back. But our hero did not give it a chance. He attacked from left and right, consecutively piercing the adult demonic tree's body with 3 golden swords, and then chopped down with his hand. With a loud bang, the golden demonic tree's offspring exploded from the center of its body, turning into ashes. At the same time, Freya also activated the Ring of the Wind Empress. Her attack was slightly off target, but with the power of the wind bullet, she was able to send the huge rock flying. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the huge rock the size of a small mountain rolled down. Wherever it passed, whether it was the sharp rocks or the demonic trees, they were all turned into dust. In an instant, more than 10 demonic trees died at the same time. Even the golden demonic tree could not bear such a loss. It let out a terrifying howl, and the sound almost penetrated the entire Zavale Valley. But Brando had heard this howl 800 times in the game, if not 1,000 times, so he was already used to it. Hearing it now made him feel nostalgic. On the other hand, Freya and Roman were shocked and looked at each other. What is that, Brando?" the ponytailed girl asked from the top of the mountain. "Don't worry, we won't interact with it." Finally, the battle was over, and Brando was relieved. After this patrol team was dealt with, the rest was much easier. He estimated the time, and the Holy Sword could be maintained for another hour and a half. This amount of time was not enough for them to walk out of the valley. And if he dispelled the Holy Sword now, he might be able to summon it again. Thinking of this, he decisively kept the card. At this time, Romaine was gasping for breath as she climbed up from below. She asked, "Brendel, just now, what was that?" "It was the power of that card. I didn't expect it to be a magical item." He saw a bunch of stars in Roman's eyes, and answered ambiguously. "Magical item?" Freya heard this answer and was secretly shocked. The ring that Brando gave her was also a magical item, and so was the half-plate of the Wind Empress. But how could a normal person know so much about magic? In her eyes, magic was mysterious as if it was a legend that only existed in stories. She could not help but take a closer look at the young man below, as if she wanted to see through his true identity. He said that he was Braggs's militia, but now Freya felt more and more that this was definitely perfunctory. But what she did not expect was that at this moment, in a world that she could not see, an even more spectacular scene was happening. Because Brando raised his head, and saw a mountain of golden light flying towards him. Killing monsters that were above his level was really a good thing. Chapter 42. 420 EXP. The golden light converged into a small stream in the air and flowed into Brendel's body. Looking at the messy battlefield, he couldn't help but lean against a rock and sit down. That was a level 22 monster. Even if he was a civilian, he was only level 6. Even in the game, he wouldn't dare to be so careless to kill a monster that was 14 levels higher than him. But due to the pressure of survival, he had no choice but to do so. His original plan was to lure the adult rotten beast under the rock and wait for Freya to attack before finding an opportunity to escape. This opportunity was too difficult to grasp. If it was in the game, not many people would dare to do so. After all, it was still a level of EXP. When he made the decision, he didn't feel anything, but now that he thought about it, he felt a burst of fear and his back was cold. His last bit of confidence supported him to answer Freya and Roman calmly on the surface, so that they wouldn't be too worried. But in fact, only Brando himself knew the situation he was in. He felt that this was simply overdrafting his courage. But unknowingly, people also grew up in this kind of extreme environment. Not only him, but Freya was also the same. If it was a few days ago, she was just a civilian, but now she had made her own decision. He slowly calmed himself down. The battle in the canyon was a rare harvest for him. For 20 EXP was too important for him at the moment. It was equivalent to sending charcoal in the snow. The most important thing was to increase his strength. Mercenaries needed 70 EXP to reach level 4, 130 EXP at level 5, 220 EXP at level 6, and according to the settings, a second profession skill would be unlocked after level 5. Mercenary level 4, 0, 3 strength, 0, 2 vitality, 0, 2 dexterity, 0, 1 wisdom, mercenary level 5, 0, 3 strength, 0, 3 vitality, 0, 2 dexterity, 0, 1 will, mercenary level 6, 0, for strength, 0, 3 vitality, 0, 2 dexterity, 0, 2 wisdom. When he leveled up, rows of data that indicated the changes in his attributes were projected onto his retina. When he was a level 3 mercenary, his attributes were strength 2, 5, dexterity 2, 3 and vitality 2, 4. When he reached level 6, his attributes were strength 3, 5, dexterity 2, 9 and vitality 3, 2. This meant that his vitality was 3 times that of a normal person, and his strength was more than 25 times. Relying purely on strength and ignoring his experience, Brando could easily defeat the entire Wuxia militia. With the bonus of experience points, even if it was the same number of guards, they wouldn't have an easy time against him. This was the power of level 1. Even the vice-captain of Wuxia's garrison, Breton, could only barely reach the strength of a rank 1 on a warhorse. Even so, the veteran Marden still thought that he was a genius. After all, Breton was only 20 years old. With his youth and talent, he might one day become a Lily Knight. In a sense, he could be considered a pillar of the kingdom. At this moment, Brando was 1 year younger than him. If the original Brando was here, he would not believe that he could reach this step in just 3 days. Out of 10 people, half of them would never be able to break through to level 1 from the strength of an ordinary person. As for those who completed it before the age of 20, only 10 to 20% of them completed it. However, Brando knew that this was not enough. Among the newborns that were baptized by the Holy Cathedral of Fire every year, he knew that many of them were born with level 1 strength. They were the so-called natural aristocrats, the revelators. Moreover, there were also rare people who were born with level 2 strength. They were the so-called chosen ones. As for those who had the talent of a knight, players were also included in this category. There were even more of them. This was a world that worshipped strength. Brando understood that if he wanted to stand out, he had to use his advantages well. What was his advantage? It was the strength that was given to him by another world. After level 5, a mercenary's skill would be Strength Burst. In the next action, they would consume 3 times their stamina and gain 1 OZ level of strength. This was the most important skill for a mercenary in the early stages. Brando would not be stingy with it. Now that he had 150 experience points, even if he trained this skill to level 6, he would only need to use a third of it, 55 experience points. After level 6, this skill would instantly increase one's strength by 4 ounce levels, almost reaching the mid-stage of level 1 strength. The remaining skill points would naturally be used to improve his military swordsmanship and combat skills. He also used the remaining 6 experience points on the militia, allowing it to advance to level 3. This way, his strength and vitality would both increase by 0.2 ounce levels. This was the reason why so many people in the game chose to take up a profession despite the experience points penalty. It was because the experience points gained from taking up a profession in the early stages was much higher than taking up a profession. Of course, Brando thought so too. However, there was a limit to everything. Those who took up a profession in the past did pay a price. After all, after entering level 3 strength and elemental activation, the profession's adjustments were not as obvious. His total level was 10. Brando couldn't help but close his eyes and let out a long sigh. Now, the rotten beast was just giving him experience points. If he wasn't in a hurry to send the letter to Fortress Reden, he would have wanted to farm some experience points on the outskirts of Zavale Mountain Road. At most, he would have reached level 15 in half a month. Unfortunately, time did not allow him to do so. He squinted his eyes again. The shadows of rotten beasts began to appear in the distant valley. The bush monsters were looking at him from across the valley. Of course, they didn't have vision, but the commotion from before must have alerted them. Brando quietly picked up his sword. He wasn't afraid of these things. However, it wouldn't be good to be entangled with them. The Roman ant was still in the city. They and the Madara army were racing against time to reach Fortress Reden. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the seal ring that Marden gave him. He couldn't help but take out the seal ring with the pine leaf emblem from his pocket. The young man thought of something and couldn't help but sneer. The veteran of the November War also didn't understand this point. Wuxia was the most important buffer zone in the direction of Fort Reden's defensive line. Since the Year of Thunder, the central government of the kingdom had been preparing to build a complete defensive line here. However, the implementation of government orders wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Due to the lack of funds, the construction of Fort Reden and Fort Reden was already the limit of this project. As for the warning system in the buffer zone, the nobles didn't even think about it. As long as Fort Reden and Fort Reden were still in their hands, they could still live a good life. As for the countryside outside, Madara didn't invade every year, right? Even though there were Freya, Breton, and Marden who fought for the kingdom, Erwin was already old, and that was another fact. The rotten upper echelons were destroying the foundation of the kingdom. Wuxia was an exception, and Brando knew that there were traces of the kingdom's demise everywhere else. He couldn't help but sigh and look to the east. The sky in the east was covered by layers of dark clouds, and even the morning sun had dimmed. There was a kingdom rising in the darkness. Brando, your ring. Brando turned around and saw Freya looking at him with sparkling eyes. He couldn't help but joke. Do I look good? You! The ponytailed girl's face turned red. She turned around and saw the Roman sitting on the slope looking over with a smile. Roman, you idiot! What did I do? The merchant girl was stunned. Brando smiled. He obviously knew that Freya was just venting her anger on him. He put on the ring of the Wind Empress and touched the card of fate in his chest. Even though he had never seen this thing before, he knew that it was his biggest trump card. Even if it was only for 10 minutes, it was enough for him to do a lot of things. For example, killing the golden demonic tree. With the card of fate, he made a new plan. After all, the loot from the golden demonic tree was too tempting. Wealth came from danger, and the more power he had here, the more chances he would have in Fort Reden. Furthermore, killing the golden demonic tree wasn't like killing monsters. It didn't require much time. He estimated that he had around 8 hours left, which was more than enough. But before that, if he could get another soul crystal, he would have a 90% chance of success. After all, using the holy sword required an earth EP. He even considered whether or not he should open his own elemental pool. But it wasn't worth it to be an elementalist or a spellblade for a 40-ounce magic item pool. This was because it was best for the classes to be related to each other so that they could complement each other. The elementalist, spellblade, and sun knight all had their own system, and it was difficult for them to provide any help to the warrior class. In Brando's mind, he had always treated the mercenaries as warriors. After all, these two classes looked similar in the early stages, and even their skills were the same. The only thing left was the elemental soul quest that opened the elemental pool for normal people. He didn't know if there were any similar quests in this world. Of course, those were things that happened a long time ago. He didn't have time to think too much about it. There was still a long way to go from here to the Forbidden Orchard, but he could still save 2 hours if he went straight. Using 2 hours to clear out the monsters and see if he could find another elite rotten beast was Brando's goal. Thinking of this, he stood up and patted Freya's shoulder. Then he said to the two ladies, "Okay, rest is over. Let's get ready to go." Unfortunately, his action of comforting Freya out of goodwill ended up touching a part of her body that he shouldn't have touched. It felt good to the touch, and he could feel the softness and elasticity even through the layer of metal scales.
The atmosphere instantly froze. Brando looked at our future goddess of war's face that was initially red-hot, then white, and then black.
He wanted to explain, but what awaited him was the hilt of the holy sword slashing at him.
Shameless bastard. Wait, I didn't mean to, wah. P.S. Today's collection growth has stagnated again. Please vote and collect. Carrot oh carrot. Chapter 43.
After the fog in the forest dissipated, the battle was more or less over. The ambush launched by the young guards did bring about some unexpected results to Madara's vanguard, but when Cabias gathered more powerful undead, the outcome of the battle quickly became clear.
The forest quieted down.
Lord Cabias. The pale necromancer apprentice placed his hand on his chest and respectfully bowed to the tall skeleton in front of him. I thought you maggots wouldn't come to see me, Rothko. The eyes of the skeleton general in brass armor were burning fiercely.
It sat on a pile of corpses with its legs spread apart. It held its double-edged axe in one hand and pressed its other hand on its knee. It looked down at the skinny apprentice with disdain. The Dark Lords and Necromancers had always hated each other. This time, they were united under the command of the Mercury Staff, but they were divided at heart. As for the Blood Descendants, they had always maintained their own circle and rarely participated in Madara's affairs. This kingdom had been divided for centuries, and it was only recently that a smoke-like darkness broke out from the cocoon under the stable shell. This was the prophecy of the Banshees, and it also coincided with Goddess Helene's prophecy about the spreading darkness of the East. Whether it was the Dark Lords, Necromancers, or Blood Descendants, everyone believed that this era was coming to an end, and Madara was about to usher in a new era. Rothko smiled.
Cabias was one of Tarkus's main generals, while he was just a small squadron leader. The difference between them was huge. The only reason this skeleton was reprimanding him was because his vanguard had stolen the limelight of the entire army. Relying on 300 skeletons and 20 necromancers to defeat Butchie's guards, and then annihilate the Green Village's self-defense regiment, allowing Cabias to march straight in. Finally, they cooperated with Cabias to annihilate Butchie's guards. Such a result could only be described as glorious. According to Madara's traditions, the vanguard of an army was usually used as cannon fodder to deplete the enemy's strength. At the worst, they were used as a buffer to delay time. This vanguard was made up of skeleton soldiers and low-level liches. Erwin's side only needed a third of this size to defeat them easily. In Tarkus's plan, Rothko was merely a chess piece used to disrupt his plans. The true vanguard was Cabias and Ghoul Weezer. However, the one-eyed vampire commander did not expect that this apprentice necromancer named Rothko would give him such a huge surprise. It was just like how he didn't expect Ghoul Weezer to make such a huge mistake on the right flank. The battlefield was always full of variables, and even an excellent commander could not take the lead at every step, not to mention that Tarkus was famous for his steadiness. However, this lowly apprentice necromancer still didn't know what his future path was.
Naturally, he wouldn't retort.
On the contrary, Cabias' words were more like an honor to him. After all, Cabias was targeting all necromancers, and it was indirectly raising his status. He glanced at the row of warriors of darkness behind Cabias and felt a little envious. He had looted a lot of good stuff during the invasion, but most of it had to be handed over. What was left was not enough to summon a single warrior of darkness. He heard that there was a tomb of a Templar knight in the Green Village. That was the best vessel, but it was now Cabias's territory. It was a pity, but forget it. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This time, Madara came to reap some benefits, and all the generals saw this as an opportunity. He thought for a moment and replied, Lord Cabias, a few rats escaped the net and fled to the north. We also didn't see the refugees yesterday afternoon. I suspect that they are creating a diversion, and their main force has already entered the River of Daggers. That was enough for him. The north was controlled by Ghoul Weezer. If he wanted to chase those living materials back, or at least get a share of the loot, he would need the approval of this god of death. He was just a small captain, and he couldn't bear this responsibility. But Cabias was no fool. It glanced at the little undead sorcerer's apprentice and suddenly realized that this guy's motives were not pure. It couldn't help but adjust its jaw and make a cracking sound. You want me to go and fight with that baldy Weezer?
What benefits can I get from that? Small maggots.
You can further expand your strength. Isn't that enough, my lord?
Humph, they are just a bunch of mobs. I have no interest in those weak skeletons.
I heard that there is a veteran of the November War in Buchi's garrison.
He is the captain of those humans. Cabias's eyes flashed. The gains do not make up for the losses.
That brat Weezer has it easy. Rothko sighed, knowing that he had failed to persuade Cabias. He raised his head and was about to leave. After all, he and Cabias weren't people of the same system. If not for this matter, he wouldn't have come. Although Cabias was the commander of the army, he was a member of the undead wizards. His vanguard didn't have to listen to his orders. But at this moment, his heart trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but look towards the south. The tall skeletons also looked in that direction. Their line of sight passed through the forest and landed in the shadows of the mountains.
What a strong magic reaction. It's the Zavale mountain path.
Cabias sniffed the air, as if it could smell the magic coming from the direction of the Song River.
Rothko didn't answer, because he immediately felt an even stronger magic wave coming from that direction. What was that golden demonic tree up to? Such a strong reaction could be felt by any wizard tens of miles away. He suddenly felt a little worried.
He didn't know if the White Mane warlocks in the direction of Fortress Reden would notice anything.
It's best if we send some people out first, Lord Cabias. Humph, you don't have to tell me. Us undead creatures are much more sensitive to magic than you. Wait until you become a lich. Then you can teach me a lesson. Rothko laughed. Brando brought Freya and Roman out from a crack in the cliff. He immediately gestured for them to stop. From here, they could see the entire valley outside.
In the middle of the barren mountains, there were gray rocks that were sunken downwards, and sharp stalagmites protruded out of the ground.
A huge golden oak tree was quietly rooted in the middle of the valley. This was the Forbidden Orchard. The golden demonic tree had absorbed the nutrients and magic elements from the earth, causing the earth to wither. The earth elements that had lost their adhesion to the ground rose into the air, resulting in such a scene. Brando raised his head. The sky above the valley was gloomy, as if dark clouds were pressing down on them. This was also caused by the imbalance of the elements. Because of the disintegration of the earth elements, it attracted a large amount of other elements to gather here, causing the elemental order to be abnormally chaotic. The elemental order was a rule set by Marcia when she created the world. It was controlled by the 4 elven kings, but the order wasn't necessarily stable and unchanging. Just like what the golden demonic tree did, human factors often disturbed the environment. In the past, because of the abnormality of the elements in this valley, the power of the elementalists was suppressed by 30%. Because of this reason, almost no team in this dungeon would accept the elementalists. This period of history was called the 3 Years of Blood and Tears by the elementalists. Of course, later on, this class suddenly became a force to be reckoned with. Roman and Freya stared at the demonic golden demonic tree in a daze. They had only heard of such a creature in bedtime stories. They did not expect to see it with their own eyes one day. For a moment, they even suspected that they were dreaming. Moreover, the beauty of the golden demonic tree and the surrounding desolation presented a strong visual conflict. It was as if they were looking at a realistic fantasy, full of fantasy. What is that? Freya could not help but ask in a daze. It's so beautiful, Brando. Is that the golden apple tree in the fairy tales? Those monsters are the guards of this tree, right? I didn't expect such a beautiful creature to exist in such an environment. That is an oak tree, Roman. The future Valkyrie sighed. Of course I know it. It's just a golden oak tree. Romaine raised her eyebrows and hurriedly explained. Don't be fooled by its beauty. This should be the most dangerous creature you have ever seen. No, it should be a monster. Brando's eyes carefully scanned the entire valley. He quickly found a patrol of demonic trees. Those monsters were covered in vines and were slowly moving along the rugged rocky surface. This matched his memory from the game. Monsters. Yes, the monsters we encountered before were all born because of it. How? Freya could not help but widen her eyes in shock. In fact, she and Roman had also seen this patrol of demonic trees. However, they were not too nervous when facing these monsters. Along the way,
The three of them had already dealt with these golden demonic trees too many times.
Brando earned 65 EXP and even obtained a tree crystal from an adult demonic tree. This thing was a crafting material in the game.
He did not know how the crafting skills in this world were calculated.
In short, he carried it with him as a precaution. However, he noticed that Freya and Roman had also grown significantly during the battle. Especially the future Valkyrie, her strength and agility had increased very quickly. After a few battles, she was almost at the level of a guard student. However, Brando still did not know how they gained EXP. On the surface, it seemed that they were much slower than him. This was because for high-level monsters like the demonic trees, by right, killing a few of Freya's militia should have leveled up a few times. However, in reality, he felt that it was not as fast as his second profession as a mercenary. This made him a little puzzled. Of course, at this moment, he had to put aside all his doubts because they had more important things to do. If they waited for the golden demonic tree to discover them and call back the rotten beasts outside, they would not have much time left. Brando had calculated in the game before.
From the start of the battle to the arrival of the first batch of rotten beasts, there was a maximum of 15 minutes, which was the duration of the Holy Sword's existence. If they could not kill the golden demonic tree before then, they would have to consider escaping. However, Brando did not consider immediately going up to fight. First of all, not to mention how to deal with the patrol of demonic trees, he had another question to answer. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at a higher cliff on the other side.
You guys wait for me here. Do not be discovered.
He turned around and said,
Brando? P.S.
Go 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 go. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.